Hello there, Internet. Welcome to the Worldwalker seasonal tournament. It's a bit of a tongue twister for me, but I got it right. Panda wasn't expecting that, but whatever. Hello, we're back. I guess we're back at it with the seasonals here. I am Mogwai, joined by Impetuous Panda, and I'm going to spare him the 50th PewDiePie joke. How you doing, buddy?
Well, by mentioning it, you didn't actually spare me, Mogwai. Yeah. So thank you for nothing, buddy. I'm doing great. Really happy to have the seasonal tournament come back up. Kind of the culmination of all the hard work players have put in all throughout this last season. The meta has stabilized. Everything is kind of already set in stone. But of course, what will happen today is definitely not set in stone, and who will become champion is always going to be a question that we'll have at the very start of the show. You have the big favorites, but you also have the underdogs, like last tournament, for example, Red Winter taking that win. We might see something similar today.
Yeah, really excited for this iteration of the seasonals because I think we're entering into a new era for Legend of Runeterra that basically revolves around a lot of old archetypes getting reinvigorated here, and we've already seen the meta shape up with Thralls taking the lead before the balance patch happened, and we have one of the most diverse metagames the game has seen in a while. And a lot of Bard in the mix too, but nothing is perfect. We're gonna see what the lineups are made of very shortly. But first of all, before we dive any deeper into it, I'm gonna let my boy talk you through what the seasonal tournament is. Go ahead, Panda.
What an honor, Mogwai, to always have to do this 2-minute monologue for our viewers. I think everyone already knows this is, of course, the culmination of the ranked seasons in Runeterra. Throughout 2 months, players are, practicing on ladder, playing a ton of games, finding out what matchups work, what matchups kind of, what decks match up well into other decks, what the ban phase might look like, what a perfect lineup looks like. And all that culminates in, ideally for most top players, trying to have that tiebreaker seeding for finishing 7-2 in the open round and still making it through. So that means grinding ladder and making sure you're among the top 40 or 50 spots in your region's ranked ladder. Once you accomplish that, you already you have that huge advantage going into, in this case, yesterday. This is now the first time where we have open rounds and the top cut, the seasonal, in the same weekend, Saturday and then Sunday. We'll be missing some graphics, obviously, with the open round graphics you tend to see for the countries and all this. But again, this is it's now very fresh, which I think definitely changes a little bit, Mogwai, how the meta and how the players feel. Finishing open rounds, then all of a sudden the next day you have the top 32. There's no 1 week break to prepare, to maybe scout your opponents, for example. So a very different, I think, tournament today. But that's really the main concept, I think. Open rounds is the ideal. You want to go 9-0, 8-1. Or if you have tiebreaker 7-2, if you make it among the top 32 in your region, you qualify to the top cut, which is what we're going to be seeing today. 5 rounds, single elimination, do or die moment for every single one of these players. After the first round, 16 players are out already. It always feels so bad, but this is kind of the cutthroat nature of the seasonal tournaments.
I was about to say, man, day 2 of seasonal tournament is always cutthroat, and very important point that you mentioned there. This is the first time that we're actually having these players go immediately right back into it without barely having any time whatsoever to prep. Before they had about a week, right? So now we may see a lot of very similar, if not identical, lineups to that of the ones that they used to try to climb up through the qualifiers. But we do know that these are 2 very different environments. So I'm actually very intrigued to see which players opt to mix it up and which players have a really solid grasp of not only what the meta can look like in a ranked ladder, but what the metagame will actually look like in a top 32 single elimination environment. And the player who's able to, adapt to that or see it coming better is going to really have the upper hand here. I'm going to be really interested to see what the lineups look like. We're going to take a look at the prize pool here for today, though. What's on the line? As the champion will take home $10,000 US. The runner-up will take 3,500. Let's go with that. Yeah, nice save right there. Semifinalists take home each $800 US. 5th to 8th place, aka the quarterfinalists, will take home $400, and every single one of today's participants will get at least $150 US.
And of course, becoming the champion is the goal for all the players today. Not only for the, the pride of being, at least for 2 months, the best player in your region, in the EMEA in our case, but also that prize pool. All the hard work you put into preparing, into ladder, all those hours you spend trying to master this game. That $10,000 cash out really makes it worth it, and it's what these players are always trying to chase when it comes time for the seasonals.
Let's look at today's schedule. Let's see how it's going to go down. As usual with these seasonal tournaments, it takes around 6 hours in total, as we start off with the top 32 very shortly, like 5 minutes from now. We'll get the match started for you, and then we got round of the top 16 going at it 1 hour afterwards, and then every single hour we're essentially going to reboot a little bit of overtime in between each games, and we're going to end things off with the finals, which the match will start at 5:20 today, and the winner of that match, like we mentioned, takes home the 10K.
And of course, reminder, everything is dictated by the tournament client. So all the timers, rounds cannot last more than an hour. We've seen timer losses in the past. Big players like Lobster, like Sorry in the semifinals, they've created some of the most, I think, impactful moments in seasonal tournaments. So it's definitely something that players have to watch out for. You cannot trail behind, especially in longer matchups where there might be a control lineup that you're facing up against. You have to use your time very wisely.
Be careful with Tarkin, even though Tarkin nowadays is more winding light than anything. But if you're trying to take the invoke, but if you're, edgy and you want to play some invoke, be careful. Be careful. It may work against you. Before anything, we also want to mention you guys that even though we are covering the greatest region, America, is also there, is a thing, and they're going to be doing their own tournament at 12:30 p.m. PST. I just love throwing shade at NA every time, especially because I go before them, so they can't really fire back. It's great.
They can't respond. It's perfect.
It's perfect.
But I think it's time to look at the players, Mongo. I think it's time to see.
Yeah, let's see.
Right away, I want to ask
the lineup. Okay.
What players might stand out to you? We have obviously the big name favorites that you think are most likely to win this event today, to have a good result, simply because not just they have a very good read on the meta and they've obviously reached top form coming to this tournament, but especially they have the experience in a high pressure situation where if you lose one round, you're out. It's that much more difficult to actually make it all the way through. But actually, we're gonna go right into the deck list. We don't have time. The match is starting soon.
Okay.
Game number one.
I guess we're rushing into it. Well, I'm gonna say, a player that I'm really looking forward to is ABG Jinden. Because
Jinden is playing against Broken Ball, so a big name show match in this first.
We both agreed very quickly that this was the best match to start things off with. Broken Ball is extremely. I'm very, very hyped to see the Italian competitor. Personally, I think he has been on quite a tear as of late. I also like his approach towards the game, and I became a fan ever since that Echo Zillion just absolutely destroyed in his last seasonal, which he had a very strong performance. I believe he went down in the top in the quarterfinals, if I remember correctly, against
Let's look at these decks though, Mongo. Is there anything here that surprises you? I think these are pretty standard meta decks that have been.
That's kind of why I was going on a bit of a tangent, because we are seeing essentially 3 decks, perhaps I would argue that these are actually the top 3 decks that were being represented, or at least a very strong case of that. We saw, going back to Jinden, the very standard lineup of the Akshan renekton, as I like to call it, renekton, who uses the broken the paperback dragon. Sorry. The paperback dragon to
broken as well. So.
And then we got the winding light aphelios, which is something that Broken Ball is bringing himself as well. One of the most prevalent decks out there. Essentially, discard mechanics through PNZ, backed up by a. Well, I mean, it would seem okay. There it is. I wasn't seeing the winding light there for some reason. It was really high up in the list. I was looking at it as if it was like a regular curve. But yeah, with the winding light as a finisher right there. But something really intriguing about Broken Ball is that he's playing Nightfall. He has double winding light in his lineup, and there is a standard Nightfall in the mist right there with Nocturne. Also bringing in Heimer Jace. Very quirky lineup here, a bit of a mixture between late game reactiveness and just all in aggression against a much more standard lineup here by Jinden.
You mentioned we should expect some surprises from Broken Ball, and it seems to be the case. Definitely delivering Nightfall is a deck we don't see very often, in the past few seasonals. So definitely a great thing to see here today. We're gonna see the bans coming in a minute after this. We're gonna update you from the tournament client, and we will see the visual come up to know exactly what decks were banned and what 2 decks are available for these players. But it looks like game 1 will be that Akshan renekton versus this Nightfall deck from Broken Ball.
Yeah, we didn't really have much time. There's a lot that I wanted to say about both players, and I kind of got to I was in the middle of a ramble there. We were going over the deck list and everything, but ultimately, very, very exciting first matchup. We get to see a proven lineup, a lineup that we know has done really well in the qualifiers. with Jinden here, leading off with the Papercraft Dragon deck with Akshan, having renekton in hand already, alongside the Power of Friendship and the Absolver, but a very strong opening by Broken Ball, going Solar Soldier into the Nightfall for a 7 damage hit as early as turn 2. That's pretty brutal right there.
What do you think the general matchup looks like for these two decks? Nightfall may be a deck that people haven't prepared against as much, don't have much data, either through experience or through the numbers or through stats. What do you think is kind of the game plan here for Broken Ball?
Well, I believe this is ultimately a race. These are two decks that essentially try to interact as minimally as possible with the opponent and try to find the right moment to just dive in with insane amounts of damage, right? Akshan renekton does this in a more obvious pattern, right? As they're just trying to play on curve, set up the Papercraft Dragon on one of the win conditions, something with overwhelm preferably, like renekton right there, and then just start dealing. They deal most of the damage through the span of one turn. They have a lot of disruption to make sure the opponent can't stop what they're doing. So against Nightfall, it's going to be tricky though, because as we see right here, there is already a lot of damage being threatened. Even though we do have renekton as a blocker, risking that when you're down on mana is not really something that you want to be opting to go for, as we do see there the Nami and the Heimer bans happening, by the way. So now they're down to 8. I do think Nightfall is more of a glass cannon of a deck, and definitely has a lot of problems defending, which is something that you need to be good at when facing a deck like this. But considering how much damage Broken Ball has been able to push in so far, I do feel like the game is right now in his favor. But like we said, this deck is capable of a lot of very nasty things, and we see the exhaust there that can be combined with a 2-mana spell as well. So we'll see how Jinden is able to, or can at least attempt to stabilize here.
Yeah, I think you said it perfectly. These two decks have kind of their solitary, their own kind of very cheesy, very fast win conditions. One through big overwhelm units, and one through kind of wider boards and just very cheap units instead. And yeah, this is so scary already.
With that Poke Stick in hand, like that Pale Cascade is huge. That Pale Cascade is absolutely... Well, is it enough though? Because we see the level up from this renekton immediately.
The level up
no,
through.
It's over.
One on the Nexus, Poke Stick in hand.
Is there unspeakable horror for Broken Ball here?
And this is what we're talking about. These two decks did not interact at all. They did their own things, but they do them so well, so scared to face off against any of these strategies.
God. Okay, that unspeakable horror is everything here. Unless Broken Ball can just try to find lethal here. We see double Stygian Onlooker. That is an insane board to generate.
They didn't really have a great Nightfall activator though. Having to just use one of these straight away on the board to have the Nightfall activator for everything else.
The horror! Keeping him alive!
The healing coming in so clutch. This would have been game over otherwise, down to 1 HP. What is the draw? It's not another Poke Stick. It's not going to be a renekton instead. It has to be
another Poke Stick. I don't think there's anything else, right?
And there's nothing else that really Jinden can interact with this attack here. It's looking quite scary. Only 7 HP on the Nexus, still 3 mana left. You can play out another Stygian Onlooker as well here on the board. Another 4/1 fearsome attacker.
The Pale Cascade into the horror right there. Going to be using Exhaust defensively to try to take away a little bit of power out of this hit. But I just don't see how you prevent the damage that needs to happen here, especially when this third Stygian Onlooker hits the board. That is all she wrote. This is what I was talking about. It's a race. It's ultimately a race. The Akshan renekton deck can deal a lot of damage in just one round, but this time they were just missing out on one. They had it. Jinden had it, but the Pale Cascade into the unspeakable horror, barely keeping Broken Ball afloat, and gonna allow him to take game 1 of this series with a really unorthodox pick here in Diana Nocturne Nightfall. Because I've even seen variants of Nightfall with Shadow Isles instead of PNZ, but they were playing aphelios instead of Nocturne. So this is OG Nightfall making one hell of a debut here in the seasonal tournament and getting Broken Ball one game closer to advance to top 16.
only one more win necessary, and it's going to be with a very versatile deck that we've seen now for quite a while. The same deck actually remaining for both players. It's going to be the aphelios Viktor Vi deck. We've seen so many versions of PNZ Targon in the past, but as you mentioned, this version is now a little bit different. You see this right away, this champion combination, you must think, oh, it's an invoke, kind of like Zoe Vi was in the past.
Yep.
But then you'd be in big trouble because this deck plays out very, very differently.
I remember when I first started running into this deck on ladder, I was actually extremely salty for a while because I kept losing to it, and because I kept mulliganing against it as if it's what you just mentioned, a standard mid-range Targon PNZ combination that we've seen for so long in this game. Ever since Targon was a thing, there was a region combination that people could go for, and it was a pretty cool mid-range archetype that had a strong late game with the invoke. But this deck is just the complete opposite. Like I started running into it, and it was just like, no, Zana Yurking into Flame Chompers. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, a Boom Baboon. Okay, some Dredger. All right, they're going really wide, really fast. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, no, that's the new face of Targon PNZ, and the culprit, the Winding Light, one of the most powerful win conditions introduced into the game with the Worldwalker expansion. And I almost mispronounced that again.
And I think it's the kind of card that really, you look at it when it comes out and you say, yeah, I can build a deck around this. This card is strong enough that I can say, this is the card that decides all the other cards that go into this deck and decides the general game plan and strategy. And I think it's proven that very clearly in the past few months.
Extremely powerful. Like it's an extremely powerful card, Winding Light. Like it's coming down, it's giving everything +2/+1 and overwhelm, and it's doing so immediately, having a decent body to represent damage itself. Like there's like very, very little downside to the card, and in a deck like this, there's also some inherent synergy with spawning cheap cards that you can discard, or like for example with the Lunari Dustbringer, right? You have that unit, and you're generating this that can either be used to enable the Nightfall for the Winding Light, or it can just be discarded by Zana Yurkin or some Dredger to just cycle through the deck and draw, right? Like there is these two regions together combined in this way is actually a very efficient way of building a very fast-paced deck, and the PNZ core has just proven to be really, really strong lately. With all the new cards being added onto the game, Flame Chompers is just extremely prevalent, and some have argued for a potential nerf. Though I believe it's kind of a.
And this is what we're talking about. I mean, turn 4 mana, like look at only this. On this case already a full board, and these are big attackers. 3 damage on most of these units. It's a scary. You're going to trade pretty evenly into everything, and you're just allowed to again keep control of the board, waiting for that 7-drop to come in and to really maximize the value you have and really push through that win.
Mountain Goat, another great card in the deck, gives you a gem that can be used to enable an aphelios Nightfall if you didn't find the Lunari Dustbringer, or again can be discarded by a Zonite, for example, and cycle more through your deck. Like there's just. It's a lot of this deck is very, very fast. It's deceptively fast, and the Aphelios, even though you think as Aphelios as like a reactive control champion, he shines so much in a deck like this. Solari Sunhawk, another great card, very good defensively and also offensively, getting rid of the spell shield from the Ruin Run right there, as they get a bit of a buff onto the health. And now we'll see if Aphelios goes down or if Broken Ball wants to bluff a little bit with the remaining spell mana to try to threaten them, even though they have a good blocker into that with that Sump Dredger right there. Now they can play Aphelios. They can gem into Aphelios, for example.
And the magic of this deck is that it has, of course, the combination of cheap units and Winding Light, but then it also has the kind of emergency button of saying, hey, Aphelios can generate kind of infinite value. I don't run out of resources. This is a very good tool that I can have as a plan B. Viktor, very similar plan B. Vi, board control that comes in handy in certain matchups. And then you have Burn. You have the PNZ Burn package with Mystic Shot and Get Excited to put you in range of those lethals if you're going to be 5 or 6 damage off.
This Gravitum really making use of that Solari Sunhawk popping the spell shield earlier, stunning the Rune Runner not only this round, but also the next incoming round as well, stopping an open attack from this overwhelmed threat. As down goes, they Get Excited to remove one of the Merciless Hunters, getting that Flame Chomper down, and here we go. Another huge swing, almost representing lethal, getting them down to potentially 3. There's no answer in Jinten's hand here, dropping down to 4 instead. We see Mystic Shot in Broken Ball's hand. Broken Ball is just one burn spell away from closing out this game and winning in a very dominating fashion against a more meta lineup. Arguably, he's playing 50% meta in this case here because this deck we're gonna see a lot of, ladies and gentlemen. Like, this is not something spicy. Like, this is very proven. You know, it was a deck that I saw a lot in the qualifiers yesterday, and it did really well.
And talking about this deck list for Broken Ball, getting to the specifics, 3 copies of Get Excited, 3 copies of Mystic Shot. So has all the chances he needs to find this last bit of draw and has still 20 HP to work with. Of course, renekton is a deck that can take you from 20 to 0 very quickly, kind of like Lee Sin does, where all of a sudden it's not really relevant to think you're at 20 HP. But this means, I think you do buy some time here for Broken Ball to be able to have those natural card draws and find the burn he needs to win the game.
And down goes the second aphelios. There's several options here. Like Severum is worth it, but I think Gravitum is ultimately the safest because you just, no matter what, you remove a blocker. And now they just need to find enough damage. They have that Poro cannon right there. They can generate those elusives that can also just 2 of them connecting, or even like with Pale Casket support, they can just threat lethal themselves. That in conjunction with the Mystic Shot. I mean, you got to take into account that these Akshan renekton decks play a full set. For the most part, they play a full set of Red Negation, right? So even though you have the burn spells in hand, you got to make sure that if you can threaten lethal through combat first, it is important to go for that. Because this region combination that you're facing doesn't really have sharp sight, right? So elusives are pretty safe here, though we do see Vi being generated here instead.
This is what we were talking about. The surrender comes through, and just like this, we were talking about this. Jinden, a great player, won a few fight nights, you know, when we were still doing them a month or so ago. All of a sudden, 2-0 against Broken Ball, a really, really tough opponent to face in round 1, and your tournament's over. All the hard work this season, all the hard work yesterday in the open rounds to make it here, and this is how cutthroat seasonals are. You have to be on your absolute A game. You have to be at the top level in terms of bringing the correct lineup, in terms of, you know, the predictions you have for the meta for this specific tournament, as you were talking about in the top of show. This is not the same as open rounds. Open rounds, you're thinking, I'm facing a very wide, skill level of players, let's say. I have to prepare for a more wide meta, whereas this top 32, it's narrowed down quite a lot. You know a lot of the names, you know what preferences they might have, and you have maybe a better idea, a more specific idea of what the meta might look like.
That's exactly why I think Broken Ball has a strong advantage in this specific environment. I mean, he's obviously a very solid player that was able to qualify this is like I believe his like 4th or 5th season of qualification in a row or something. Like he's been in all the seasonals essentially.
I stopped counting.
But I think he's growing a lot as a player, and he's starting to really shine in this environment because what you just said, you know, the field narrows down and people can become more predictable, especially because they opt to go for the stronger decks. But Broken Ball as a player is somebody who doesn't really. He's no slave to stats. He doesn't really compromise and be like, oh, I'm gonna play this because, you know, the stats say that this deck is good. Like, he plays his own stuff. He tests a lot, and he knows what works for him and what doesn't. And that's why all of a sudden, like, we have him bringing stuff like last season, Echo Zillion, and just crushing with it. And here we saw Diana Nocturne, Nightfall, and it just absolutely slapped. It felt like, wow, why aren't we playing this deck more, right? In a way, it's kind of like a second, it's not a second aphelios, but a second Nightfall deck per se, right? Like, he's got 2 Nightfall decks in a way, right? They're both using a very powerful win condition, and they both have a similar play pattern, and it works out really well here. So we saw him having a really dominant win, and I'm really excited to see just how far his lineup can take it, and how people are going to adapt to that. As we're going to move on to another big game here, mono freljord. So freljord Bard, I assume is the case here, versus Bard Bilgewater. So yeah, it's a Bard on Bard matchup here. It took me way too long to realize that, with a 29 Kraken.
And more importantly, for our selfish reasons, Mogwai, Donald is the only Spanish player, I believe, in today's seasonal. And so we will secretly cheer for him to win this game. He's currently, I think, in a good position right now. He's going to have, obviously, as a 29 stat unit there at the right. And he has elusives that are going to deal, maybe not lethal damage, but are going to definitely make this game very, very close for him with the Nexus total. It's going to be pretty much equal or close to it.
doubly biased, unfortunately. Like, not only is Sir Donald Spanish, but you can Protein embarrassed me in front of my audience the other day by beating me with a Reaver row clock hand pull in the late game. So I'm sorry, Protein. No, I'm just kidding. I love Rican Protein. He's a great player from Turkey. I remember he was a part of the Europe Masters lineup alongside I'd say best friend / nemesis. Like they butted heads a little bit. But one hell of, like, they were the champions of the second iteration of Europe Masters, and ever since then both of them have been performing really well. Grand Rodeo and Yukon Protein have been doing really well in Legend Runeterra, representing their country. And here is the first game, though. This is the first matchup of the series. So Donald does win the Bard Mirror, but is still one win away from advancing to the next round. So Yukon Protein could potentially turn it around. And that is, as you said, the only Spanish player, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe in this case, usually we're lucky to have 3 or 4 with players like Sergio Vamos making it.
In Turkey as well.
Turkey might be a bit more. We've always had kind of, usually, I think Mike Check is also in the tournament today on the season. At least 2. At least 2, maybe even 3. Turkey, of course, has definitely fought for its right to be considered one of the top countries in EMEA, with, of course, the seasonal or the Masters Europe win. Of course, that was kind of their crowning moment where they really sent a message to everyone else. But since the dawn of time, since the beta days on ladder, we face, I think both of us, playing a lot on ladder, we face so many great Turkish players all throughout, and definitely they're a big menace coming to the seasonal as well.
I do think the scene grew a little bit after that victory in Europe Masters, though. I've seen more players represent the country here, and definitely a very high quality pool. Like there's a lot of talent within this region, and we're gonna see yet another. Wait, it's just mono build. No, this is
Uchan Protein lost, so he was able to.
No. Sorry, there was a bit of a graphic error there for a second. It is actually Riven Fizz that Donald is piloting right now. And Protein is bringing back that mono freljord bard. What is that mono freljord bard, Panda? Because this is definitely not one of the common takes on bard. Like what we've seen most on the ladder, more than anything, we've seen a resurgence of Alawi bard lately. I'm not exactly sure why, to be honest, because the two variants that have been dominating the ladder thus far are the Ari Ionia with elusives, and just any variant of Demacia with Bard as well. Like even elites work. So
this version that Uchan Protein is running, I'm seeing freljord, I'm seeing Overwhelm. I'm gonna have to assume it's a Rico Rex special that he pulls out for us every single season.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And it's gonna be a very similar play pattern to the Allegiance freljord Overwhelm decks from the past. Of course, the Chimes with Bard synergizing oh so well with units that are able to get those extra stats and put them to very good use with the over-the-top damage from Overwhelm. So it comes down to really just having pretty good and versatile spells like Three Sisters for Freezes, for example, for Entomb, Battle Fury as well, 3 copies in the top end. So like really ready to be very explosive coming to the late game and have the stats to back it up with Bard.
It is indeed a mono Overwhelm list with Sejuani as the champion of choice, and I'm just looking to see, naturally, they are also playing a full set of the Avarosian Outriders. Now that's dope. We haven't seen this card in a while. In case you guys don't know what card it is the Allegiance card for Freljord, 4 mana 3/3 with Overwhelm, with the ability, upon meeting Allegiance, to grant the top ally in your deck +3/+3 and Overwhelm. So yeah, Protein's deck is pretty. It's got a pretty. It knows what it wants to do, basically. It likes big units, it likes Overwhelm and Battle Fury, all that good stuff. So we're going to see a lot of disruption, though, as well, with not only the Troll Chance, but a couple of sets of Flash Freeze and a full set of Three Sisters. We see 2 copies of Three Sisters. And so great cards to have in a matchup like this.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, this deck that Sir Donald is playing is, again, very similar to Auction renekton. Very similar kind of OTK, Papergraph Dragon, kind of cheesy game plan of getting this very big unit with very important keywords and able to go from, is actually 20 to 0 if your opponent doesn't have a good answer for it. We've seen, different versions of this deck already. Auction renekton is maybe the newer one for this season, but Fizz Riven was already here last season as well, and it's kind of the same iteration of the deck.
Riven level up right here, showing off the coolest Riven skin. By the way, to be honest, in my opinion, just saying, as we have the Blade of Exile being generated, but if they do commit to that, then Might is no longer an option. Though Might in this particular scenario doesn't really make as much sense because Fizz already has Elusive, and Riven already has that Overwhelm keyword. So, the question is, do they commit the Blade of the Exile? The problem is, no matter what they do here, they are extremely vulnerable with the Riven attack onto a freeze. So we may very well just see a Fizz attack here, while Riven just sits in the back row to be able to generate more fragments later down the line. There's also the ability to generate or summon the 2-drop here, but they're going to go for the Blade of the Exile onto Fizz. There's no more spells. All spells remaining are focus speed, which means if Protein had anything to interact with Fizz here, now would be the time to go for it. Because of the nature of the deck, though, Donald can definitely play very differently, because every source of interaction that Protein is running does not really care about Fizz's ability, because it's just burst speed.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the key thing here. Also, of course, Uchan Protein does not have full information. He doesn't know that there's only 2 focus speed cards left in the hand. Whenever there's spell mana up, you have to be careful. But as you mentioned, because of the nature of most of freljord's control tools, with 3 Sisters, with just the natural flash freezes, you don't really have to worry about his ability at all. You can just guarantee you are going to be able to stop that damage if you choose to. You might choose not to. You might say, hey, I'll take damage now. I'll save these 3 Sisters for later when I have more mana and when the threat is a little bit bigger.
Okay, so Thralls was banned for Sir Donald, and yeah, this is a Rico Rex lineup, isn't it? Like, because Freljord Noxus, like that has to be Overwhelm stuff.
It's LeBlanc Ash actually.
LeBlanc Ash. Oh wait, I think I saw Boki actually qualify with that as well.
There was some spicy things for sure.
Exciting, like Ash coming back, even before like the new cards are, because she's getting new cards that are really neat. So her making a strong, like if she makes a strong, comeback here on this seasonal before the new support is coming, then that means great things for Frostbite enjoyers, because that's actually really hyped to see her back. In the action. Like Ash has always been a really strong tournament deck, but she's had a bit of a falling as of late, so that would be really hype to see her back in it.
Yeah,
it seems like that's the case.
Many metas in a row where it just wasn't really playable due to specific tier 0 or tier 1 decks that just had too good of a matchup against it, and it was just locked out entirely. Similar to maybe Deep to some extent, or both for different reasons, where you just really couldn't play competitively. It wasn't an archetype that had the tools to be competitive at all, in any shape or form. But that seems to have changed a little bit coming into this one. We do see the resurgence, and we do see, of course, it's one of the OG decks. It's one of the decks that, way back in the closed beta, it's been around for so long. One of the longest lasting archetypes that hasn't been always competitive, but maybe now is finding some time in the spotlight once again.
It's always been the mid-range killer, the Demacia killer. It's always been the option to just shut down and capitalize on people trying to just curve out with these relatively aggressive decks that are also quite beefy, but very combat reliant. And anything that's overly combat reliant gets really punished by an Ash lineup that's just freezing you all the time. So it is definitely going to be, the moment Ash is meta, the meta game becomes much more interesting in a tournament environment, because there's a lot. It's a deck it does have weaknesses in matchups, but there's a lot of stuff it preys on, and it preys on it really well. We see the Minotaur Reckoner going down here, enabling that potential free attack. But down goes the Iceville Archer, saying no to Fizz. There has been no Blade of the Exile being played on to Riven, and no fragments either. So if they were to go for a free attack with her, she's just gonna get chump blocked. So all of a sudden, that Frostbite has nullified the Minotaur Reckoner really effectively here.
And of course, it's a very telegraphed play because it is a fleeting card. You kind of are forced to play on this turn, so you're fine to proactively play out this archer. We mentioned already, no problem countering Fizz because of essentially the kind of the burst speed nature of his skill as well, without giving a chance for anything to resolve.
And Donald is low. Oh, going for the might maybe. I mean, right now, even though we see double three sisters in Protein's hand, they are out of flash freeze range. Only Troll Chant works here, so a might could deal quite a bit of damage and also just remove this bard from the board.
So you're saying the might deal a lot of damage? Is that what you're trying to point out for the viewers?
Yeah,
just making sure.
I thought today was gonna be better. I thought we were past.
I gave you a nice almost 1 round window to wake up, to get ready. But now they're gonna come in hot, Mongwai. I hope you're ready.
Oh, Jesus. I had Jesus. All right, down goes the Troll Chant here. Gonna be weakening this hit, dropping down to 7. Man, that's just not enough. That's not enough, Panda. That's brutal. Because like we've been saying all this time, these freezes, like Fizz can be such a threat, but when you got frostbites, man, he's just
definitely not a good matchup. Even despite kind of the bit of a stall in terms of Uchan Protein's game plan, not really finding too many units. Now finds the Yeti as a chance to get maybe a nice, But that would be all your mana for this turn, so I don't think you can even play it. You have to play reactive here on the defense turn.
Oh, for sure. And there's no need to the problem Donald has here is that if they play the Paperback Dragon, they're opening up even more counterplay, right? By enabling stuff like Iceville Arch to come down. Man, I just think about Iceville Archer, and I keep thinking about like the new like Frostbite card. I don't know if you saw it for Freljord, but it's like a slow speed Frostbite that spawns it's so dope. It plays very similar to Iceville Archer, which it's gonna make Frostbite decks interesting because all of a sudden like you may have to pick.
It's been a while. It's been a while since Frostbite as a keyword, as an archetype, has gotten some real support that has really pushed it forward. That's why I think Ash was also gone for so long, and now finally gets a little bit of that juice and is able to now maybe contend and be a part of the meta as well.
And this is like the new era that I was talking about for Runeterra. Like we're done with the new regions, right? No, unfortunately, the chat's gonna be very sad to hear this, but no more Bandle City stuff, or at least like new Bandle City stuff. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So now we're at a point where it's just like there's so many archetypes within the game, and a lot of them are forgotten, man. But they just need a couple of new tools, and all of a sudden they're back in full force. And yeah, Frostbites here are just like this Freljord deck definitely matching up extremely well against this Fizz list. Double three sisters in hand, as we can both see here, but not even gonna resort to that. Just gonna go for the Troll Chant because just like, hey, I know. I mean, this is a bit dangerous in my opinion because Conchologist into Noxian Fervor could be a thing, right? That happens.
Don't cast your curse, Mongwai, right?
That happens.
Remember the power that we have. The omnipotent power as casters, when the words come out of your mouth, all of a sudden it becomes a much more probable thing that might occur here. Hopefully not for the case of Uchan Protein.
It's not gonna matter because after this Playful Trickster goes down, we know what's happening. Now the Frostbite's happening.
And this is why you had the mana to do all of it. You had the mana to say, hey, this is my first answer. If you respond to this, I have the real answer coming up after. And I can make sure that I have the guarantee that I will be able to control the outcome of this round. And this might be the most important round in the game because now the Yeti can come down and an overwhelm will come through.
That's huge. That's huge. And how do you stop this? Oh, it's a furious open attack here. I mean, how do you, what do you expect this deck to have? Like wall up, right? Like that's what you're worried about. You're worried about wall up. That's your biggest threat. So I think there's a good argument for developing this ancient Yeti because it's just like, hey, okay, so if you have wall up, I have this other unit with overwhelm. I mean, it's still scary though because by dropping that ancient Yeti, like all of a sudden, you really you still lose to like stun still stops you, right? Yeah, but that's it. That's it, and we're going to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. The Freljord Bard deck pulls through, and now the last deck remaining for Uchan Protein is Thralls. It is Thralls versus Fizz Riven. That is one hell of a polarized matchup.
That's
And,
actually
the
but
big
more
issue,
frostbites.
Mogwai, is we're seeing again triple freljord lineup for
Triple
Uchon
frostbites.
Protein, triple
Yeah.
frostbite, triple access to 3 sisters, or just standard flash freezes.
Yeah.
And this last deck that Donald has to get a win with to advance to the next round, it just relies on, let's say, kind of a cheesy strategy where it's going to be very polarizing in terms of if my opponent doesn't have an answer. You can have these crazy OTK turns, but if all of a sudden my opponent has a burst speed freeze that can stop my fizz in its tracks, you're in big trouble. And we're seeing it here in this matchup.
It really depends. Just making sure, yeah, this deck is running a full set of Conchologist, which is, and also a couple of copies of Trinket Trade. I'm surprised that I see a full set of Trinket Trade. Really good card with Fizz. So he even if they were to find Scorched Earth, like the way that Thralls plays after the nerf to Promising Future is they don't gang up on one specific Thrall anymore. I think the deck, after the removing Promising Future from the mix, makes the deck more fair, and it feels it's still very strong, but it's more about spreading out the Thralls now. So there's no crazy combos that just can high roll, but it still has that excellent spell in the Sands of Time that even after a nerf is seen play as a 3 of in most of these actually. And the Drac Lorn Inquisitor coming in back full force here as we see 2 Thralls spread out on turns 2 and 3 here with Lysandra on curve, but we do see Riven for Donald on curve as well with a hand filled with fragments and elixirs and all sorts of buffs. Gonna lead to a very early level up for Riven, and what represents a very strong attack on turn 4 here for Donald. But the tough from Lysandra definitely going to come into play here, and there's still that quicksand. There's that blighted ravine as well. We could see quicksand onto Riven, and Lysandra blocking into that, setting up a nice blighted ravine next round. Like that makes a lot of sense. I like that play.
It's going to be kind of the 1-2 punch.
Ooh. Oh, they're not even playing that. They're just letting Lysandra die. Interesting, because they want to play Blighted Ravine. No, okay, I don't know what's happening.
There might be a more explosive turn that, Uchon Protein is hoping to go for here. Talia copying one of the Thralls at this point. Still saves that 3 spell mana, so you're able to use it if you need to on the next turn. I think the biggest thing really is knowing that is one of your key answers at stopping kind of lethal threats from what could be just an OTK turn with just a massively statted unit. And you have to keep that kind of, when you need it most. You can't just use it to have a value trade in the mid game, I think.
Very interesting scenario. Okay, I think they took that wall up right there. Yeah, good card to pick.
If there were more 3 sisters in hand, I think definitely you're much more lax with playing out that quicksand last turn.
For sure. I think these two hands are very interesting because on one end you have Donald with a bazillion buffs, right? But then on the other side you have exactly everything that you want for the matchup in Protein's hand. They have not only the quicksand that can stop lethal like you mentioned, but also the Sands of Time, extremely powerful in a board state like this. Look, there's a lot of every single other attacker barring Riven gets shut down, right? And that'll happen with 3 spell mana in the back. So that means that Protein can access a way to just nullify the spread out swarm attack, and also can shut down an individual attacker with the quicksand all in one turn. Now he can just bury them all in ice if he wishes to do so. And there's nothing that Donald can do. This region combination does not stop that play. So yeah, Protein's got the options. The only thing limiting Protein is momentum. Tempo through mana, right? If he gets somehow outpaced at some point, and he can become, it can be vulnerable for him. But, if he's able to keep up, he's got the tools. Riven level up right here.
Right away, level up does occur. The Papercraft Dragon was also found. Another kind of important tool in what could be the combo OTK turn for Donald is now in hand, alongside, as you mentioned, all those other spells that was maybe a bit too spell heavy going into this mid game.
Sands of Time. Sands of Time needs to happen here. Not resort to the quicksand unless a significant amount of damage is threatened, because you can heal a lot with these bled ravines. And like you said, quicksand is worth gold this game. So you can block with Talia to just prevent the overwhelm damage, but I wouldn't use quicksand here personally. I don't think Talia is as important. Yeah, I really like this. Really like this decision by Pro Team, keeping that quicksand in hand, just letting Talia die. It's 100% the best play. Like this is just why these are. Like, these guys don't make mistakes, basically. Like, he knows what he's doing. Now Elixir of Wrath goes down, getting the double boost from Riven. And this may warrant a quicksand. May. Because 6 damage is a lot, but it can be handled here. We'll see.
Of course, quicksand here not really being used for the attack debuff. I think it's going to be mostly relevant. It's more just removing the keyword. Talia will be dying here no matter what. In this case, because of the 11 attack on this Riven.
Ooh, that's cheeky.
Roar of the Slayer, a card you don't see main deck. We don't see very often ever since, well, I guess Sion made a bit of a return as his chance play. You saw it ever so
Donald
slightly.
Smells blood. Donald smells blood. It's like, I'm going in. I'm going in, and like they can combine that with, dude, if he did that and then went for might, that quicksand would be insane.
This is the problem with this deck. You're forced to make certain risks, especially in a matchup that has answers, and you have to say, they either have it or they don't. You have to go for your line that, is probably unlikely that you're going to make it through. There is going to be an answer in most cases, but with a matchup that can be seen as like quite doomed from the start, you have to take these bigger risks.
Oh man, Panda, the thing is, I think he's trying to bait Protein into going for the quicksand here. Because now he just goes for the might and he gets, he deals 10 damage, right? But still gets the quicksand out of them and still pushes an insane amount of damage here. I just think, you have to go. That was a cheeky play from Donald there.
This is the second time. Last game as well, we saw it. Kind of the setup where you play a certain thing first, you allow a response, and then you play kind of the really deciding spell after that.
But these thralls, they're mad, they're angry, and they're coming back with full force, even though they're gonna get walloped here. One of them is gonna get walloped, and that's going to allow Donald to. Well, I mean, how much damage are we looking at here? 7, 14, 14 plus 3, 17. So not even that. And Blighted Ravine sets up lethal there for Protein, which is. I mean, we saw him draw that flash freeze, which is extremely important. And it's not like Riven right now doesn't really have, So they're still taking quite a bit of damage. And this incoming, I mean, this Blade Squire dying is really important. It gives them a fragment. So I believe that is a quick attack fragment. And I can't believe I can tell them apart, but I am.
You've made progress, Mongwai. It took us 10 seasons.
I'm very sure that's a quick attack one. Yeah, look at me go.
One thing to mention as well is the fact that this, Fizz Riven deck doesn't really have traditional burn, doesn't have access to PNZ, has Pokesticks, of course, has a chance for Contrologists, as you mentioned, to find like a Fervor, for example. But you're going to have to win through combat, and that becomes difficult when, as you mentioned, the Flash Freeze has been found. A Rite of Negation is found as well, especially now later into the game where you have so much mana to work with. 11 mana available for Uchan Protein to set up his defense. This is the turn where he has to defend. He has to make sure lethal cannot be found by Donald.
Exactly. It's do or die here for Donald. And unfortunately, Donald cannot combine Paperback into the Minotaur Reckoner, right? So he has to choose one of those two to go for. And we're going to see a Rite of Negation right off the bat. Whoa. That's really interesting. I wonder, is that worth it?
I think it can be, because I think essentially know that pretty much all other spells that are going to come into play on this turn are going to be negated by Flash Freeze for the most part. Or our burst speed, like Elixir of Wrath, so you can't stop them anyway, right? Negation.
Yeah, it's kind of scary though, because when you have Minotaur Reckoner, that's something that you definitely want to be preserving your negation for. It may be stopped by a flash freeze, but they may find a way to force that flash freeze preemptively, and then you know how fast is this deck can just rebuff a unit back up to very high attack. There's the quick attack fragment. I was correct, Panda. Go me.
Good job, Mogwai. If you want, I can go
Took you long enough,
fly over to Spain and give you a pat on the back, my friend.
Appreciate it. Arigato, bro. All right, we're going to see this attack go down for Riven, keeping that Elixir of Wrath in the back, trying to set up the Minotaur Reckoner late game win con here. But we do see that flash freeze, that clutch Flash freeze being dropped by Protein, and this could represent the end for our sole Spanish competitor. I cry every time. But Protein has this mono freljord lineup putting in the work here, and definitely it seems to be matching up really well into this combo-oriented deck here for Donald.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. It's not just the fact that, Uchan Protein's lineup is filled with fantastic decks. It's more just specifically the matchup that he's facing up against here. The last deck remaining for Donald is just very difficult when you have so many burst speed tools to take away keywords with Quicksand and Flash Freeze and Three Sisters. It makes it almost impossible, really. As long as the opponent draws those answers, it's very, very hard. And this is the vulnerability of decks like these. Very powerful. They can win you games that you have no right winning. They can be extremely explosive, but they have that very big vulnerability, and that is these kind of freeze type spells.
Donald trying to see if there's a way to bait Protein into feeling like they're safe, but a player of this caliber is never going to leave themselves wide open, I think, to this Minotaur Reckoner play. Reckoner is going to go down here, and now is when we're going to be seeing the freeze. But the big question is, like, when you go, like, when do you go for the freeze? Because the way, like, Donald has to, because the thing is, as little out of combat reach that this deck has, it does have Pokey Stick. So the moment Protein lets this Riven go through, he has to immediately drop down the Blood Ravine at least to heal up. I think that's fine. I think you take the hit, you drop down the Ravine, and you're pretty good, because I think everything that the card generated by Conchologist has been shown. It was the wall up, so you're not really playing around anything else here, because these decks do not main deck Noxian Fervor. So I feel like this is safe. Like Protein, maybe there's something that, like, this is one of these cases. There's a lot on the line, right? And you're like, oh man, am I forgetting something that could really affect me here? But I just feel like you can never commit to this freeze preemptively, just because of how powerful Riven's ability is. This Elixir of Wrath is +6 power. Like, you just take the hit and you drop the Blighted Ravine.
This is also kind of the thing to keep in mind. The tournament is open deck list. Players have full access to the entirety of the opponent deck list. They know exactly what cards to play around and what cards to prepare for as possible win conditions. And we're seeing it here. The Flash Freeze comes in. The buff comes in after that. Riven kills, Riven deals some damage, but the game is not over. And that was really what you have to aim for if you're Uchan Protein. You have to just defend and survive one more turn. Now it's your chance to be the one that can end the game.
There is a spicy Blighted Ravine combo right there that he could go with the Predict card, but it's not needed, as Protein is able to bring it back and advance to the top 16, defeating Sir Donald and eliminating Spain from the tournament, which
well, you're getting so emotional, you're messing up your words, and I feel you. We kind of, I think we did the caster curse. We came in, we say we were biased for Donald. He's the only Spanish player here, and now he's down. He's gone. This is the kind of the merciless idea of, the cutthroat nature of seasonals. Round one already, players like Jinden, players like Donald, players that could have had maybe a fortunate matchup spread against certain players, could have had a good day of Runeterra, and could have been champions easily. They're both players that wouldn't be surprised to see winning the whole thing, and already they're both eliminated from this tournament.
But that's just the nature of this sort of event, man. It's just the best going at it. It's single elimination, so that's just how it goes. I think we definitely got a lot out of this, though. Like, already, like, the two matches that we've covered, we've seen some spice in the lineups right there, with Broken Ball bringing the OG Nightfall, and then we got Uchan Protein with that full-on freljord lineup. Freljord considered to be one of the weaker regions in a vacuum in the game, but Protein being like, nah, I like that cold, and I like the frostbites, and now we have some awesome, oh my god, these matches.
And we have a chance.
It's happening.
We have a chance now, Mogwai. It's very important to go over the names, play catch up.
Yeah,
we weren't able to see them in the very beginning. We were kind of rushed to get into that game one, and we have a chance now to see all the participants. Half of them, again, like I said, already gone. So sad story. Without even knowing who was playing, they might already be eliminated. But I'm just gonna go over maybe some of the big names that kind of.
I already know which one we're doing round two, by the way.
I think I know too. We talked about the possibility already. At the very bottom right there, you can get very excited because Ultraman is up against Salty Simon, the player from Belgium versus the player from Sweden. Two titanic players in terms of what they've been able to accomplish already in EMEA for the past year or 2 years.
That was hype.
And on the bottom left as well, we had Thomas versus Spikes. So another big matchup, two names that have also achieved a lot.
And on top of that, we got UConn Protein versus Boki.
Oh, yeah.
Boki did exceptionally well in the qualifier. I know that. I know that Boki was playing Ash Frostbite too. So maybe we have some freljord on freljord action in that matchup right there as well. So a lot of big names going at it, and honestly, a great start to the tournament. Because we were talking before the tournament, like, oh, how cool would it be if Ultraman and Salty Salmon faced off for round 2? And it's actually happening. So yeah, that's gonna be the one that we cover. We're gonna be going on to a short break, but don't go anywhere. Or get up and get a drink or whatever.
Or come back.
Come back. Yeah, exactly.
That's the important part.
Whatever you do,
Don't leave
come
us.
back. Don't leave us, because we're gonna get some great games, and we'll be right back.
Are you the hunter or the prey? Here is where we make our stand. I know what they are. I know how to destroy them. Their every move just makes me stronger.
End of the freaking world, huh? Let's go!
Novel way to fight, I'll give you that. We have something the Void will never understand. Me. I'll show you how to fight. Gotta hit them hard. Come on! The Void doesn't wait, neither should we.
Room for an empress.
What is this?
I am the path she walks.
So long, Void. See you next time.
And we're back with the Worldwalker seasonal tournament for Legends of Runeterra. I am Mogwai, joined by Panda. Again, sparing you the let's not talk about it.
Thank
so we got one hell of a round 2 for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. We have really awesome matchups here between two Legends of Runeterra competitive veterans in Ultraman and Salty Simon. A little bit of a quick background on these players. Salty Simon is a prior seasonal champion. What seasonal was that, Panda?
Didn't win the last one, that was Red Winter, but the one before that was Salty Simon's, his great run to finally becoming a champion. And Ultraman needs no introduction, not a seasonal champion, but I think maybe one of the players that should be in terms of just how consistently dominant he has been on ladder since the dawn of time
as well. Like he made it to the finals. I'm very recent seasonal as well. He made it to the finals, and he was one of the favorites for sure, and has been doing exceptionally well. A content creator as well, mixes it up between, this guy eats, breathes, and sleeps Legends of Runeterra because he is playing constantly. He has his job as a content creator, but as well as a competitor, so he does both things, shares the game with the world and helps newer players out while also playing at the very highest level, and is definitely a powerhouse from Belgium that has been the team captain of Belgium in Europe Masters for ever since its inception as well. Like, both of these competitors are what it means to be a veteran for Legends of Runeterra. Essentially, these guys check all the boxes, and we were very excited to have them face off in round 2 so that we could cover it, and even more so after we looked at their lineups. There's not a single deck that is shared between both of these, not a single archetype, no mirror matches. Both of them have unique lineups going up against each other, and they have some spicy techs on top of that. Let's talk about Salty Simon first, from Sweden, running a more standard approach, as we got here one of the meta kings in aphelios, Winding Light PNZ discard. The first deck right there with a 3-2-1 champion split. We got aphelios as a 3 of. We have 2 copies of Vi and a 1-off of Viktor. Big fan of this variant specifically, personally. And then we got Thralls, a deck that people thought would be done for after the balance patch, but is back, not full force, but pretty close to that, with a more swarmy approach with the Thralls and a full set of Draklord Inquisitor. And then we got Poppy Bard. That's basically Bard with Demacia, a 1-off of Jarvan, and a couple of copies of the, I'm searching for the card right here, there we go, Stony Suppressor, ladies and gentlemen, to say no to spells. Very low spell count for this deck specifically. I think we see a full set of Golden Aegis, a couple of copies of Sharp Sight, a couple of copies of Concerted Strike, and not much more than that. So mostly unit based deck that's meant to just out muscle the list. And for
the first time ever in a Demacia deck in a big tournament, is there any card that you see that is missing that hasn't ever been missing before? A 2-drop maybe?
A 2-drop?
A 2-drop that is no longer a staple Demacia card, at least not brought here by Salty Simon.
Are we including spells?
No, we're just looking at units. That's going to be Bright Steel Protector.
Bright Steel Protector.
The nerf that I've been asking for so long, and finally, it is not actually there. A staple card for so long. Just
it makes sense in this deck. Like, I still feel like there's room for her in like more decks that really, like, for example, even like Scouts. But definitely not surprising. I mean, it's always surprising, but not as surprising in this environment, as we're seeing them prioritize something like Petricide Broadwing, which also got nerfed. But works really well with Poppy nonetheless. But that's a very important point. And instead of something like Bright Steel Protector, we're seeing the Stony Suppressor right there, which is really cool. But overall, big fan of this lineup. It feels really strong. It looks really strong. And I like the distributions on the Thralls there for Salty Simon. A full set, not 1, not 2, but 3 imagined possibilities, really reinforcing what I've been saying about, like, now Thralls, instead of going all in on one Frozen Thrall with the promising future, takes a different approach at just like spreading out as many Thralls as possible and kind of like counting them down simultaneously through not only the means of imagined possibilities, but also the Harbinger of Thralls, and still a full set of Sands of Times. despite the nerf. So let's move on to the next lineup that is completely different from this, as we're going to take a look at what the Belgium competitor is bringing in Ultraman. We got Heimerdinger Jace, Bard Ilaoi with the tentacles, and Annie Twisted Fate. And a very different approach at Annie Twisted Fate, which I'm going to dive into shortly. But we're going to start talking about first the Heimer Jace deck, man. In many aspects, it looks quite standard, but what I really like about this variant is that it's main decking 2 copies of Aftershock and a one-off of the Piltover Tellstones, which can give it a really good edge against the Thrall's deck. Potentially.
This is a deck that was kind of a little bit sleeper, where no one was really giving it that much respect. I think a month and a half ago, when this season kind of started off, it was a deck that had very good stats on ladder. It had a very good win rate. It didn't have that much play rate, and players were kind of saying, is this deck really that good? Is this deck really that viable? It seems like it is. This is the second lineup we're seeing it in now. We saw it earlier was banned, and we didn't see an actual play. But Ultraman also bringing it here, and it's a deck that, I think just works. It has a very versatile amount of options in terms of the control tools, in terms of board presence, in terms of top end as well, and it's a deck that just works quite well, is well built, and I think has definitely become very optimized in the past 2 months.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for this archetype was the buff to Vengeance. Vengeance costing 6 mana is a huge deal. Gives you the elusive turret for Heimerdinger. Also allows you to efficiently level up Jace, by playing a card that's actually going to net you the value for 6 mana, which could be easier said than done. And Production Surge has become one powerhouse of a card that wasn't really played much at first, but the inclusion of the Hextech Handler really empowered the turret archetype. More so than a lot of people accounted for. And also Adaptatron 3000, or as I like to call it, McDonald's, a very, very powerful snowball-y engine for this archetype as well. That plays very reactively, right? Tries to answer what the opponent is doing as they build up their own board. But at a certain point, the value will just overwhelm you. And unless you have a lot of card generation yourself, you're gonna get drowned out. So very, very, very cool archetype, and I absolutely love seeing it in this tournament. As the Annie Twisted Fate deck is really interesting because it's quite different from other variants that we've seen that tend to pile up a lot on the spell-based card draw, with Eye of Nagaporos as full set, and then even going in with a full set of Whispered Words. I've seen a lot of lists like this. I don't believe this is a good deck. I think it's one of the most overrated decks in that shape, at least. And yeah, I don't wanna jinx it, but I think Annie Twisted Fate is a little bit overrated personally. But this version is already quite different, because instead of going with those more heavy and card draw resources, it's running the Fortune Croaker and the Pool Shark. Instead going with a smaller curve and actually generating bodies as you're drawing, which I think is very important for the deck and may make a big difference.
This is of course a champion, Annie, that came into the game, wasn't really solved initially. People were playing her with Swain, people were playing her with Ezreal. BBG made it to Masters at the start of the season very quickly, and really gave that deck a big push in popularity. And it was a very fun deck. I played it a lot at the very start of the season. It really came back into that vibe of Draven Ezreal back in the day with Tri-Beam, that very controlly Noxus PNZ archetype, with a very cool card, the Conservatory, a card that really just made the archetype so fun and so rewarding as well, and how it made that game plan work. This is now the version that has been settled on as maybe the top home for Annie in Runeterra, and this is a version that runs pretty busted new cards and Bilgewater. The draw idea with Eye Nakamura is just such a strong card, and Tentacle Smash as well as a control tool.
I was gonna say, regarding the bans, I'm definitely expecting a ban onto the Heimerdinger Jace deck for Ultraman. I think it matches up pretty well against Salty Simon's entire lineup. And when it comes to Ultraman, I would say the ban is not as clear, because you technically match up well into this aphelios discard deck with your reactive Annie Twisted Fate deck. But if not built properly, you still get outvalued. We see that. That Moonlight, what was the name?
Moonlight Affliction,
Moonlight Affliction, there we go. A bit of a tech option there being run by Salty Simon. And it is actually a Heimerdinger Jace and a Thrall's ban for Ultraman. So even though they're running Aftershock and Heimer, I think he assumed that was going to get banned, and then his matchups against that, especially because I don't think he's actually running Scorched Earth in this version. of Twisted Fate Annie, which he is not. So
And
no answers for
as a reminder, like as a parallel for viewers that maybe haven't been playing this season or just tuning into the seasonal, this deck is built and plays very similar to TF Swain back in the day, kind of the Sweetoli build, Water Noxus combo, a lot of the same early game package, but I think just a much more consistent and inevitable late game, where you used to have Swain and Leviathan, which we all know had its 1 mana counter spells that could ruin the entire game with Equinox, for example. Whereas Conservatory is kind of you're going to reach that goal every single game consistently, just with how the deck plays out, and you have that guaranteed kind of threat value in the late game as well.
Very cheeky, slick play here by Ultraman, going for the Disintegrate onto Aphelios, responding to the Hawk, the Sunhawk, initiating the stack, and then developing Twisted Fate with the red card and wiping out the 1-drop alongside Aphelios right there. As now we're looking at a total of 4 damage if Ultraman opts to preserve the Twisted Fate and try to work for a level up, which makes sense considering 3 out of his 4 cards in hand do actually draw cards. But taking damage from this deck is always a bit of a risky thing to do, especially when you're running a region combination that provides you with no healing whatsoever.
Of course, there are 2 Get Excited in the hand for Salty Simon already. Ideally, wants to use those for burn, but if necessary, if Twisted Fate is close to leveling, it might be the option to, just straight up kill him off. In this case, Annie will be the target instead.
She was closest to leveling up, and Tibbers can definitely be a big threat, especially considering there's already 1 damage unit on board. So Tibbers could come down and just kill 2 units off, and that's one of the ways you beat this deck. Really, you try to wipe their board, because they need board presence for Winding Light to do what it does. And before that, the units are relatively frail. That is the 3rd Get Excited being drawn there by Salty Simon as down goes an attack.
Very tough draws for Simon here. Doesn't have a clear game plan to move forward into going to these next few turns. Doesn't have Winding Light at the top end. Doesn't have a board either, because of how well this deck is built from Ultraman's side, with so many cheap units that continue just kind of matching up toe-to-toe with the developments from Salty Simon as well. And of course, we're seeing the hand for Ultraman much better suited for the late game. You have card draw. You have an elusive blocker with Zap. You have the card draw from Zap himself as well, and you have Disintegrate as kind of this control-y tool.
I'm already convinced that Ultraman may have cracked this archetype. I think people. I believe Cephalopod was the one who shared one of the first players who shared the version that was like really heavy on card draw, because one of the weaknesses any Twisted Fate has as a deck is that it really does run a gas easily, right? So I saw Cephalopod, I believe, NA player, opt to go with like the full, Eye of Nagaporos and Whispered Words lineup. But I feel like we've already seen the results of Ultraman's approach in this matchup, specifically with that Pool Shark forcing that Flame Chompers to, target it. And thus, Ultraman's source of card draw actually gave him board presence to stabilize a little bit better. And that really does make a difference, because a lot of times this deck just dies before it can do its thing, right? Especially if it doesn't pick up the Rain Blue Conservatory early on. So I'm already team Ultraman's.
Mogwai, this goes to show the experience Ultraman has with Runeterra in general, because he was one of the best players with Go Hard, and the early game package being run here is very similar to what Go Hard tried to do. And I'm not surprised. Ultraman said, if this used to work in the past, why can't it work in this new shell, in this new meta? And that seems to be the case.
That Make It Rain is clean. Oh, that Make It Rain feels neat. But completely agree.
Finally, an aphelios is drawn, something to kind of see you into the late game a little bit at the very least. But as we said, this burn being drawn here, the 3 Get Excited being drawn when you don't have kind of the damage already being put in onto the Nexus is not really ideal. Oh no!
That's why he didn't play. Yeah, that's why I didn't play Aphelios there. It's like I know who's coming. I'll take the hit. But I can't have like my last source of value here just get bombed down from the sky. So down goes Aphelios. We do see the Crescendum going to be played immediately. Aphelios, he probably should go for a second spell here to generate that moon weapon. Does get a very good pull there with the ballistic bot. It's going to allow him to enable the moon weapon value to happen much easier. But both players are out of gas.
As removal, forced to kind of change his own game plan, can't really focus on his own win, instead has to play defensive now because of the lead that Riptide Rex has given Ultraman, and because of the lead that he currently has on the board. Look, the attack coming in here. Is there a way to stop this? You have to get excited, you can stop some damage. You're only going to be at 2 HP now once you take this hit. And uh-oh, 2 Blades Edges in hand, exact lethal possible, no healing available outside of the moon weapon from aphelios, but of course you need to get into combat for that. And that's gonna be it. GG. Game 1 goes to Ultraman, showcasing why this build of Anyjin, or Anyjin, I'm on the copium here. Anyjin did not work out. NETF rather. And maybe it will change your mind, Mogwai. You said this deck was not it, but do you think this version might have some legs?
I'm already sold on it. Like, honestly,
that's how quick. That's how easy it is to convince Mogwai to 180 on his opinion.
I gotta say, like, that felt like the biggest thing about this deck. Like, a lot of times you would draw into like those 2 whispered words, all these card draw, but you wouldn't really be able to keep up. And even after all that draw, your spells are so cheap that you can still run out of gas in a dragged out game. So the deck just felt very inconsistent. But with going in on the Fortune Croakers and the Pool Sharks, I do feel like you patch up a lot. And while the deck still has issues, it definitely has proven itself worthy here, as Ultraman is able to get that first win pretty easily against one of the most dominant archetypes that we've seen in this current meta. As we go into game number 2, Salty Simon brings it back, gets that Moonlight Affliction tech on the opening hand again, as Ultraman is going in with his last deck, another deck that has resurged from the beginning of the meta, kind of like disappeared for a while and is here again with a main deck. Is that a main deck shakedown? I believe that is the case, as we're seeing Bard Illaoi. In case you're wondering why these two are combined together, is because the buffs that go onto the tentacles contribute towards Bard's level up.
We're going to see now a bit of a slow hand, but C's voice does come down on curve on turn 3 for Ultraman here. Some Dredger in response, though, from Salty Simon.
I think we always see an attack here from C's voice. It's a good trade onto some Dredger while leaving a chump blocker behind. There's Illaoi on curve for Ultraman, but can also resort to a 4-power Tentacle Smash now, thanks to the C's voice, as we see the "You Been Warned." Honestly, like, mono Bilgewater is pretty cool, and there's a lot of cards here that you never see played, and they're a thing. They're actually a thing.
You go past 30 cards and you're thinking, damn, what do I put into this deck now? It's your time in the spotlight.
You gotta dig deep to the pool. It's like Bilgewater is a good region, but I mean that's what Tentacle Smash really made, like, Bilgewater less of a joke as an Allegiance region. Like, Tentacle Smash, it's seen a lot of play outside of Illaoi decks, actually.
Yeah, it's just a very strong standalone card. We were talking about it in the NETF deck as well. And really, I think Illaoi, not the champion herself, but her package has propped up Bilgewater in ways that many players did not expect coming into this new expansion, to this new season.
Ooh, Shakedown could do things here. Also, You've Been Warned as well. Maybe because the Tentacle Smash is not big enough. It could be after an attack, but they definitely want to be doing something towards this Vi. Right now, I mean, you have a stun anyways. So it's not like Vi is that big of an issue. But this Shakedown, yeah, no, but this is better. Yeah, just targeting that and actually dragging it with Illaoi is better. That Shakedown could lead to a very nasty open attack, though. But they got to build up the Tentacle a little bit with Illaoi first. But this is fantastic. Gonna allow Illaoi to take minimum damage while generating the Tentacle to empower the Smash again, and having access to that stun, that Cosmic Binding, which is a full set in this deck. Makes a lot of sense, though, because as a mono Bilgewater deck, you do struggle with open attacks, and having access to a stun with Bard is really good.
What you really want against Salty Simon's deck is going to be, of course, presence on the board. Having a wide array of blockers to stop, even before Winding Light can come down, to just stop that extra bit of damage that comes in the early game that a lot of decks can't deal with. In this case, it seems like Ultraman is in full control of the board. Gonna maybe take a bit of a loss here onto this Illaoi, but still not really much damage being pushed onto the Nexus.
Can afford to do that because he drew into another Illaoi that also got a buff from the Chime as well. Double Smash here in hand for Ultraman. I would not be surprised to see one of these go down very soon, especially since it will allow them to work for the level up here. There's an item, Nagaporos,
A buff that goes nowhere from the chimes, though, as his hand is filled with spells. Portals goes down, enables a boost at burst speed. That's a thick Croaker, by the way, getting thicker. And now it may be time to go for that attack. There's always the option of the shakedown as well, which would make a lot of sense because it can allow Ultraman to dive in that bird onto the Vi. Can also remove that as well. Yeah.
Will be the shakedown coming down. The trades that are being decided on by Ultraman, able to continue having control of the board and really deciding, exactly what trades he wants to make and what units he wants to take down with him. The Vi in this case being the target. Of course, there are Pale Cascades available for Salty Simon, though.
Very solid attack here for Ultraman. Wants to guarantee the kill onto Vi, playing around Pale Cascade and her tough stat, even though there are a couple of Pale Cascades here for Salty Simon. Salty Simon also having the Moonlight Affliction. Definitely options here for the Swedish player. This Moonlight Affliction getting a tremendous amount of value.
Massive,
here.
yeah. Absolutely massive. Getting the extra stats on the Vi, making her she levels up on the strike. So utilizing Ultraman's combat to instead fulfill Vi's own level up condition. And now she's a real menace. Maybe Ultraman thought, for sure she's dying here. I have my, a 4/4 unit attacking her. Even double click Cascade can't do it. But in this case, Moonlight Affliction cleans that up. And now Vi is a major threat.
And that winding light is scary, especially with that gem generated with the Mountain Goat. They're going to be able to trigger the Nightfall. Down goes the Croaker. Pretty big, impressive Croaker. But man, this is a problem. This leveled up Vi is going to gain +2 power and Overwhelm. And there's a stun for Ultraman. And actually, that stun can do a lot. Drew into a Dustbringer, though, which is even better here. But yeah, he knows this winding light is coming. And down goes the Tentacle Smash. He has to keep the rest of the mana open, though, for that Cosmic Binding, which will still be able to clear one of these 1 health units after the boost because it's only a +1 health boost from the Winding Light. So this Cosmic Binding will be able to clear probably the Mountain Goat and stun the Vi. So it's doing a lot.
Of course, the Tentacle Smash there, targeting the 2/1 to make sure you get that 2-for-1 trade, essentially killing off a unit from your opponent's side of the board, reducing the value of the potential Winding Light that I think is kind of telegraphed to come down, and also having still a blocker available with the Tentacle surviving with a 3/1 stat line.
Cosmic Binding, absolute MVP right here. Not sure why they targeted the Boom Baboon instead of the Mountain Goat here. That's a bit strange. Because it has vulnerable, right? But still, you get a free gem off of it. Gonna take not that big of a hit, and this Fortune Croaker went to the gym and is able to trade into that Winding Light right there, reducing Salty Simon's board significantly. But that Vi is still alive and just needs another Overwhelm proc to just completely obliterate Ultraman here. So we're gonna see what happens. A big prayer goes down, getting that Tentacle up to 7/5, but down goes the Solari Sunhawk, gonna shut that down. Not Illaoi though. Illaoi still representing a really strong hit here, and these Tentacle Smashes also very threatening. Yeah, Illaoi going down. Oh, okay. Wants damage and wants to preserve the Illaoi as well. So that's
really think this through because the Vi's effect next turn, if she's able to even strike, that's a lot of damage on the Nexus. You have Mystic Shot in hand, only 8 HP on the Nexus for Ultraman, so he's in a vulnerable position going to the next turn for sure.
Yeah, because going for the Tentacle Smash means you lose your Tentacle as well, which is it's a problem. This is a huge problem. Like Ultraman doesn't have the angle here. Like he loses this Illaoi and he's really vulnerable. He's actually. Because that would, like, he needs to level up Illaoi beforehand. Which means that this Vi just comes in and just deals a lot of damage. But right now, we have Mystic Shock and the Vi, but double Flame Chomper in hand. We could see him just play these Flame Chompers from hand and just go for a crazy attack here. I'm gonna go for the Pale Cascade onto... Ooh, okay, that's good. That's really good.
Goes for the Mystic Shot before the attack can actually lock in.
It's huge.
Heads up play from Salty Simon, and yeah, it just seems like Ultraman is just a little bit too behind in terms of the board control now after this Vi was able to level up, after she was able to become a pretty major threat in these last few turns.
What's really unfortunate is that this Illaoi was so close to leveling up, but just not quite able to. If she were, like, she would have gained that health buff as well, and all of a sudden the tides would be in Ultraman's favor. But now the Flame Chomper goes down, and we're looking at a pretty nasty hit here. Chimes proccing, gonna go for the Poro Cannon, gonna get another blocker there. Man, so close to that lethal. Right now, lethal is available for Salty Simon, but not after the smash goes down. Man, they had it with the double Poro and the Pale Cascade. They had it. They're just fishing. A winding light here would be brutal. Not quite what you want right there.
Doesn't have a discard activator either for this Boom Baboon. This is a big tentacle. You are able to go a little bit wide, but do you go wide enough here? Do you have enough stats to actually push you to lethal? Having used that Mystic Shot.
You're one off. You need to top
having used that Mystic Shot last turn on killing off that unit instead of having it go face. Of course, you have one less blocker on this turn, so I think it was still worth it. But now just hoping for burn really on Simon's side in this next top tech.
Yeah, there's no point in like using that gem because you still leave them like all your source of damage still deals at least 2, right? So you may as well preserve it in hand to be able to discard it or whatever. And now it comes down. I mean, it comes down. Oh, that Illaoi top thing. Okay, now they need an answer.
This is massive.
Aphelios, but no, he comes in too late.
He's not going to have enough time to actually cycle through the moon weapons to actually get that Gravidom.
Ultraman gonna close this down, gonna take down the prior seasonal champion, and gonna be able to win 2-0 to advance to the top 8. The quarterfinals are here for Ultraman if he does things right. Right now, Salty Simon did draw into a potential answer, but because he's playing, it's not his turn, it's not his attack token turn, he just does not have enough time.
And of course, we have full information. We have the caster vision. We know exactly what possibilities there are. But Ultraman is sweating right now, thinking, does he have any kind of burn? Because if he does, it's game over, and I can't do absolutely anything about it.
Down goes Aphelios, but this Illaoi is just gonna be way too big. 18 power.
This is what the tentacle has been building up towards. This attack. The opponent has surrendered. Salty Simon, as you mentioned, is out of contention for the repeat win in this seasonal, having won it 2 seasonals ago. And Ultraman is still in the, on the right track to maybe finally culminating his fantastic career in Runeterra with a seasonal win of his own. Now into the quarterfinals, we're already into the top 8 after this win from Ultraman. We still have more games and more matchups to resolve for this round 2. But Magua, it's always, it always surprises me so much when we're going to the top 8. We're like, really? We're already going down from 32 to 8 players in just 2 rounds?
That was so impressive by Ultraman. Like he was facing such a strong opponent, and he won with Annie Twist of Fate, a deck that I just completely wrote off. And then he brings this mono Bilgewater Illaoi. We see Cosmic Binding putting in the absolute massive work, facing off against a very scary archetype that has more than proven itself in this meta at this point, and is able to just overcome and take down this super strong opponent 2-0. And just continue that streak. Really intrigued to see how far that variant of Annie Twist of Fate can go, and also really eager to witness Heimerdinger action as well with Jace. I'm a big fan of that deck.
Yeah, banned twice now. We haven't been able to see it on stream. Hopefully, it gets a chance to actually get showcased and show why this deck has become so strong. Started off as kind of like a stats idea where it was doing very well and players like, oh, I'll try it out, and now has definitely become a staple of the meta and is respected, and we're seeing it here banned very often in the top 32 in the final tournament of the season, kind of the culmination. But I see we're gonna have, I think, still more games to go. There was a very quick 2-0 in this round 2 between Ultraman and Salty Simon. Still very early in this round, nowhere close to the timer cutoff time of 1 hour, so we're ready to hopefully jump into a match. A lot of great matchups in this round 2. We had to go with Ultraman and Salty Simon for, I think, obvious reasons, but Thomas versus Spikes, I believe, was one other matchup that we had. Red Winter is still in contention, our last seasonal champion, hoping to get the back-to-back, which I think, obviously no one has ever done in EMEA.
Yeah,
or
no,
in America.
or anywhere, right? Like
Maybe in Asia, I believe. Maybe Pimping Ho has been able to do it. Maybe not back to back, but definitely multiple times.
Mhm. Well, for Europe, that would definitely be a first, but that was a really fast-paced series. Ultraman with a very solid streak, continuing his run, and now we're gonna be getting ready for another game that we have in mind with our eyes on, which is Thomas versus Spikes. We're gonna be venturing into that one very shortly. Thomas is also a prior seasonal champion. So a lot of big names today, as usual with these seasonal tournaments.
You would think, Mogwai, with card games, with variants, surely it's just luck to get here, but it just so happens that every time we go into these seasonal tournaments, the past winners are always in this top 32, are almost always here. We have so many players that are so consistent and making it every single time. Missing some big names in this one, like Badge Attack, for example, 32 Vamos
as well. Yeah. Like,
but still a lot of big names and always
great.
just
I think it's actually really like it's particularly impressive in this iteration because this metagame is very. There's a lot going on, but there's nothing that's particularly dominant. I believe every deck has weaknesses, and nothing feels like it's too ahead of the curve compared to everything else. In fact, we saw a lot of people discussing about Azir Irelia being back into the mix and being super prevalent, but I haven't seen a single Azir Irelia in the qualifiers or anything like that.
I believe Yamato was playing it in the Asian tournament. I'm not sure if he won or if he got top 4 before us here, but he was actually playing in his lineup. Surprisingly, I was like, wow, really?
I wonder if there's anyone playing that today. Maybe somebody has that in the mix. So there is actually there are several players.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely
it's a very diverse meta, and it's hard to crack. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be really interesting to see which lineup succeeds today. As here we go, ladies and gentlemen, we got England's Spikes versus Czechia's Thomas O. And
your dream comes true, Mogwai.
Yeah,
Heimerdinger
Scouts. All right.
It's going to be a 1-0 lead for Thomas. Thomas, of course, as you mentioned, past seasonal winner, part of the Czech Dream Team from that very first Masters Europe, where these players, Thomas and Badge Attack, were fairly unknown compared to Pokervac. And now, 2 years later, it's a whole different story. Both of them having, won seasonals and been just fantastic players in the EMEA scene the last 2 years. Thomas prepared with Swedish player Aaron. He's been his prep partner for pretty much these first 6 months of this year. They've been prepping together. I'm not sure how that ended up happening initially, but it's a very close-knit prep group. 2 fantastic players. They both qualified to this top 32. I'm not sure if Aaron is still alive in the tournament. He might have been eliminated already, but still, great showing from them and great to see Thomas, of course, on the big stage once again.
Aaron did go down to Boki round 1.
Tough opponent.
Yeah, I mean, Boki has been on fire lately, and I'm really intrigued to see if he's bringing Ashe again to the top 32. Like we mentioned at the beginning, like it's gonna be more common for players to recycle their lineups from the qualifiers because there's only 1 day, right, for prep in between events this time around. But right off the bat, we see a very uneventful turn 1 here, as I believe. We're going to see a pass from the Spikes. Thomas does not develop anything, not wanting to play into all the sources of removal that this is very interesting, right? Because Heimerdinger, Jace, like they do want to play Production Surge on 3. They want to carry over their Spellman, but they have access to Thermogenic Beam, Mystic Shot, a bunch of threats that are really useful at shutting down a turn to Duran Sculpture, which is what Thomas wants to develop here. Because he does have Sharp Sight in hand, now developing his win condition with a little bit of defense here in Misfortune. The funny thing about Misfortune here is that there's triple top turret. Like he's got the army to combat her skill right here. As down goes Misfortune turn 3, Thomas with a couple of Spellman advantage here over Spikes, and it's gonna be a very interesting turn because it could lead off with the Petricite Broadwing. Because of the nerf, this card has to go down first now to get the challenger this round. And there it is. The handler is down, Panda, and that is a lot of stats.
Seeing the bans there, Thralls did end up getting banned on the side of
Is that
Spikes.
Darkness?
I believe from the region combination it should be.
Nutty?
But I don't see it in that. I think it might just be a visual mistake there. I think it was the renekton action that was banned actually from Thomas's lineup. But as you mentioned, Mogwai on the board right now. I mean, this is just such a nightmare for a Scouts player, for Thomas. The start of the game, usually you're used to seeing a very explosive start, flooding the board with cheap units, able to utilize the Scouts keyword, and just trying to level up Misfortune as quickly as possible to make her the almost unstoppable win condition, of course. Against a deck like Jace Heimer that has so much control options and has 3-2 tough turrets, it becomes so much more difficult to have any kind of board presence.
It's so funny how so much better this is than, because an option, like a possibility is like that you pull the 6-mana elusive turret with production surge, and that would have been easily shut down by a sharp sight, but instead we have triple tough turrets here
that
match up so well.
The Rand Sculptor coming down, that's also a nightmare to deal with, plus 3 health on any unit you play after that.
Yeah, but this Heimer thing is going to put in the work, and this Aftershock is also able to eliminate Misfortune, forcing the sharp sight out of Thomas here. So it's pretty decent, but it does also stop Heimerdinger from going down. But we do see that flash of brilliance in hand, which will make up for the lack of tempo early on. And I feel like Spikes is going to be able to defend quite well here, especially considering, this Misfortune is just like, Spikes is just like, get this out of the board. I don't want to deal with it. I don't care if I miss out on some good old turret value. I want this champion gone right before the Ranger's Resolve is drawn there for Thomas. That's gotta feel good, especially because that would have been a great way to protect it alongside the +1/+1 boost from this potential incoming Genevieve. But now we may see a third sculpture into the Sergeant instead. By the way, that deck is not Darkness, what we mentioned earlier, but it is Trundle Tryndamere. It is Field of Rush. So another Shadow Owl Slower. Spike's going with a bit of a more control-y lineup here, it seems. Oof, this second handler though. Damn, this board for Spikes is so powerful.
On the side of Thomas as well, I think he's properly adapted to the matchup and said, hey, I can't just win with a kind of the more wimpy, small, and aggressive Scouts game plan. Instead, I have to go maybe a bit higher up the mana curve, have to go for a more longer-lasting value kind of board, and we're seeing it here with maybe For Demacia being that option. Yeah,
For Demacia, definitely very powerful card in Scouts. But more so because of when you combine it with Scout units. Right now, even though we have a full-on spread-out board state for Thomas, there's no Scouts. So you don't really get that extra value out of the boost, and I feel like that's something that you need right now. You don't want to be forced to use For Demacia defensively, but I feel like, this board is just getting out of hand, and Thomas is he's also not healthy. Like, he's at 11 health, almost halfway down, and he's going to need to block here. So we may see him forced to use For Demacia here and try to see if the Genevieve is... Yeah, one of these two has to go down. Some sort of buff needs to happen, but this is a brutal turn here for Thomas.
Yeah, not many units that can actually trade into these turrets because of the tough, especially the keyword here, so massive against Misfortune earlier in the game, now as well for these combat trades. And Scouts is a deck that, lives and dies by their board. The moment their board goes down, the moment the hand starts depleting when you go into the late game, they don't really have a clear-cut way of refueling, of getting back into the game. And that's what Spikes is aiming for here, just taking control of the board, forcing trades, just because Thomas has to stay alive. He's at 11 HP already.
I really like this Ranger's Resolve, though. This Ranger's Resolve alongside the Genevieve buff allows him... He has some really decent blocks here, actually. With Ranger's Resolve, you can get that Grand Sculpture onto the 5/3 and preserve her. Yeah, exactly. And then you go with the Genevieve onto the Hex deck and the Handler, or with the 4/7. That is safer, actually, because you value the Genevieve body more. Now you go for the Ranger's Resolve. You can trade... you can put that there. And you miss out on clearing one of these tough turrets, but for the most part, you get a pretty decent trade here. And then you drop down that For Demacia at the beginning of the next round, having lost no board presence whatsoever, except for stats. Yeah, like these blocks are just great. But this toughness is going to be really clutch here for Spikes as well. But this combo right here allows for a pretty good trade for Thomas.
Giving him some of his own medicine, really. You had the tough on these turrets. You were thinking, damn, I'm looking so good for the combat trades, but all of a sudden Ranger's Resolve is played, and it's, the opposite now being the case, as you mentioned. All these trades now going in favor. Vile Feast can't do anything as well. The drain effect will not go through the tough, of course, on any of these units. And this next turn is set up for a very big attack with for Demacia.
Scary, Panda. All of a sudden, like, this was looking really strong for Spikes, but his board has been depleted. Needs to drop this Vile Feast. Is not going to find any value. Going to ping his own Heimer for the health gain. Because he needs it. Because they're coming. But this Vile Feast is a lot. Like, giving him 2 chump blockers just like that. Oh, that stop that go.
Oh, no.
Whoa.
And the perfect EU math as well. It has exactly enough mana for Demacia and the rally effect after the fact. There isn't enough mana on the side of Spikes for both Vengeance and the Drain effect as well here, the Piercing Darkness. So it's going to be tough.
Gonna have to go for the Vengeance. I mean, going for the Vengeance on the Scout unit is really clutch, though. That's definitely gonna take a lot of power out of his hit here. But this is as good as it's gonna get for Thomas. Like, it is exactly what he needed. Like, he needs to swing hard. The problem is, like, even after this boost, like, these turns that he got from that production surge, that 4 power is so clutch here. Like, it just really, he's just shut down. Like, it could not have gotten any better for Thomas with these late draws here. Like, this is exactly what he needed to do, but it's just not enough to break through Heimerdinger's just very large brain. Like, it's just able to just shut him down here. The power of science.
And these 4-1, the 4-1 stat line just perfect at, making these Duran soldiers sit back and not be able to attack, not really able to get the full swing benefit from this big attack, and then the next one with Golden Aegis as well. So the turn looked scarier, of course, with Genevieve online and available now that she has died. Not really maybe as threatening or as game-ending as we expected, and still, of course, Spikes 20 HP. So extremely healthy, is has the possibility to take damage and kind of forgo some less valuable trades as well.
Here we go. Here we go. The blocks are set. And man, this MK2, absolute MVP of the match. Triple MK2 turret with
that's what we were talking about with
search and just
with scouts running out of fuel. What do you do next turn? You're again very reliant on your top deck. We've seen situations so many times before with Demacia decks that don't really have access to card draw. That's the big weakness that Demacia has as a region, really, or at least one of them. And we're seeing it here, doubling up on Golden Aegis. You don't have the board to capitalize on these spells, whereas Spike still has a Jace and still has a chance to find something like a Shock Blast or Vengeance.
Oh, Shock Blast so good here.
I think we have something on that case.
Shock Blast is way too good here.
That's come a long way from a flying stone bird.
Yeah, I just don't care about this Broadwing. You Shock Blast these 2 Duran Sculptures. Yep. You remove those blockers. You get that 6-1, actually 7-2. Should be a 7-2 turret. It's no, much bigger actually because it's double handed 9. Yeah, it should be 9 power exactly. Yeah.
Elusive as well. No sharp sight in sight. No pun intended. 11 HP on the Nexus.
Honestly, you just play the other 3-drop there. You get the 0 mana thermogenic beam to pull off a challenger if you need to. That challenger is gonna be 3 power. That was full on Heimer just taking control.
And the last deck remaining, a Spikes Classic, one of the most prominent Freljord Shadow Isles control players throughout the entirety of Runeterra's history, was one of the most prominent players with the Watcher as well when Lissandra first came out, and that became the Freljord control deck of choice paired with Shadow Isles, and now is back on, well, just a classic one, and Spikes has so much experience with this deck. He's really a scary pilot.
I was about to say, like, this matchup is a classic, and we see the inspiring light. You know what, Panda? You know what? I'm gonna take credit for that one. I played
as you always do, Mongwai. To no one's surprise.
Inspiring Light Scouts, and nobody was playing that. Okay. I invented it.
We'll give this one to you.
Oh man. But fantastic card for Scouts. It's essentially like a mini Fort Demacia. Once you spread out your board, the impact, I don't know like what the standard, like when I was trying it out, I was running a full set of it, but I know it differs. Some players play 3, some play 2. We haven't seen it drawn from Thomas up until now, so maybe I can't just take a look at his list actually. and see just how many inspiring lights they're playing. But a new addition to the archetype that actually does quite a bit. And it's just the one-off in this deck, though. That's why
I'm
we
looking at
haven't
the kind of the funny aspect of this matchup. We could be in any single seasonal tournament that we've had in Runeterra's history, and you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know exactly. I mean, there are some new cards, of course, but scouts and
that's what you said earlier, like the classic. It's a this is a classic matchup. This is as classic as it gets.
We've seen it so many times before. Of course, you have the big board-wide clears with Avalanche. That is really kind of the bane of Scout's existence. But things like Range of Resolve, it is in hand, are one of the cards that really help Scouts in this matchup tremendously. So great for Thomas to have it in hand here.
He does have Faces of the Old Ones, but now he's drawn into something. But before that, he was not beholding anything that would enable the ramp from the 2-drop right there, which is arguably not that good in this matchup, especially after you've seen a Broadwing go down. Not really what you want to go for here. Down goes the Avalanche, though. This Avalanche does not feel great, but you got to start stacking these effects here. Gonna take power from the Broadwing as well. I'm gonna be threatening to remove that Drain Sculpture. Will the Range of Resolve go down now? It will. We may see an Inspiring Light would be amazing here, actually. Inspiring Light is looking very, inspiring.
Yikes. And this is the reason why Range of Resolve is so strong in this matchup. Not just that, but having the sharp side backup as well. You're able to play on Misfortune and feel like you're pretty safe. You know this board is going to survive. You know at least Misfortune is going to survive. And that is going to make it, a little bit scary for Spikes. He has to start thinking about, what happens if Misfortune gets out of control, if there's enough, spells to actually support her and keep her on the board.
Yeah, down it goes. This Iceville Archer is also not that great. It takes a little bit of power out of this hit, but it just succumbs to the Broadwing and Misfortune's skill without having the chance to actually trade into her or anything. So this is a huge hit that drops Spikes down to 8. There's a lot of healing in his hand, but he needs for Thomas to stop drawing into the Range of Resolves. That's for one. Down goes Trundle.
And it's still going to be a wide board to deal with on this next turn as well. You're going to have the chance for Withering Wail to hit the Valor at the very least. But even then, you have Sharpsight that can actually stop that on the next turn. So we'll see. We'll see if Spikes is going to have the right tools. Going to have a lot of drain effects, a lot of healing available, but maybe not enough board control in terms of Withering Wails only doing 1 damage to each of these units.
I think he's going to pass this spell mana. He has 8 plus the 2 next round, which means he's going to have a total of 10, which enables double Withering Wail, and I believe that's what he's going to have to go for here, especially since the Duran Sculpture is going to be putting every 1 health unit out of Wail range with her ability. So chaining both of them, going up to 14 health, dealing with a few bodies on the board, at least like a 40% of the board state here goes down to that. I think that is just the optimal play to go for. Free attack here with a regen from Trundle, getting a little bit of damage in there, which does matter, especially because you got Atrocity in the mix. But now it's definitely a double Withering Wail turn. Like there's just no other way around it.
Even then, there is going to be the backup of Sharpsight. If you want to get at least one of those trades in your favor, at least one of these units that will still connect and will still deal damage. And of course, only 8 damage on Nexus, so it is a dangerous territory, even with the heals on Spikes' side, especially when you know you have this Golden Aegis, the chance to rally on the board that is left over after the attack comes through.
We may see like something that would really hurt Spikes here, low key, is a Bryce Theo Protector onto the Valor. That would do a lot, actually. I'm still enabling the Golden Aegis, but we're gonna see an open attack from Thomas instead, not wanting to open himself up to another Avalanche, for example. That doesn't have the ability to see his opponent hands like we do. So this is definitely the play to go for. But I think double Withering Wail. We may see Withering Wail and Vile Feast instead, preserving an Iceville Archer as backup for a rally. That could also be a line of play gone here. But the moment he commits, like this, what this open attack does is it prevents the Ice Pillar from going down this round.
Yeah, I think overall, just in general, against a deck like this one, with 8 mana available,
it is going to be double Withering Wail, though, it seems. Oof, no, okay.
And I don't think that'll be enough to deal with the plan that Thomas has for this turn if it is going to be double Withering Wail.
this sharp side is also like brutal. Like this sharp side may just win the game, because if he doesn't commit double withering whale, like double withering whale just enables the health gain as well. Like he needs that 6 health.
Looks like he wants to have the archer available if there's a rally effect. That's the idea here for spikes. But of course, it's going to be a tough combination of cards to beat on Thomas's side.
Just tricky. This is a very, very, very tricky turn. Double whale is acceptable to that, but it guarantees the most health gain.
It is double whale, as we were talking about. This is, of course, the do or die moment, maybe for Spikes, defending his chances at advancing to the top 8. It's 1-1 in the series, and commits the withering whales. And Thomas has a perfect answer. Sharp sight can save one of these units, keep the attack on to the Nexus, and that might just be GG, especially with Golden Aegis as the backup, and no mana whatsoever left for Spikes to defend.
Like, I think sharp sight, on either Durand or even the Valor works there. But this is that's pretty much it. Like you're dealing so much more damage with the sharp sight onto that. Dropping him down to 2. Golden Aegis happens. You have 3 attacker versus 2 blockers, and ladies and gentlemen, that is the game. Thomas will advance to the quarterfinals, defeating England's Spikes with a very, very tight best of 3 series, and is able to capitalize on a pretty strong matchup. You know, we say it's a classic. Scouts has done pretty well against Shadow Owl's freljord base control in the past because of the threat of Rally, right? Rally is very strong against that deck that can potentially match up your tempo with their AoE, but definitely don't deal well with multiple attacks right there. So very nice lineup by our prior seasonal champion.
A classic matchup in terms of decks, but also in terms of players. Just 2 big names. A tough matchup for Thomas for sure in trying to continue his run in the seasonal tournament. Now, one of our previous champions is still in contention for the title. Thomas now making it into the top 8 and trying to defend that check banner in this the culmination of this season's tournament play and competitive play for Runeterra in EMEA. We might also have Red Winter still alive. We can check the bracket out to see if our past seasonal champion, just last seasonal, maybe is also trying to go for not just a second win, but the back-to-back, something we've never seen, of course, done in EMEA, and would be a truly massive accomplishment if he's able to do it. So we're going to check out if we can get the bracket for just the updates to see what exactly the top 8 look like. But I've heard where we still have a 3rd game ready for us, Mog. We're being spoiled.
Yeah, I think Red Winter and Sokoya are still in game. According to the bracket that I have here, they're 1-1. So we may be... it'd be pretty cool. We may be venturing into that one there, as we got some updates that we'll share after about how this bracket is progressing. But ultimately, like I said, cutthroat event, man. Like a lot of big names going down, and a lot of matchups that it's kind of sad that we didn't get to see. But this quarterfinals is lining up very nicely, and I'm already looking at a very spicy quarterfinal matchup down there in the bottom right bracket.
Don't spoil anything, Mama. We'll get there. We'll get to the bracket. The usual ask is for our viewers to follow along with the storyline and the narrative you're trying to push us through here as well. But first and foremost, the last match we'll be seeing for this round 2. The last match.
And it's not Spikes and Thomas again. They're not evil twins, ladies and gentlemen. This is just our what a match! Wow.
Sokoi able to win it. It looks like there. We're seeing the visuals now. That means that Red Winter has been eliminated from this tournament, and now I think it's only Thomas as a previous winner that still is in contention in the top 8. Sokoi, also a player that has done quite well in the past few months, and Fight Night as well, a name from France that has popped up and definitely has defended himself in the top stage of competition. And we're seeing the results here as well. Defeating Red Winter, defeating the previous champion, has to be a great morale boost as well. Coming into this tournament, you defeat the reigning champion right now, the guy that doesn't actually have a trophy, but at least at home he has the idea of being the champion, and defeating him I think is great for Sokoi's confidence going to the top 8.
I'm very surprised that you managed to speak for like a minute in a match that was 5 seconds.
The narratives are important, a reigning champion is a big deal.
I was like, okay, how are we gonna handle this post-match analysis? But you got us covered. Yeah,
we did see Silver Auction, which is a deck that we haven't seen yet on broadcast.
excited
For
to
a
see
brief
that.
second, like you mentioned, 5 seconds only, but maybe we'll see more of it if we see Sequoia in the future.
Yeah, as you said, Red Winter, the prior seasonal champion, that back-to-back title, it ain't happening. Not today, as he succumbs to LF Sequoia, or LFR. It's very small for me. But basically, Sequoia defeats the prior champion there, advances to the quarterfinals. As we see Boki and Ultraman there, very exciting matchup there at the bottom right bracket. Mike Check is going to be facing off against Thomas O in the other quarterfinals, and Broken Ball, who we're hyping up quite a bit, has actually fallen in the second round to at least. I need to actually enhance this a bit.
At least
I got what is effect?
This is a player we haven't seen in a major tournament yet. So great to see new names also popping up in seasonal tournaments. One of the big names is Kurashi. We haven't talked about it too much before. He is also a previous Masters Europe winner with Germany in that team with Teddy and with Kobachi so many months ago now at this point. But definitely a player that knows what it feels like to win. That knows what it feels like to be among the best players in Europe, that has already that confidence in saying, I've done it before. Why can't I do it again in a tournament like this one? And is already in the top 8.
Yeah, we got a Europe Masters German veteran here in Karachi facing off against a half glass full kind of guy with at least I got Thex going off in the first bracket. At least got Thex defeated one of the favorites in Broken Balls in the second round, which now I'm very intrigued to see what lineup they got going in as one of the newcomers taking down one of the veterans. Always, part of the tale with these seasonal events, right? We got a mix of established players, and then we got some newcomers that always surprise us. So we got another, a quarterfinals that's quite a nice mix of this. We got a lot of established names, though. We got Mike Check, Thomas, Boki, Ultraman. But then we got Pook Pook and Sokoi in a quarterfinal. Definitely two names that are lesser known. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're laughing. Pook Pook.
Yeah, this is like the Waka Waka of this tournament now. Yeah. The same naming convention here from All Right to Enjoy. But I think also something to notice is maybe we're hoping for some fresh decks. We talked about Azarelia being prevalent in some lineups. We saw Silver Akshan, a mainstay tournament deck. We saw the very tail end there where Sequoia has it in his lineup. So hopefully we get to see also some new decks coming into this top 8 alongside these new players as well. We are ready for a break though, Mogwai. We are ready to take a bit of rest. Not much though, because round 3 is coming up. Top 8 is coming up in just a few minutes. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Runeterra action.
Here is. Let's use all the colors. Your own mischief.
Surrender to the melody. You should stay. My fans will be here soon. Relax.
There's always room for supper.
Welcome back, folks, to the Worldwalker seasonal tournament for Legends of Runeterra. I'm Mogwai. And
I'm Panda.
Hi.
I can do my own introductions. Thank you, Mogwai. I'm a grown adult that can take care of his own instructions.
Bro,
you don't believe me.
Long way.
But it was my birthday last week, Mogwai. 28. I think that's enough years on planet Earth to be able to introduce myself to our viewers. No?
Happy belated birthday, by the way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Did actually miss giving me a birthday, so that's, terrible friend here. Terrible.
But you know what's not terrible? Check out the segue. Today's matchup, ladies and gentlemen, we have our quarterfinals ready, and we got a spicy matchup here from outside of the bracket that we haven't really covered up until now. It is going to be Puck. What?
Both parts of the word are spelled exactly the same. Why do you pronounce them differently, Mogwai? You have a real problem, please.
I don't know what happened. Puck here versus Sokoi, which is represents, like I said, a portion of the bracket. The one that Red Winter was in. Red Winter actually lost to Sokoi, and Sokoi has a really spicy lineup that we want to share with you all. As the rest of the quarterfinals, we got the matchups right here. We got Karashi versus At Least I Got the CS. Panda says that it's like the minions that you kill in like League of Legends, like the creep things. I don't know. Correct us if not on chat. Thank you. Mike Check versus Thomas O, very veteran lineup right there. We got Mike Check was representing Germany,
Turkey.
right?
Turkey.
Oh, Turkey. And Thomas is representing Czechia right there. Yeah, true. And then Boki and Ultraman. That's another matchup that we wanted to showcase, but we've already showcased Ultraman, and we have to move to other parts of the bracket. But very stacked quarterfinals here for today's EMEA seasonal tournament, as we're going to be looking into, like we mentioned, Puck versus Sokoi, because while Puck has a more of a standard lineup going on, Sokoi has a really interesting all-in Demacia strategy that kind of like reminds me of UCAN Protein's all-in freljord tactic that eventually succumbed to Boki in the second round of today's event. So let's take a look at these decks and see the spice within. As we're going to talk about Sokoi's lineup first. This is the spice that I'm talking about, all in Demacia, but not just regular Demacia decks. We got Lux Jace right off the bat,
and that's the most interesting one, I think, out of this lineup. We saw a bit of Sivir Akshan at the end of that last round. We caught that very, last 5 seconds of that round, of that game 3. It's a deck we've seen a lot in tournaments, of course. Illaoi, Jarvan, a deck we haven't seen so much in the past, but has been a staple, I think, of the meta, has definitely been prevalent. But this exact version of Lux Jace is very interesting. Mogwai has, I think, a fan favorite card in Judgment, a card that is, one of the most blowout cards that you can imagine in the right situation. Exactly.
Gotta respect it. Like just having it as a one-off. Exactly. Yeah, it's huge.
The threat level is massive, and just opening the deck list, seeing what card you have to play around, and thinking, damn, this is going to make the end game very, very difficult. It's going to create these fork situations that really make you have to choose one or the other in terms of what you're playing around and what your game plan's going to be in that late game.
Absolutely love seeing these decks run main decked aftershocks now. These several different PNZ variants that are more reactive, resorting to this card that before, more often than not, would just see slots in like aggro decks because of the fact that it could go face, right? But now aftershock, truly a more of a control tool that got buffed recently, and it's actually pretty good, just dealing 3 damage for 3 mana without any prior requirements. That can potentially eliminate a landmark as well. We see that as a one-off alongside a couple of copies of the Piltovan Tellstones here in Sokoi's Lux Jace deck. The one-off of Judgment that we mentioned, a one-off of Albus Pharaohs, I'm excited to see too. And Mage Seeker Persuader, we haven't seen that one in a minute, and I am hyped for that 2-drop. You ain't got no alibi. As we move on to these other 2 legs, we can talk a little bit about these this Akshan Sivir, with the one-off of Quicksand. We got the Shuriman Tellstones, Panda, as a 2-of right there. I don't think I've ever seen that in an Akshan Sivir deck.
It is, yeah, very interesting. And as you mentioned, Mogwai, going back to, we talked about, the Brightstone Protector missing in that Demacia list earlier on. This is a deck that maybe still wants to have that resilience because the barrier is that much more important in terms of the game, in terms of controlling the board as well. You're not just going purely into stats, you're looking at keywords as well and looking at these great value trades when you have challengers, for example. So still 3 copies being run here, and I think that goes to show that this card isn't dead. The nerf was maybe big, and I think, definitely warranted over, how much of a staple this card has been in the past. But I think it's in a sweet spot where it's still being played in some decks. It's just not, 100% put into every single Demacia list.
Pook. I don't know why that avatar, with the what's the name of that guy? It's pretty fitting.
Grandfather removal.
You know why I like this name? It reminds me of Poot from The Wire, or I think it was just Poot actually. Yeah. Here we got the Pook with the more standard. We got like a 1 second of a glimpse on that. I think we rambled quite a bit of the Circle lineup there. But
we rambled. I think you rambled. Don't include me.
50-50. So yeah, we got a Pook here with a pretty standard deck that we've seen quite a bit as of today with the Winding Light PNZ. But I like his champion distribution, going in with 2 copies of Viktor and a one-off of Vi and a full set of aphelios. I think that's my personal favorite champion distribution for this specific lineup, as the Forge Chief comes down, trades with his on-night Yuking, allowing Sukhoi to... We've seen this happen... This is the second time this happens today, actually. Both players drop a 1-drop, but one of the 2 players is able to preserve that mana, and that is thanks to the Forge Chief's ability, which is very crucial for a deck like any deck that plays Jace and wants to be playing 6 mana spells, because now you get to call on the workers posthumously and get that assembly line in there with that back-to-back, these Fawns guys. Really just like, hey, and they're here, and now Pook has the ability to spin aphelios with Poro Cannon if he wants to, but he has to discard a real card, and that never feels great.
We see, of course, Winding Light already in the hand here for Pook. Let's look at the bans, though, very quickly. We're seeing the Bard Ahri has been banned for, I believe it was Pook that was running that, and it will be the Akshan Sivir being banned on the side of Sukhoi.
Yeah, these bans make sense. Akshan Sivir looks pretty menacing and can definitely has pretty decent. I think it has a pretty decent matchup. It's just something like Aphelios, Winding Light. As down goes the Poro Cannon. They do find a card to discard with it, and now Aphelios can be enabled with 2 spell mana, or just 2 mana, to open up the door for that Moon weapon that already has a target. As Calibrum is picked up. There's 4 mana there for Sukhoi. There's several options available here. Obviously, can always develop the Jace. Could go Broadwing into Pharaoh's Financer. Or could just drop the Aftershock to try to remove this Aphelio, which I think may be the play we end up seeing. Because Aphelios is such a threat that you want to get rid of it as early as possible.
Mm-hmm. And definitely just...
Cascade is scary. Sorry.
Control the Aphelios as a threat, but also just control the board. Obviously, there isn't caster vision from Sukhoi, but he has to expect turn 7. The play that really this whole deck revolves around is going to be that Winding Light coming down. If you're able to mitigate the amount of units that are on this board that have been developed once that turn comes around, you're able to really stop the entirety of the game plan for this deck from Pook.
Yeah, Sukhoi was really thinking about that Pale Cascade there. It was definitely scary. Pale Cascade would have given a lot of momentum for Pook, but he did not end up having it, and that relieves a lot of pressure for Sukhoi. Sukhoi can now easily just set up a Lux next round, get a free attack off with it thanks to the barrier, or maybe even just set up the Jace with a Challenger and remove the Flame Chomper is also a viable game plan.
If you want to control the board, if you want to have kind of this, and again, Lux can come down the next turn with a barrier and stop and be like kind of a defensive tool more than pushing damage on this turn, which is not really what Sukhoi wants to do with this deck. He's not really trying to rush the opponent down. It's more just controlling the game. He has that great top end with spells like Judgment, for example.
Yeah, no, that I definitely agree. That makes a lot of sense. Also, dropping the Jace turns the other Jace into but we're going broad. Okay, that's interesting. Because playing the Jace there allows you to turn the other Jace into a Shock Blast, which can be pretty good here, preventing a Winding Light from getting the value. But instead, we're going to see them go double 2-drop, trying to essentially fight a little bit the spread out board state.
Where did you see a card? And Pharaoh's Financier got nerfed, but still seeing play. That's definitely a good sign that the nerf was good. It was the little stat debuff is also, it was, relevant, but still the card isn't dead. Like Resto Protector, it's still being played in the archetypes that really, can highlight its strengths, basically.
Yeah, this attack makes a lot of sense as well, as Sokoi does want this exchange to happen, since that takes away power from the Winding Light. But we still see a lot of flying Poros, and only 6 mana next round though. So this Winding Light, if they have drawn into a Dustbringer, there would be a big threat going on here. Well, a bit late to the party, unfortunately. This is huge. This is huge for Sokoi. Not having to deal with a big Winding Light attack here, giving them some time to just develop this Lux.
Especially for a deck like this, but especially for a hand like this, where you're going to get that extra 2 turns essentially until the next stack token. You're able to develop, your 2 massive champions. But Sunburst is so big here, able to perfectly counter this barrier.
Yeah, not even the Sharp Sight will save Lux, as he will be silenced before anything due to the Daybreak effect.
We learned that at Worlds thanks to some very educational Brazilian players teaching us how Sunburst works in a big tournament. You don't remember, do you remember, Mogwai? That was a big moment.
Here.
No? There was a Sunburst on the stack, and a player thought he could save the unit, but then it got silenced anyway and died.
Oh, how could I forget? Yep, that was in the qualifiers for the World Championship, right? Yeah,
I think it was World Championship itself. It was like the first stage,
but the bracket, right? Like the group bracket
group
stage. Yeah. Damn, I forgot. What an event!
It was a great educational tool, though. I'm sure no one now has ever made that mistake in their games.
Somebody had to take the fall, man. In the biggest stage for Legends of Runeterra. Good times. Good times. 4 mana left here for Sokoi. Could develop the Jace. I mean, at some point, Jace has to go down.
And there it is.
Leveled up.
Jace coming down, as you mentioned, already has done the homework, already comes down leveled up. That much scarier to deal with. That being said, it's going to be a full board on the side of Pook Pook for that Winding Light on the next attack token turn.
Well, like double Challenger here is going to shut that down a little bit. Jay's going to be dragging one of the Poros, I would assume, and the Broadwing can drag one of the other Poros, removing the elusives, and getting a very solid attack with these workers. Like, these workers trade really well into Pook Pook's board, either eating up the 1-drops or trading into the Sum Treasure, which takes a lot of punch.
What a great hand to redevelop here. Boom Baboon had the chance for the Poro, doesn't take it, instead just draws a second Winding Light. So great top end coming in here for Pook Pook. Yeah, great. Gets the Flame Chomper down instead of burst speed, not needing to play the Poro last turn at all. And now we're seeing it. The reason why this deck exists essentially is for this play. Massive twist here all of a sudden. A lot of overwhelm units are full board as well.
The Shock Blast does a lot though. The Shock Blast, like onto the 6-4 and the 6-5, clears them both. And you have enough defense and enough health to survive this hit. Like this Jace is gonna bring this game back for Sokoi, I believe. Like, that's a big hit. That takes a lot of power out of this swing here for Pook Pook.
The double up effect, of course, of Jace on these spells makes Shock Blast just, such a great control tool.
Flame Chopper going to be dragging that Broadwing, I would assume, and everything else is going to be swinging in. And we got some pretty straightforward trades here for Sokoi. Gonna keep that Jace in the back, I would assume, or just let it go down since you have another one in hand anyways. And really playing it safe here, just removing the board almost entirely, which is really important. Oh, going for the Sharp Side just to preserve this. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I like it. Because now next round, gonna go for that. What was the name of that spell? I just said it earlier.
Shock Blast.
No. He's gonna go for the one
assembly line.
The assembly line. Yeah, this assembly line. You gotta duplicate. Yeah,
and just have like the answers already there for that next one.
Just like that, baby. It has that Concern Strike in the back as well.
Yeah, very scary turns here, and this is why Jace is so strong. Why we're seeing Heimer Jace, why we're seeing Lux Jace, all different versions running Jace as kind of the star of the show, because he's able to take control of the game with his synergy with the 6-mana spells that are so strong in terms of control board or developing your own board with both assembly line and the shock blast.
Gonna drop the broad wing, looking to represent lethal here, and this makes I think this forces Pook dropping, yeah, because you can enable the winding light easily with Viktor regardless, and Viktor is going to be more valuable most of the time. Strong attack, not exactly lethal since there's enough blockers here to survive, but if Pook does want to survive, he loses his entire board, which takes away, like, that's how you deal with the winding light. You don't let your opponent preserve a board, and you're able to just weaken that insane 7-drop that Tarkin got.
2 HP. Shock Blast is available as well in the hand for Sequoia.
And Concerted Strike. No, that's not Shock Blast. That is no, because that would be lethal. That's actually the spell that Jason generates. Right now there isn't lethal, but you can drop that Pharaoh's Financer. There's a good chance that they can find something to finish off this game. If they don't, this is just not enough of a board. I mean, that's as good as a draw as you're gonna get. Honestly, like, you go for that, you drop aphelios, you play Crescendum, and then you winding light.
But 11 HP is just a little bit too much to deal with, especially as you mentioned with the Concerted Strike, with that fail-safe, that plan B of saying, hey, if something really goes wrong here.
They topped like that, didn't they?
Yeah.
Okay, well, never mind. I was like, did I not see it?
And that's going to be more than enough for lethal here, doubling up especially. And Jace showing why he's actually one of the key champions and seen in so many different players' lineups. Game 1 goes to Sequoia, a player that I first learned about a few months ago in Fight Night. He came in as a name that I wasn't familiar with at all. I think he managed to get top 2, I believe. He didn't actually manage to win it, but still had a very good run. And since then, I've definitely been keeping my eye out for him. And already in the top 8, 1 win away from advancing to the top 4 to the semifinals of today's tournament.
Bit of a typo in our graphic there. It's actually Shurima and Bandle City for the bottom right deck there for Pook. It's the paperback dragon package, but with Gnar instead. As Pook has that, and that's pretty much all. And that and the aphelios, the winding light. While Sequoia only has to get a win with the Jarvan Illaoi deck. We're gonna see a lot more tentacles than I was expecting in a season, honestly, because Illaoi didn't have the biggest impact on the ladder per se, but we're definitely seeing quite a bit of her in this seasonal tournament. And personally, my favorite variant of the Kraken archetype, essentially, which is combining with Jarvan. I think it mixes really well with Jarvan. Cataclysm is a great card here.
This
but
is a scary hand from Pook. Has the early game and already has a late game as well. Sometimes you have a great start, but you just don't manage to find the finisher. You don't manage to find winding light. You kind of fall into this space where you have the board, but you don't have the payoff. In this case, has all the pieces of the puzzle. We'll see if he'll be able to develop his own game plan as he wishes to, though.
Interesting. They go for the they reveal their play. I'm not sure if I agree with that draw, because there's no world in which Pook doesn't attack here, I believe. Maybe you could have baited something out, but I guess it doesn't ultimately matter. Gonna get that trade into the Boom Baboon, take 5 damage, and then gonna drop that Watchful Idol in hand, as they can follow that up potentially with an Illaoi that gets a pretty decent attack against this board. And I mean, you gotta be wary of stuff like Get Excited to finish her off, but that would be a good way to prevent some damage and also work for the Jarvan level up too. That's quite a bit of damage that they took early on, and there's still that Flame Chompers in the back that can lead to a lot more, and another one in hand. So instead of that, they're gonna try to just start clearing this board by developing the hired gun. Gotta send that monkey to jail.
More than trying to do something specific with a vulnerable, just trying to have a presence on the board because of how quickly and how efficiently Pook is able to flood the board here. Has a Flame Chompers, has a Portal Cannon to activate it, has another Mountain Goat as well to get the gems as well if he needs that extra value, and somewhere to dump his man in the late game.
And this Mountain Goat really deterring Sequoia from attacking for the hired gun, even though there's Get Excited. There is a Sharp Sight in hand for Sequoia. You don't really want to attack into a Mountain Goat and give them a free gem. You get a free trade, but you're giving them something that allows them to enable their Nightfall super easily. Also free fodder for discard effects, and a way to actually empower the Flame Chompers as well. Like a bit of a You do want to keep the board clear, right? But it doesn't feel great. Like this mountain goat is really good for Puk Puk. You can just develop another one here now.
Again, trying to force trades though, I think is the key for Sequoia.
Yeah,
He's trying to
for
keep
sure.
the board down. If he's able to force a trade that he knows is pretty much even, it's going to benefit him because that's one less unit that maybe can get the Winding Light buff when it does come down on turn 7. And we're getting closer and closer to that turn. And Puk Puk is actually on the attack token turn for turn 7, so much more relevant than it was last game.
Not going to resort to this gem, it seems. Really wants to preserve it to guarantee that they have a Nightfall enabler for the next attack round, in which it will be a Winding Light turn. This is the key point of the match. If you know, like you're a high-level player, you know how this PNZ target deck works. You know what they're working towards. So now is when you have to try to start removing their board. The thing is, like, it seems like their plan is just going to be to remove one unit, at least, with a Jarvan attack, unless there is something else, and I'm not sure if that's going to be enough, to be honest, because this board is pretty spread out. There's elusives in the mix, there's flame chompers, and you're at 20 health. Like Puk Puk is very comfortable here.
The only problem is that this next this next turn might be a bit awkward for Puk Puk. I'm not sure where he's going to dump the mana and where he's going to be able to kind of keep up the pace he has with Hembo.
Well, I mean, now with Viktor, the problem
that's perfect.
solved,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But he couldn't even just develop the Winding Light. With
that's true.
And then just enable the other one with the gem on the following turn. But with Viktor, it definitely gets easier.
Yeah. You know for sure something's gonna get traded down. You're gonna have a space to play Viktor without overwriting any of your units, not losing any tempo in that, kind of the pace of your board in that sense. And then next turn, of course, and the turn after that, and the turn after that, you'll be able to see Winding Lights because there's 3 already in hand. So the only thing you have to be careful, if you throw away your entire board with trades with that first attack, all of a sudden the next 2 Winding Lights are kind of useless. So we'll see if this hand and having these 2 Winding Lights are going to change the way that the attacks come in from Puk Puk on the next turn.
I think if you're Puk Puk, you never develop here. Like, you just pass back. You know they have to attack. Eventually, they got to do something. Whoa, they're actually going for it. Whoa, okay. He really wants to deter his attack. I like this line of play. I very much like it. It forces Sukhoi to commit something. Otherwise, all of a sudden, we got a blocker for this Alawi that trays into it and gets her out of here.
And Viktor just wouldn't do enough. I think when you're forced to kind of full open attack next turn with the entire board, Viktor just doesn't have enough time to ramp up. There's going to be big enough blockers to deter him from doing much of anything. So I do think this makes more sense. It creates just a threat a little bit early with the Winding Light coming down and deters an attack here possibly from Sukhoi as well.
Yeah, this is like the more I look at it, the more I like this play. Like, definitely the way to go for here. I thought passing and just taking the head, dropping a unit, and then developing something like Viktor and working for that would have been good. But like you said, next round, like, you don't want to be going for Viktor's Hex deck upgrade and then dropping the Winding Light. You want to have one turn in which you immediately set up your end game. It's all about momentum now, especially considering Sukhoi is at half health, and this Cataclysm is nuts. Cataclysm is so good with Alawi. So damn good with Alawi here.
Massive amount of stats with the Tentacle, and especially killing off this poor that didn't have much HP, but would be a big threat next turn with the extra buffs as well from Winding Light and the elusive keyword.
Could be seeing another attack here from Alawi, but because this Winding Light play happened, all of a sudden, like, all the trades into Alawi pretty much remove her. Which not only you're removing a blocker, you're preventing a level up as well, and you're really solidifying your position here with this, like, this defensive Winding Light, especially considering you got a triple in hand, is most certainly worth it. I think considering you have the Flame Chompers on the board, I think you let the Tentacle go through and you trade into Alawi, or you just, you're just full of joy because
the
now
pass comes in, second Winding Light. You have the way to activate Nightfall. You don't have the mana for Mystic Shot this turn, but you have it for next turn if you need it, and maybe the chance to draw even more burn on the next top deck. So it's looking really dicey here for Sukhoi. I mean, this is so hard to deal with. The game plan working perfectly for Puk Puk. Had the great early game, had a great board presence, and now has the back-to-back-to-back Winding Lights that Sukhoi has to deal with.
That's why this deck is good, ladies and gentlemen. This is very difficult to stop because it's not like you're just stacking in all of your resources on a one unit or like a few units. Like you're just spreading it all out, and there's just no amount of mana that could suffice to just deal with this. Like, not only do you need a big hand, you need a lot of mana to be able to deal with this amount of stats. It's just too much. You got concerted strikes, you got cataclysms. It just doesn't matter. It's literally overwhelming. Like, you gotta yeah, like the fact that they didn't go for the cataclysm there just already proves that, you know, this pretty donezo here. Concerted strike can happen, but there's a 21 damage swing here. Like, even if they remove the biggest winding light, it's just not enough.
You can take down the 8 attack winding light. You can mitigate 2 damage potentially with the sharp side as well, but that still leaves you at lethal -1. So I think Shenimo comes through. So Koi knows he is done for, and Pook able to tie the series, able to push this to a game 3 to see which of these two players makes it into the top 4 of today's seasonal tournament.
Here we go, gentlemen. We got a series. Aphelios, Winding Light gets the win, and now it is Tentacles versus Paper. Literally.
Who will win? Maybe the Paper. Paper's actually quite strong.
I mean, the Tentacle can just like grab the Paper and like crush it, you know, like
I'm not sure about this. This Paper's more resilient than you think, I think. Well, Papercraft Dragon is a menace to deal with. Of course, this Akshan Nar is yet another variation of the Papercraft Dragon kind of OTK type deck we've seen before with Fizz, with the Riven, you know, with so many different versions of this deck, but all kind of following a very similar game plan.
Here we go, folks. Whoever wins this matchup advances to the semifinals and is one step closer for that seasonal title. We see Bird. Bird is the word going down turn 1. If you have Bird in your hand, you play Bird. Thank you for coming to my tech talk. There's the attack, dropping down to 18. Getting that chime, who is going to buff Akshan. Nice.
Nice.
It's not that hard gun. Like, it's perfect.
So the perfect explanation of what Bard is currently doing in the meta we have. Buffs the Akshan. Nice.
Yeah. It's just how you feel. Like, now it's just like, okay, hired gun goes down immediately, but now there's no, even if there were some mind games, like a 3-3 action into a 2-3, that just feels great.
Of course, the extra stats with the keyword, especially with quick attack, that much more relevant.
But gonna progress for that Jarvan's level up, which is, you know, it's easy to achieve, but you still gotta work for it. Like, you still gotta set up the 3 blocks, and that's 1/3 of it passed, which will allow Jarvan to become an engine that just continuously generates cataclysms, which can be very relevant in a matchup like this. As the Squire goes down, Koi prays to the almighty Cthulhu. His prayers are answered as the Tentacles goes down. And now we're going to see an attack from, at the very least, Akshan.
2 mana up for Sequoia, but there is the Shape Stone. No need to bluff, no need to play, you know, these crazy mind games our players have been playing with Akshan for the entirety of this year. You have the guarantee that he will be able to survive combat here, and Sequoia does not try and go for the defense here with the sharp sight.
End of the round there. Pook answers back. It is turn 4. Both players have exactly the same amount of mana. Pook has a bit of an awkward turn this time around, though. Very reactively, purely spell-based, as they try to curve nicely into the Ruin Runner on 5, while Sequoia has a very nice Seized Voice here to drop. I believe it's especially with that sharp side backup and or Cataclysm, you know, good options overall, even though double Shapestone does a lot for Pook, especially because you can go double Shapestone and still have Renegation open.
We're gonna see now if Pook opts for the pass here, potentially burning quite a bit of mana if Sequoia ends up accepting it, if he doesn't go for an attack here with a Seized Voice.
Yeah, like, there's not really much to commit here, though. Like, especially since the burst pass change, right? You can't even go for your focused spear onto Akshan and pass back and see if you can bait Sequoia into doing something. That's no longer a part of Legends of Runeterra. We don't skip around and abuse the initiative system. I think ultimately was a good call for this game. I think it speeds things up, and it's not like it takes away too much of a layer from it either. So yeah, we're seeing the effects of the change here in a way, as now Puku is just like, yeah, I'm not gonna, hey, you want to make me burn the mana? Fine. I don't have to deal with this attack. I get to preserve my combat tricks, which can be of use to me on my offense. And I can just set up this Rune Runner. I think if you're Sequoia, you still want to attack here. You need to apply some pressure. You're facing a combo deck that loves for you to just sit around and do nothing while it builds up its own win con. So sees voice attacks. Ask Pook if he sees that, I don't know, like the tentacles going out of the water. Like it's a pretty, you know, they're kind of like shining in the dark, so it's not really that hard. But this is going to be warranting a sharp sight, and this second Shapestone is just too good.
Yeah, massive here. Of course, sharp sight after the nerf to its attack bonus, only getting a +1, means that this trade will go in favor of Akshan. You get the targeting as well for the landmark. I mean, everything going now in favor for Pook.
Could have even gone for the spear there and not burn 1 mana, but opts to just preserve that instead. Would have been good because you level up Akshan on round start, right? And you essentially get to play that for free. But he may be trying to preserve that to boost the Rune Runner. No paperback dragon as of now. So Rune Runner going down, you know, is a little bit vulnerable, just because, I mean, this Bryce Steel Protector here, even after the nerf, could put in a tremendous amount of work this turn. Even with the mana disadvantage, could completely halt Pook's attack. And I think it's important for Pook to get a little bit of damage this turn.
The only thing here is that Sequoia does have, I think, a better hand for the late game if he's able to make it that far. He has card draw, he has some controlling tools as well, despite not having quite the units to really benefit from Concerted Strike at this moment. And really, Akshan is the only thing that's going in favor for Pook, but this landmark popping now maybe changes that.
There's a spear. That's why I think it should have happened last round, to be honest. I think Pook missed out on 1 mana here, which could be pretty crucial. There is the Absolver. A little bit early for it, though, I believe. We're going to see a skip here. Or maybe they picked up the Absolver. I'm not sure. And just an attack, not resorting to that. You want to preserve that mana.
The one problem here for Pook is just a one-man show. Still, it's only Akshan that's doing anything here for Pook. You have the chance to develop Rune Runner potentially in this chance as well.
And you don't want to have a one-man show against a tentacle deck.
Exactly.
Work out for you. That thing's gonna get pretty big, and it's going to bully you early enough. There's the tentacle smash for Sokoi. Some unfortunate draws though, like that double Eye Gaporo's a bit excessive, especially when Sokoi is at a stage of the game which he's a bit hungry for mana, right? Like he struggled carrying over that spell mana, and is a little bit behind Pook in the ability to play cards right now, which is definitely not where you want to be when you're 10 health versus a deck that can just deal a bazillion in 1 turn with the proper setup. Random negation right there. Nice counter to the Concerted Strike, potentially even the Cataclysm as well, or even the Smash. Like, it's a good card to have always available. And also that wall up too can be used both defensively or even offensively to just go for the win. Remove that big tentacle as a blocker from the Rune Runner and go face. We'll see. There's a lot of options here. There's also that grappling hook as well that could work really well with the Rune Runner. Just go for a preemptive like Absolver and just do a little bit of smashing himself with the grappling hook there onto the tentacle, resetting it.
The Protector does come down, the barrier comes down, makes the attack a little bit less appealing for Pook, or at the very least he has to work a bit harder to get the results he would like to. He has the ping effect with the Pokestick, although maybe that you want to say that to go face, and really just trying to, I think, see, how can I get lethal next turn with Overwhelm on this Rune Runner, with Pokestick, with only 10 HP now on the Nexus for Sequoia.
There is an argument for this. I would like to lead off with the Absolver onto this Rune Runner. I think the Absolver onto the Rune Runner, just spending 2 mana to Preserver. If the combat stage is over, you can go for the grappling hook, and then you can even respond to a Cataclysm with your wall up. So I like that line of play. I like Absolver, but they're gonna go for the wall up immediately. Okay, gonna preserve the Absolver for action. Also makes sense, especially considering this stage of the game. But Absolver defensively makes sense as well. But now they lose that wall up that could allow for you know, an easy stun overwhelm combo. So now
Although you do expect kind of some responsive play with a concerted strike, for example. I guess maybe with the spell
you have
shield
right,
would be enough.
right? You have right on
Yeah.
negation. Like it's it would have led up to a very solid attack here. But now you do have the ability to give action overwhelm too, which can go a long way. But I really like that Absolver line though. Absolver into grappling hook to get rid of the tentacle would have been nice. But there's a lot of ways to navigate this, and this is also pretty damn fine. Also, keeping that grappling hook means that if action does go down for some reason, you're not too concerned about it because you can just replace him. Even though at this stage he's not as right, he just speeds up the horde a little bit. But you know, flipping that horde definitely will seal the deal here. I think, especially with the amount of damage Soko has taken.
You can tell with the time these players are taking for each turn now, the gravity of the current situation. You're in the top 8, you're in the final game to see who makes it to the semifinals already, the top 4. Prize pool on the line as well. Even if you don't go on to win it, it's still a bigger chunk of money that you're able to take home for your effort throughout this tournament and the whole season. And every single decision here is extremely relevant for both of these players.
See another Ruin Runner being drawn there by Puk Puk, but you don't want to put yourself at 5 mana under your opponent, especially in such a clutch turn when you have a lot of options. But losing that wall up here, I think is very relevant, right? Because yeah, you can reset. I mean, you don't necessarily need to win here, but the longer this match goes, the better it's going to be for Sokoi, as he's going to be able to generate more and more value. He's not going to run out of gas. And even with that horde ticking, you are in trouble of getting out value here as Puk Puk. This just pushes 1 damage through, clears a little bit of the board, but Sokoi can do a good job of rebuilding. And it feels like a bit of a slow approach here. But at the same time, there's quite a bit of cycling there with that Pokey Stick, and there's tools here. We'll see. It's gonna go with that exchange though.
Nothing really relevant happened there. You know, only 1 damage being pushed through. The Rune Runner gets taken down, which is one of the bigger threats, of course, with Spell Shield still available on that Rune Runner.
You don't have to worry about a rally effect here. So you just go for the card draw, find Ilaoi. This is good for Sokoi. This gives him a little bit of breathing room here.
Shape what you want.
And
Well,
is
Puk
this...
Puk is just like, hey, I'm winning on my next attack turn. Like, that's what I'm going for.
Is this the turning point that Sokoi was looking for? He has such a great hand, so much value, but he has to survive this kind of dangerous curve right now, these next few turns, where he's still low in HP. There's still things like Absolver he has to be careful about, and there's the second Rune Runner that has been developed now as well. Tentacle Smash being played. Take off this Spell Shield here.
Very important. We could see a right of negation here, but I feel like that right can find a better home. Like I think you can just let the Spell Shield go down and cycle in with a Pokey Stick. Maybe even just use it to remove the Bright Steel Protector to weaken the board a little bit.
Scared of a fair fight?
Yep, I like that. I like that. Psych deck. We find another creation. All right. So,
not quite the card he was hoping for. Looking to diversify his options in the next few turns, especially with 11 mana to work with now on this turn for Puk Puk.
but the thing is that horde can flip this round if need be. We got the Absolver in the hook, Absolver and grappling hook to the action will flip that horde and will allow Puk Puk to, like, there's a lot of options to consider here.
Yeah, his open attack looks quite nice, especially with the backup of having right of negation is looking really good here for Puk Puk actually.
Jarvan top deck though. Jarvan top deck and the loss of Pokey Stick are very relevant here. We could see an open attack here from Sokoi onto Jarvan, drag that overwhelm win condition, get her out of here, and we're like, Jarvan has to be pretty close to a level up at this point. But instead, Ilaoi, just going to Ilaoi.
Still have 5 mana up. A lot of different options. You can pair Sharp Sight with Cataclysm in this case, or just Concerted Strike open on this turn.
Obviously, Sokoi does not have access to the information that we have, but I think Jarvan would have been a better option there, considering the hand Puk has with double red negation. This Illaoi is very easy to deal with because Sokoi is really relying on the concerted and strike and the cataclysm, you know, and knowing that your opponent runs a full set of red negation, just slapping in that Jarvan in there and getting rid of the Ruin Runner would have ended up would have worked out better here, because you still have the cataclysm open as well if you want to keep that option open. But there we're gonna see the grappling hook. Yes, this is a great hook, and because he's using it onto Ruin Runner instead of Action, he's gonna get that horde flip in perfectly at the beginning of the round. Because of the timing, you want to resort to that. I like this better. Yeah, I like just getting rid of the Illaoi. Even though a second Illaoi could go down, I do like this.
Because a little less damage. Yeah, a little less damage, but definitely taking care of one of the bigger threats on Sokoi's board, and just knowing you have that extra time to work with to find the lethal.
Yeah, and that horde like flipping at the beginning of the round is really important, because otherwise you use it onto Action, right? But here it's very nice. You can develop that chemist and still have the red negation back up there. Very good sequencing by Puk here.
Response from Sokoi, concerted strike coming down onto the stack, but unfortunately for him is exact mana for riven negation and also for that second iteration, the fleeting version of the Absolver as well, to get that bit of extra damage.
Yeah, but I do think it's gonna be the chemist instead, because it is the attack token, right? So you just wide, you sack your mana gem, you drop the inventive chemist, and we'll see what option they go for with this horde flipping here. But this is gonna be a very, very, very key turn. Sokoi wants to keep that blocker in the back. Maybe Puk just wants to preserve this board's bad. I definitely agree. This is,
and you get the bomb counter going when this might actually matter. This might be the lethal coming from the bomb from the inventive chemist.
Here we go. The horde breaks down.
Another Absolver is found.
Yeah.
Second red negation still there as a backup for any kind of combat tricks that Sokoi has up his sleeve.
I love it. I love it. I love the Absolver's return. Going in for that full hit, has that renegation backup to protect against a single combat or concerted strike, both drawn here.
Ooh.
Single time combat going down, but this renegation is going to seal the deal. And ladies and gentlemen, Puk is going to be advancing to the semifinals, defeats the full-on Demacia lineup here from Sokoi in a very, very intense series. Very good use of the horde, and it's been a while since I've seen the Absolver's return with Action right here. But here we go, sharp sight onto single combat, and that's shut down. Triple round negation says no, and that's a win for the paperback without any paper. Defeat.
And Akshan, the hard carry in this game from the very first moment it came down with that extra buff. It's been resilient, it's been on the board, doing his thing, applying pressure, getting those landmarks flipped, and all of a sudden that is game 3 to Puk. And Puk, a player that, you know, fairly unknown, at least to us, and I think to most of our viewers.
I like his name though. It's just
I can tell Mogwai is definitely happy.
Just keeps popping him in.
We don't have a Spanish player. We have to latch on to anything we can, and Mogwai, you know.
We're in copium.
Mogwai goes for the Puk for the great name. I think, you know, that's a fair one, a fair decision to make there. But great to see, again, new players breaking through into the top 4, new players proving they have what it takes to match up against the best in this region. And we're gonna have to see what the rest of the bracket looks like. We're gonna have to see if we have actually still more games being played. We're close to the end of the tournament timer for this round as well. So if we do have games, they must be already on their game 3 and very close to ending. So very curious to see if there are any updates in the bracket already, or if we still have some unresolved series going on right now.
Very tight series. I believe we have a game ready as well, but very dragged out tight series here between these. I'm gonna call them newcomers. It's not exactly the case, like they've been playing a bit, right? But A bit of bittersweet, you know. We got the name going through, but the spicy lineup has been defeated. I really liked Sokoi's lineup. I thought it was pretty original, and they definitely put in the work, and it allowed him to defeat the prior seasonal champion. But it's all about Puk now, who will be facing off against either Boki or Ultraman. But right now, we're looking at the other side of the bracket. It is Mike Check versus Thomas, and it is what is this timelines, right? Concurrent timelines.
Yeah, it looks like that's the case with Revna here as well for Mike Check, and we're in the last game. We're on turn 8 for Thomas with some ramping having come down for Mike Check, and this is it. This is near the end of this game. Massive attack coming through. A pretty weak board and a pretty weak hand for Thomas for this stage of the game.
And also a lot of bird, Panda, like double mystic shot.
Yeah, damn. Yeah, this game is over. This game is over.
Super done.
Thomas won't be able to become maybe the first player in EMEA to get 2 seasonal championships. It looks like this is the end of his run. Top 8 still very impressive. The consistency for this player is absolutely, great to see throughout all these different seasonals. But Mike Check, Turkish player, seems to be the one that will be moving on to the next round. 2 HP in the Nexus, not over yet, but as you mentioned, Mogwai, there's so much burn in hand.
Yeah, and it is actually over now just because of that extra 2 mana for that mystic shot going face. Mike Check. I also like how this is. I like these avatars going off against each other. It's the battle of the Poros, and the less intellectually developed Poro, the Proto Poro, is actually going to win.
That's one way. That's one way to say it.
That's one way to put it. I like Proto Poro. It reminds me of that SpongeBob episode.
Thomas knows it's the end of his run, unfortunately, but Mike Check able to push through into the top 4. Yep. We know now 2 names. We're going to have Puk and we're going to have Mike Check. 2 great names, actually, I think, as well. We will see what other players are able to make it into that top 4. We had a great matchup between Ultraman was still in the running to make it potentially into the top 4. A player that, if anyone deserves to get a seasonal win, I think it's Ultraman, in my opinion, at least. Sure. We'll see if he ended up making it. It looks like it's not the case. Turkey reigning supreme in this tournament. Uchan Protein makes it against Puk.
I think we had a bit of a typo in our bracket actually then.
Yeah, Boki did not make it to top 8. It was actually Uchan Protein.
It was Uchan Protein. Okay, now it's been fixed because so we had we had a bit of a slip up. So we've been talking about a lot about Boki, but Uchan Protein, the all-in freljord lineup, still alive. That is actually really exciting. Very dominant performance over Ultraman as well, being able to defeat them 2-0. And now it is Kurashi versus Mike Check and Puk versus Uchan Protein.
Before we go to a break, Mogwai, I want to highlight some, I think, very, very interesting narratives coming into the semifinals. 3 out of the 4 of these players are Europe Masters champions. Mike Check and Uchan Protein with Turkey, Kurashi with Germany. None of these players has ever won a seasonal before. And we have 2 Turkish players, and Turkey has never won a seasonal either, despite being one of the powerhouse countries in EMEA. So very, very exciting seasonal, very fresh seasonal. It's not France, it's still Germany. Kurashi still has a chance, but it is in the countries that have already done it. Turkey maybe has a very, very good chance with 2 players in this top 4 to finally win it for their country.
Amazing semifinals right there. Really excited. Kind of like, again, was really hyped about Boki and Ultraman as a matchup, but so excited to see Uchan Protein still in it.
With freljord,
That freljord, that all-in freljord lineup, that ash that we're gonna see alongside the thralls, and really excited to see how it'll match up this Puk lineup right there. So yeah, I'm eager to cover any of these 2 matchups. Honestly, we're gonna have a look and see which one we talk about, but super excited as it's just very diverse meta, man. We're seeing all sorts of different decks, all sorts of different approaches. It doesn't seem like one has been particularly dominant over the other in regards to like lineups, right? And we're gonna have to see how this pans out, but I'm excited to see some more freljord, and I'm excited to see that concurrent timelines deck as well with Rem. Now that deck is fun as hell, and it's cool to see it make it all this way. So
I've always been a timelines enjoyer. Always a very, I think just a fun
really
archetype to
cool.
see as a viewer, as a player. It's always very fresh. The games are always kind of, interesting and new. So definitely something to look forward to. We do have a break lined up. We are done with this round 3 with the quarterfinals. We're going to be moving into the semifinals in the next round. So 10 minutes, and we'll be back with the top 4 of today's seasonal tournament.
What a strange, wonderful world. I shall need my tools.
There she is, our guest of honor.
I've never been the guest of honor anywhere before. No matter their resolve, mine will be stronger. What a lovely lilting melody. Allow me to assist you.
Very good.
Ever hear about the bad man who tried to catch the doll? He missed.
I do this for her. For us.
You are far too selfish for love, Diego.
Dear lady, would you honor me with a dance?
Oh, yes. Nobody's ever asked me before. This is a chance for me to leave my mark. One stitch at a time, we'll make something totally new.
I hope we meet again.
This tune, it reminds me of home. It's playtime.
Go ahead, scare me.
Nothing to fear.
Refreshments. I see the entertainment has arrived.
Oh, after you. Both of you. Just a stitch in time. What a magical place. Time moves so quickly here. Did you see that? I did that. Me. Every moment of this has been a joy.
Bienvenidos de nuevo. I'm trying to like mix it up every time we come back, you know. So yeah, essentially, welcome back to the Legends of Runeterra Worldwalker seasonal tournament. We are in the semifinals, ladies and gentlemen, and we're ready to go with some awesome matchups here, featuring some new names, some old names as well, and some very spicy lineups. How's it going, Panda? How's the break?
It's going great. Super excited to have, no previous seasonal winner in this top 4. So we're going to have a new champion, which is always very exciting for the legacy of these players. And as I mentioned before, 2 Turkish players, a country that still hasn't been able to claim, this ever so important trophy, the seasonal championship for obviously the players themselves. It's a personal, goal, but also I think it's nice to see all these different countries represented and showing how powerful these different countries are. And Turkey is one of the countries that is missing alongside, something like Belgium as well for Ultraman.
And now they got that nice 50% shot at it as we got Mike Check and Karashi in the first bracket for the semifinals, and then Pook Pook versus UCAN Protein. Big fan of Pook Pook's name, big fan of UCAN Protein's lineup, but we're gonna be focusing on the first here with Karashi and Mike Check. We haven't really showcased this side of the bracket as much, and we have a really cool stylistic matchup right here. Big fan specifically of Mike Check's lineup. We're going over it during the break, and we're gonna talk.
Wow.
Let's just start right.
A thing of beauty, Mogwai.
Yeah,
These 2 decks, timeline decks in general, as an archetype, and we talked about Annie with Ezreal kind of being the new version of Ezreal Draven, which is the old version of Ezreal Caitlyn, of course, kind of that evolution. One of my favorite decks with Tribeam, just super exciting for the same reasons. Both Timeline and Tribeam have that kind of random factor that makes every game new, every game fresh. You have to constantly kind of think about all the different cards and possibilities in Runeterra outside of your own regions as well, which I think is super cool and really fantastic to see this actually making it for this exact line. Top 4 of seasonals is just to see. So big Mike Check.
Huge and a try and probably later archetype. There's many different versions of it throughout Legends of Runeterra's lifespan. It's one of those meta decks that I've also been very fond of because of the style. More reactive, which I personally really like, and a deck that there's just a lot of different approaches as of right now. Like I'm looking at version that Mike is bringing. First of all, only 1 cap turn. I'm a finisher for the Noxian region, but a lot of archetypes, a lot of versions of this deck can run 2. There's like a one-off of Piltovan Tellstones. There's a split between Scorched Earth and Noxian Guillotine for damage-based removal, and then a couple of copies of Aftershock. Ever since the change to the card, going down from 4 mana to 3 mana, not longer being able to go face, but also now synergizing with Tri-Beam in Probably, which makes the card really neat. There's several sources. There's more than one source of landmark removal in this deck, makes it already very weak. And very interesting distributions as well. Choosing only to run 1 copy of House Spider and prioritizing the 2-drop slot more towards the value-centric Pharaoh's Financer. And then, of course, we got the Timelines deck, another very fun mid-range archetype to play into with only 1 champion this time around. We were discussing it before, and we believe it's because of the champion clause, right? We see Caitlyn being played in the Improbulator deck, which would be she would be played in the Timelines deck.
Ezreal as well. I think Gnar was the original.
I don't know if Ezreal is as common, but definitely Gnar is an option. But we were talking about it as well. I think it's more important to just run a full set of Aloof Travelers, and I like the fact that having more diversity. In regards to their spells, you're a full set of Aftershock and a full set of the Kindly Tavern Keeper to help out against more aggressive lineups. Overall, very cool series of decks here. We have freljord and PNZ, right? And very neat lineup here by Mike Check, which I very much like and am very pleased to see make it all the way up to the semifinals. But let's move on to his opponent, one of the stars from Germany, Karashi, who has a more standard lineup, but one deck that is the same for both players, and that is Thralls.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a very standard lineup. I think the definition of standard coming into the tournament meta, you have the Thralls, you have the Winding Light we've seen in pretty much every series essentially to this point, and you have maybe not the most popular version of Papercraft Dragon, the Akshanar, but I think we can all kind of just group together all of these decks that have the same game plan into one, and we're seeing this kind of three-way split of the three most popular, I think, game plans that we've seen in today's tournament being present in this lineup for Karashi. So very much by the book, not as crazy as Mike Check, but if you're a very good pilot, if you know what you're doing, if you have the experience with all the matchups, then why not just bring kind of the three strongest decks or three very strong decks and find good results with it.
I like this specific take on the Winding Light PNZ build. I like the one-off of Moonlight Affliction. We've seen that today, put in the massive work, very good tech card. And I also like the one-off of Celestial Trifecta for those games that drag out a little bit more than you would like. One card can all of a sudden, it's essentially like a cheaper progress day in a way, right? Like it's giving you 3 cards, and one of those cards is actually a potential finisher. So it's nice to see it as a one-off there with the 3-2-1 champion split that I think is the best one for this archetype, going 2 copies of Viktor in. Overall, really strong looking lineup for Karashi. Karashi, perhaps less of a deck building innovator. We saw that information in the Europe Masters. Like, he was more happy to be the pilot within the team, right? And just one of those players that, you know, leans in on strong decks and is confident to take the mirrors. So it's going to be very interesting how these matchups style out, especially considering both players are running in Thralls. But I'd argue that Mike Check is quite prepared for Thralls himself, so I don't really expect a mirror ban going on here.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see what the pick and ban phase is gonna look like for these two players. We'll find out what the ban is, you know, a little bit into that game one with the visual aid coming up with how the tournament client works. Super excited to see what ends up being the ban. But again, I'm just excited to see any of Mike's X deck. I just hope Timelines and Ezreal Caitlyn go through and Thralls gets banned, because they're just really such fun decks to watch, to play. I'm telling you, my funnest moments on ladder are with those two archetypes in the past year playing Runeterra. I just find them so fresh. Every game is a little bit different. I think that adds a lot of spice when you're grinding ladder and play a lot of games in a row.
Yeah, and probably there could be a pretty nutty card. And remember that it was 4 mana. Like,
yeah, that was the good times.
Yeah, well, that depends on the perspective. But yeah, Trundle taking up all that space. It's all him, baby. Here we go. Mike Check versus Karashi. Semifinals of the Worldwalker seasonal tournament, and we got the bans here. Let's talk about potential options here. So if you're Mike Check, right, you're looking at this lineup. You're looking at Thralls, Winding Light, and then Paperbrack. Okay, good job, Miguel. So what are you gonna ban here? I think Mike Check has quite a few answers for Thralls. Like, I've seen he's main decking of a couple of copies of Aftershock and a one off of Scorched Earth in his Caitlyn Ezreal deck. But we've also seen Aftershock, I think a full set of it actually, in the concurrent timelines. So I think Thralls is fine.
There's 3 copies of the Three Sisters. So there's Flash Freeze, there's you know, access for the Papercraft Dragon deck as well, for example. So I think overall, I mean, it looks like he has a pretty even amount of answers for all 3 decks that Karashi is bringing. Maybe Winding Light just from the shoot or the deck has is it can just, you know, despite a bad matchup, if it even has one, it can just win games outright with a good curve.
Yeah, especially because looking back on the list for Mike Check for Trundle, there has to be at least 2 copies of it that's theirs there. Maybe even there's 2 copies of it that's theirs.
And 2 very nice
really
as well.
solid against Thralls as well. I think we may see an aphelios ban for Karashi, and I think Mike Check is gonna, like, we may see a case in which the Ezreal, the Improper, that would be really sad. But
don't do it, Mogwai. Just it's Thralls. It's Thralls. The only answer is Thralls.
Kind of makes sense though. Okay, I mean, yeah. All right.
Copium. Let's believe that we'll be able to see 2 fantastic and fun decks showcased in this top 4, and maybe Mike Check is able to take it all the way to the final if he's able to win it here. Maybe even if Mike Check and Uchan Protein make it through, that guarantees that Turkey would be represented as a champion in today's tournament. So that would be really, really cool to see. It would be a guarantee even without seeing who the actual winner would be. Quick reminder, Karashi, of course, is German, and Puk Puk, we haven't talked about it, but he's French. So there was a French civil war in the last match between Sukhoi and him. And this means that, you know, France and Germany, I think, no introduction needed for these countries. They've been at the top of EMEA for the entirety of the competitive circuit. Turkey, as we mentioned, on ladder, always present. Masters Europe was a big crowning moment where they really turned it to 100 and said, hey, we're here to be among the best. And this is maybe the seasonal that really cements that even further.
All right, prediction time, Panda. Who do you think's got this? I'm leaning towards Mike Check. I think the matchup is definitely in their favor.
I'm going
especially if that probably later goes through.
I'm going to inhale my copium, believe in the player that is able to bring Ezreal, Caitlyn, and Timeline in top 4 already.
With me.
Of course not. I can't. I mean, these are some of my favorite decks.
You're just like rambling about how it's like your 2 favorite decks on ladder.
This is the script written just for me to enjoy the semifinals one way.
I mean, I always get a lean on the hipster, man. Like, especially in these top 32, because I understand more so like going with the top decks purely in the qualifier stage. But I'm always a big fan of players who try to get the edge in matchups in a closed top 32 environment like this. Thrall has gone through for Mike Check, so I believe I may have indeed jinxed the Panda. I am sorry.
No. Thralls comes through a few early plays here for Mike Check, so isn't completely lost with those hands that sometimes are a bit iffy. And also a good start here for Kurashi, has on Urchin, has Boom Baboon as well, so a good combo to start flooding the board quickly, and no board clears available just yet in hand for Mike Check.
Now, what's important to note here is that the aphelios deck is actually not banned here for Kurashi, which means that it's either the paperback or the Thralls deck that's gone for the German player, as down goes the Harbinger of Thralls, trades into the Boom Baboon, and now both Zonite and some Dredger are enabled to discard the Flame Chompers and start cycling through their deck. Some Dredger, the optimal choice here, allowing you to push more damage. As the option, Mike Check has several options here. Could just drop Lysandra on curve, take the hit. As there's healing, there's healing in hand with the Tavern Keeper, so you're not really too worried about it. And you'd love for that Flame Chomper to trade into Lysandra, but we both know that's just not happening. As some Dredger goes in, and I think this is going to be a clear hit, considering the health gain is there. And Lysandra can do way too much for you to just throw her into a 4-3.
Despite the good starting hand for Kurashi now, well, Porcan given him some place to make here, but a lot of spells, a lot of kind of spells that really only work after you've done the rest of your homework with damage on the board and with presence on the board as well. Ezreal Caitlyn has been banned, unfortunately, from Mike Check's lineup. No Tri-Beam shenanigans on stream in this top 4 today. And also, of course, Thralls will be banned on the side of Kurashi.
I mean, maybe I get some hate for this, but I like Thralls. Like, I like seeing Thralls played. I like, especially promising future-less Thralls. I think this is the I have another word, coolest. I didn't want to go with the pun, but it's the coolest version of the archetype, in my opinion. And yeah, I'm happy we get to see that. We get to see Thralls and we get to see timelines, Panda. Still, 50%.
Not bad. Could be worse. Yeah. Could be worse. We've had worse top 4s and more boring lineups for sure.
we have had, there's been some. Down goes Viktor, man. One of my favorite buffs to ever happen in Legend of Runeterra. The Hex Tech upgrade going down to 0 mana. So good. This is what Viktor should have been from the get-go. Well, maybe it would have been good. I don't know, but definitely really happy that Viktor is so prevalent now, because it's not like he's anywhere near oppressive. And now that Scout, in case you guys don't know, Scout was removed from the random keywords that are able to be generated. So that's actually a very big deal, because obviously Scout into Elusive is an insane high roll for Viktor, and that's no longer a possibility. So right now we're looking at a pretty decent hit here, maybe a one that actually does justify a sacrifice of a Flame Chompers, especially because there's another one in hand. And right now Mike Check has several options. Can go for the Talia to duplicate the landmarks, could just drop the Draklorn Inquisitor, which will allow him to get the third Thralls in there to get value out of that. In the possibilities, what's the
imagine possibilities?
Imagine possibilities. English. Lifesteal, not really relevant, but worth a mention nonetheless.
And Viktor perfectly rounded out the problem that Kurashi seemed to have with his hand. Had a good start to the game, the first few turns, then had a lot of spells, and then found Viktor at the right time to still continue that pressure in the mid game.
I love this use of Flame Chompers. I love them prioritizing the Lissandra.
7 HP already. Damn. We're on turn 5, my way.
Good still. I mean, like, it was a great bluff right there for Karashi. That was fantastic. This is like saying, hey, I could have get excited, so you can't even like chump my Zana Yurkin here. And Mike Check knows this is the liability here for Thralls. Like Draklorn, yeah, he substituted Promising Future, but there's a reason why people were playing Promising Future instead of him most of the time. But oh man, this Lissandra though.
Tough on the Nexus is hard to deal with when you're trying to race it down. You're trying to just add in that chip damage across the board. Great against Winding Light, the top on the Nexus, and against a wide board. Great against spells like Mystic Shot, and get excited as well.
When Lissandra levels up, you know this game is picking it up a notch. Like, you know things are going to get real serious. That Moonlight Affliction, that perhaps the most relevant tech of the day, Panda. Like, we've seen this card a lot. Even though it's a one-off, it's been drawn for sure, at least on camera. And right here, it can prevent a crazy amount of damage, nullifying both of these overwhelms. And giving Karashi a little bit of time, though they may opt to just take the hit. I don't know if you can really afford that though, because these ice shards.
Yeah.
I think now you definitely gotta.
And Lissandra, you know, a big reason why this Thralls deck is as good as it is, kind of crazy. The value she brings to this deck as a champion, a 3-cost champion when she levels up, especially, which isn't hard to achieve, obviously, with how Thralls and the game plan works out. Tough on the Nexus to halt the opponent's aggression. Ice shards for free, pushing damage, perfect synergy with the overwhelm and the massive stat lines on the Thralls as well. So just really, really hard to deal with at this point in the game.
Pale Cascade without a draw. Karashi really holding on to his Moonlight Affliction because actually just wants, I mean, makes sense. Wants to resort to it for an open attack because Karashi knows that this game needs to be over. But that Sands of Time and the Kindly Tavern Keeper there in the back. Oh, and Mike Check is just going for the jugular. He forced out that Moonlight Affliction from Karashi, which is exactly what he needs to happen here. No, but Karashi just
another Pale Cascade comes through. Vi is picked up off of the top deck here.
He's gonna leave him at 2, right? Yep, gonna leave him at 2, which allows him to survive.
Ice shards, yeah, this is dangerous.
Yeah, no, it's because it's very like at this point it's clear like we are resorting to a Moonlight Affliction, but this Kindly Tavern Keeper just shuts that down completely.
You have the lifesteal on the Viktor if you're thinking about, you know, Ice Shards are going to kill me or Blighted Ravine is going to kill me.
But you die anyways to like.
Oh. But yeah, it's all about the Thralls that turn after that where you can hold on.
It's win or bust here, and that Kindly Tavern Keeper really set the deal here. Karashi needs one hell of a keyword here, first of all. That's
Fine
not
challenger.
quite it. And then you got the Flame Chompers, like you got double Flame Chomper, double even then, like there's just no way to push the damage that you need to push. It just ain't happening. This Lissandra level up just completely down. That's the Thralls deck. Takes a beating at first, but once it starts popping off, once it gets those 2 frozen Thralls popping and Lissandra on board, that's when the tides turn, and now Karashi is just out of gas, out of momentum, and out of health points.
Especially the stability Lissandra gives you. She comes, you know, you already have the upside of having Thralls on your board, which are great. Obviously, very scary units to have for your opponent, but then Lissandra levels up and gives you that Nexus toughness, and that just gives you so much stability. When you've already lost that HP, you're kind of vulnerable. You get the toughness, you feel much, much safer going to the late game.
And this just seals the deal. Yeah, this Sands of Time just completely shuts Karashi down. Game 1 goes to Mike Sheck as he wins with Thralls, and now he is one win away with Timelines.
Timelines is the deck he has remaining.
Make Mike Check to the finals.
Mogwai, do you agree this is the dankest timeline?
I am not even gonna. I'm not even
Mogwai is now attempting to leave his room.
I am not even gonna acknowledge that just happened. All right. Let's delete the last 5 seconds from our memories. All right, good.
All right, we're not,
okay,
we're not live. Right? There's a delay. All right, production, cut the last 10 seconds.
Edit. All right, here we go, folks. It's timelines. Dankest timeline versus Windy Light.
You just criticize my joke and then you just use it 10 seconds later. Wait a minute.
When I say it's funny, man, that's the difference between you and I.
I see. Okay, got you.
It's about the
that
delivery.
Makes sense. Yeah. Of course.
I can, one of these days we can meet up and I can teach you a thing or two.
I'm quite busy actually, my guy, so I'll pass on that for now.
All right. Totally not salty next. All right, here we go. Double aftershock, but unfortunately there's no thralls right here. Bit of health gain there, very nice. Decent hand, but you want to see the concurrent timelines here, and that's not a thing right now. I wonder if Zonite will be played to just cycle to the deck and try to improve the hand quality a little bit here for Mike Check. I mean, she should go down just to represent the chump blocker onto this Boom Baboon, which will deter Karashi from, pushing damage here. And we're gonna see indeed they do cycle one of the aftershocks and find a second Three Sisters. And offers a trade, and Karashi takes it.
This is one of the downsides of timelines, of course. You are at the mercy of actually finding the card that gives the deck its name. If you don't find timelines, you're in big trouble. Of course, the broken combo and the reason why timelines is being played with freljord and with Trundle is, of course, the Ice Pillar. Comes down, 8 mana, usually doesn't do much of anything other than just, help out with Trundle's game plan. But in this deck, it transforms into an 8-cost unit and gives you back the mana to play another 8 mana worth of unit stats or whatever it is on that turn. So it's just a super massive tempo spike in the late game.
Down goes the Tavern Keeper, trades into the Boom Baboon. Good trade there for Karashi. Viktor goes down. We're very well. Okay, I was gonna say we're gonna see Aloof Travelers, but I stand corrected. Thermogenic Beam to deny Viktor from the very get-go here, but providing Karashi with a mana advantage.
This is a design for Mike Check. Mike Check is playing a deck that the closer it gets to the end game, the better it is for him because how explosive the combination of Buried and Icy Stairs is, how explosive, of course, the Trundle, the Ice Pillar combo is, and how little of a board there is currently on turn 5 with a Winding Light deck that needs to have a full board to thrive with. And
I want to clarify something. It actually was not the turn to play Aloof Travelers there. Mike Check is piloting this matchup really well. Gonna hold on to Aloof Travelers for turn 6. Turn 6 it'll go down so that he can enhance the chances of it hitting the Winding Light. Now we're gonna go for the Fierce Financer instead. Gonna pick up an Ice Quake. I mean, Ice Quake could be pretty good in this matchup if timed properly.
Yeah. And it's a play pattern that I think everyone's familiar with from when Scion was first in the meta. Aloof Travelers was in that same expansion, and it was very relevant to use it only right before Scion could come down. You would really kind of throw a wrench in your opponent's game plan. Similar concept here with Winding Light.
Exactly. Spell to Viktor is pretty relevant though, as it does allow him to dodge the Quakes, dodge the Buried Ice, a lot of big plays, and the cheaper tool that Mike Check has right now to remove it costs 3 mana, which does not feel good. So good keyword pickup right there. Triple Chomper in Kurashi's hand, but not enough ways to really synergize with them. As a very good pass by Mike Check. I really like it.
Well, I mean, his hand is awkward that he doesn't really have a choice, to be honest.
Well, he has Aloof Travelers, but he knows that Winding Light will only really be a threat when there's actually a developed board. So I like him just being like, hey, you wanna spread out? Cool. I'm gonna hold on to the card that just shuts down your bomb, and he's gonna lead off with an attack with interesting attack here.
Setting up Icequake, it looks like potentially,
but there's Spell Shield.
Yeah. I mean, setting up. As in the far future.
But it's regeneration.
That's very true. Yeah, the regenerating word is here. It's gonna be a Fury of the North instead.
Wow, because it still leaves 4 mana for the Aloof Travelers. Brilliant play.
Very heads up, and this is the way to bypass Spell Shield without actually having to target the Viktor to kill it.
Brilliant line of play by Mike Check. Great play right there.
That might be game deciding, I'd say. Even I mean, the Viktor was kind of the really what was had the most resources put into it at this point in the game for Karashi. Doesn't have the Winding Light set up at all as a win condition. Now has aphelios on the board, but as we get closer and closer to this timelines combo, if MikeCheck's able to find the Trundle and the timelines, this could get really dicey.
Yeah, it's really easy in card games to, like, as soon as you see a line of play, be like, oh, that's obvious. But no, it's important to sit back and realize, like, that was a very, very nice segue into like all of a sudden, like you said, he took away that spell shield value. He found a way to navigate around it. He baited his opponent, and that worked out really well for MikeCheck here, while still preserving the ability. Like, now you can justify an aloof travelers. Now you can definitely justify an aloof travelers.
Still very healthy as well, 17 HP. Hasn't taken that chip damage that you usually take against Winding Light decks, where you're down to like 11 or 9 HP at this point in the game. So you have that little extra HP buffer as well to take some chip damage, to play more for the value, and win the late game, really.
We're in another scenario. We've been here before. There is that aftershock, but the threat of Pale Cascade is too real. And because that Thermogenic Beam has already been used to take down Viktor early on, and now the Pale Cascade is drawn. Yeah, I think now is when we see the aloof travelers go down. Unless, yeah, no, because once it comes down, like, aphelios is out of range from the Ice Quick. But I guess, I mean, you do have Buried in Ice. Like, this thing, like, you don't have, exactly, you don't have to play aloof travelers. Yeah. You have Buried in Ice.
This is, the always menacing kind of path with this much mana, where you know the setup is there. And you have that fork where if you don't develop, I have, fast speed mixing shots to still control your attack and make it what should be the most important attack of the whole game at 7 mana with Winding Light in hand, is all of a sudden, just by that bluff and by that information game, completely denied.
Really, really interesting game here. Karashi, like, knowing full well that he just cannot play into that Buried in Ice. And MikeCheck making excellent use of his sequencing right here, getting rid of the Winding Light right there. Karashi still has quite a bit of a momentum advantage here, and with aphelios threatening to also win the game on value, we have yet to see a single concurrent timelines go down. I would argue is not as relevant as people think in the early stages of the game. It doesn't really leave too much of a difference the majority of the time. Especially with cheaper units and their stat lines, they don't really vary that much, because the price that you're paying for certain abilities is just maybe like a 1 health or a 1 power. But it is very important to have the timelines before turn 8. Down goes it that stairs, threatening to remove this aphelios. There's no Pale Cascade left in Karashi's hands. So there's a full wipe right here, but includes the aloof travelers, which leaves Karashi MikeCheck a little bit wide open for one hell of an open attack here, especially with that I keep forgetting the name of this damn card. That one. What is it?
Assembly Line?
Assembly Line. There we go. Thank you.
If only this was the only card along White, but there's been a few today already. If you want some time, you can set up a meeting and I can help you out with that. Okay.
This is why I lost to Jeopardy. I could remember all the images, but I
wish I would say I was surprised, but
I almost won. I almost won. Like, nobody beat me in the voice.
That's what losers say, Mogwai. I almost won. The Forge Worker coming in now, trying to put in some damage. Down to 8 HP for MikeCheck. A stunned 8/8 on the board. Can't do anything but take that damage. But we have a Tavern here ready to heal Nexus back up, and Shock Blast will bring it back down to 8.
A lot of burn, but a lot of soup as well. As a second Tavern Keeper here can, keep MikeCheck nice and well fed. And having enough nutrients to survive all this burn. As right now we're looking at Get Excited and Double Mystic Shot representing 7 damage here for Karashi. 1 off of lethal, and right off the bat just dunking it in, because another burn top deck could prove to be fatal here.
That stairs will be stunned yet again next turn with the Gravitum.
No. Before that. Okay, now the thing is, this is what I wanted to point out. Like, if you lead off with the pillar and the opponent has something like a Get Excited and a Mystic Shot, like, you die. So that preemptive Get Excited, like, actually stopped. But it unfortunately is not as relevant because the concurrent timelines just has not been drawn, and this is where the combo really, this is where it really matters.
We'll see if at least Mike Check is able to apply some threats with the 8-8 and Trundle attacking, at least trying to control this board a bit for Winding Lights that might come in the future. As you mentioned, the burn was there to end the game, but the Tavern Keepers have helped keep Mike Check afloat. And we'll see with triple Flame Chompers, a Winding Light that can kind of be, let's say, denied by this Brilliant Ice when it does come down finally is a big development. Does Kurashi have what it takes to actually win this game?
I think it's really close. I think considering there's triple Flame Chompers in hand, like this Winding Light could really, like the combination of Winding Light and the Mystic Shot is always very menacing. But the Ice Quake is like you mentioned, the Ice Quake is representing a lot for sure, because there's only +1 health gain from Winding Light.
There's the attack coming in, applying pressure, trying to thin out this board on the side of Kurashi to have no surprises with the Flame Chomper dragging units out of the way and able to connect some damage to the Nexus.
We could see the Ice Quake just go down now. I really like it now. I think it has to happen now, and it does. Especially now that there's an elusive threat. This is a huge shutdown. There is there's a freeze for the Phoenix as well.
This whole game, Mike Check has been able to control the board to make it so that Winding Light is not an appealing option, either because the board is not there to support it, or because there is the threat of Burying and Ice as an answer to a big development.
Yeah, he's in control here. He was a bit vulnerable there to burn, but those Tavern Keepers keeping Mike Check alive. I believe he's running a full set of them. So very good call right there. If it wasn't for those Tavern Keepers, this game would have been done. And now Mike Check has the breathing room to develop the Ice Pillar and level up Trundle and start working for a win here, while still keeping his mana open for both Buried and Ice.
Someday, Mogwai, we'll find timelines. But we hyped up this deck and this game plan for the entirety of the start of this series. The deck finally comes up.
Who needs it? Who needs
and we don't even see the card being played. This is just like a Trundle deck with PNZ.
It's just Trundle. All in Trundle. I mean, we saw it in the deck preview. Trundle just taking up all the space. All him. No support needed, as right now Kurashi is in a pickle for sure. Has a health advantage, but the momentum is being lost here. There's still the ability to develop the Phoenix with the Moonlight right there, but it does leave Kurashi wide open for that. The problem is that threat of the Buried in Ice, but he has to go for it. He's got to go for it. This Buried in Ice just hits so hard and pretty much seals the deal here. Actually, completely. I think an open attack here is lethal. Correct? It's exact lethal. Especially with like double Fury of the North potential backup. This is
yeah.
This is done.
And there's nothing really Kurashi can do. I mean,
that's it.
Does it even have? I guess you have a blocker here. Never mind.
Derp. I didn't see that Poro cannon there. It must have been drawn recently, but that's actually really huge. That buys him a turn. With this Buried in Ice, that's actually a very big deal, because something very important to note, that Buried in Ice buries them exactly as they were, which means as all these units come back, they will still have the +2/+1 and the Overwhelm here. I would love to see the Phoenix go down after this Poro.
On an Urchin has to find something good here. Find the seconds on an Urchin.
Dropped. Yeah, that's another Urkin here. I mean, double freeze is not something you can. Yeah, there it is. Gotta go for that Moonlight to give an extra +1 power boost to the Phoenix. And all of a sudden, Kurashi's got one hell of an attack here.
Mana wasted is such a bad sign coming to what could be the last turn of this game.
Oh, this
a massive attack, all the overall units. Only 8 HP on the Nexus, so I mean, still so vulnerable for Mike Check.
Double freeze though, but triple Mystic Shot Panda with Pale Cascade as well.
This is
too much. We got a freeze onto the Phoenix there. We got another potential freeze on the other side. But still, like, all this overwhelm right here, like the freeze has to go onto the Sun Treasure, I believe. We got a freeze there, which keeps him alive with like 1 health, but you got to put more.
Yeah, no, it's over. It's over. 3 Mystic Shots as well to clean up. Only need to do 2 damage here on this attack on the side of Karashi, and
that
I think
Poro Cannon. That Poro Cannon getting that burst speed spawn, saving Karashi, and overcoming a very rough scenario right here. Triple Mystic Shot. Doesn't even have to go. I mean, it should go face now to play around the Tavern Keeper, actually.
Yeah, there could be a third. Are there 3 copies being run actually in the deck list? That's one question we have to answer first to know what the
thinking about it leads to.
There are 3 copies, yeah. There are
3 copies. But yeah, he's choosing to play over the third copy of the Tavern Keeper instead. Boom Baboon, and that's the cue. That's the cue. Triple Mystic Shot. Now that the combat's done. And we got a game 3, folks. We got another chance to see timelines.
Hopefully the card that names the deck is actually found, and the actual strategy can come through. We can see the power of the Ice Pillar transforming to an 8-cost unit, and the tempo that offers for this game plan as well. It was still a very close game. It came on to the end of it, even with just having Trundle plus support cards essentially trying to do their best to stay afloat without actually finding the timelines.
Triple Three Sisters is going to be very relevant in this last matchup right here against Paper Dragon. Paperback Dragon going to be really menacing, but being able to deal with that with the Three Sisters and ping off the board with their PNZ based removal, just gotta find that. Oh, also very nice mulliganing away every single time because this deck is running a full set of renegation. Not a great opener. Zonite can fix that potentially. That stairs, not anything that's too heavy is not good against a deck that runs triple copy of renegation. So I think we could just see a Zonite cycle through that stairs and try to draw into that concurrent timelines, but we'll see. Bird going down. There it is.
Timelines has been found, but Action with a 3/3 stat line attacking on turn 2 has also been found, but Aftershock is there to answer perfectly. To not, we saw it before. Action was able to take away that, take control of that game, coming down as a 3/3 when we saw this deck previously. So great shot there with the Aftershock.
And now we get to see concurrent timelines with Revna. I love this combo. Revna initially a 6-mana 2/2. At first, people were wondering if the best way to build around her was to include a lot of hand buffs, right? Maybe combine her with Bard potentially to enhance her power level and make her ability stronger and also make her body worthwhile. But ultimately, the most competitive variant of a deck with Revna is actually one that just completely transforms her altogether. And you get a real 6-drop with an amazing effect. And that's what we're going to witness right here as concurrent timeline is already down. So Boom Baboon going down. But it seems like that's not going to be the case. We're going to see double Mystic Shot onto Gnar, I would assume. Stops the Pokey Stick generation. Yeah, I like this line of play. Trade your 1/1 into one of the 2/1s here to prevent a little bit of damage.
Great to see the Trundle in hand as well for Mike Check, able to really guarantee that as long as he makes it to the late game, he's going to have a very explosive turn 8 that can really stabilize him and maybe make him the aggressor in terms of who's leading the charge in this game.
The key thing here, though, is drawing the Frostbites. We see double Paperback Dragon there for Karashi. Rune Run is going to go down. There's pretty straightforward turns here for Karashi, as the Paperback Dragon will follow up afterwards. Maybe after the Squire, the Yordo Squire right there, as she can give Rune Runner some bit of an extra boost, either in power or in health. But no, just going to go with the Paperback Dragon immediately. Going to ump her up to a 9/6 with double attack and overwhelm. Extremely threatening unit here that is already representing lethal on her own, if not blocked, which is very threatening, especially with that wall up in hand. This could be it.
This is it. I mean, is there any answer in hand here?
I think, yeah, even if they pick up something like a Frostbite, it's over. Gonna go with Revna. What 6-drop? Maybe like a 6-drop with Spell Shield? We saw it happen really fast there. I mean, no, that's not it. This wall up top deck does it.
Yep.
This is why people are playing this deck.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's it. Wow. Kurashi bringing it back against Mike Chep and advancing to the semifinals, knocking out one of the two Turkish contenders and leading Germany to the finals of the Worldwalker seasonal tournament. What a series. What a comeback by Kurashi. Today, the meta won. It's kind of bittersweet.
And also, I mean, you have to consider we saw the vulnerabilities of these, OTK decks, but we also see the strengths. We see kind of the other side of the coin. When your opponent doesn't have the right answer, even if the deck does have three sisters, they do have freeze, they have way to stop this combo. All of a sudden, you're done. You had 16 HP, and all of a sudden you're down to 0 in one OTK turn, and you're at the mercy of that wall that was in hand and that perfect combination with the Rune Runner and the Pyrrhograph Dragon. So big props to Kurashi, our first finalist for today's tournament. We'll find out if the other match, the other semifinal between Uchan Protein and Puk Puk has also finalized, or if it might still be ongoing.
Uchan or is it Uchan?
Maybe Uchan. Uchan Protein, the name comes from him watching TV. And he was watching a show actually about something about, like, I don't know, travelers in the world or something. And they were eating insects or like flying crickets or something. And that's why he made it that his name. Protein, obviously, insects are protein. And Uchan means, I think,
fascinating.
To eat
Absolutely
something.
fascinating.
Listen, Mogwai, you don't even pronounce the name correctly. I know the backstory for the name, okay? So please, some respect.
All right, I'll give you a little bit. Oh, wait. Oh, I love this. No, Protein.
No, Turkey, what are you doing? Turkey had a 50% chance, and now they have a 0% chance. It's the usual countries at top, Kurashi and Puk Puk, France and Germany in today's final.
Okay, congrats, Puk Puk, but that's a bit hard. Bro, he had For Glory in hand, like an Ash deck that was actually main decking For Glory. I am devastated.
The two spiciest lineups.
It's the Ash. She dodged the camera today. That sucks. Okay, well, congrats, Poot Poot. Turkey is unfortunately eliminated from contention. I think we jinxed that a little bit, Panda.
We did. We hyped it up too much. The chances were there, but unfortunately, 50% is not 100, and that means that we're going to see, once again, Germany versus France, but two new players that have not won a seasonal before, so their personal glory is still there.
This is Poot from the
And Kurashi would be one of the few players that has won, that could win a seasonal if he does it in this next finals, and also won a match of Europe. I'm not sure if there's other players that have already achieved this. I believe it's possible, but we have to check to make sure if that's actually the case. I think maybe not actually. But still, really cool finals coming up, and again, two great players that have done so much in making it to the open rounds, but also now in this do or die cutthroat format for the top cut, and we have our finalists, Kurashi and Puk Puk.
Gonna be a really interesting finals, even though we do have a bit of more of like a standard approach. In the end, the standard lineup made it through, but big shout outs to Mike Check and Yu Chan. I've been saying Chan all this time. And Mr. Protein Shake here going at it with their...
That's not his name. Don't say Shake anywhere in there, Mogwai, please.
If I get it right, I got to butcher right after. So yeah, we got like, they had a really cool lineup idea, and it was very successful. Like, even though they went down in the semifinals, they made it all the way here, and really good showcasing of how the surprise factor and trying to read the meta can definitely has a lot of perks, but ultimately there's an inherent level of variance in card games, and top decks are top decks for a reason. Like we mentioned, there's a reason why people are playing aphelios and Winding Light. It's pretty good. And there's a reason why people are playing Paperback Dragon. The card is kind of ridiculous. Like, it doesn't really take that much setup. You play the Rune Runner, and then the next turn you drop that down, and you got a huge threat that just powers through most things, really. So, especially in conjunction with cards like Wall Up, as we saw there. Even if you are running a full set of Three Sisters, if you don't draw your Frostbites, like that's one of the cases, because the Timeless deck was doing really well. It just missed. It just, in both games, it kind of like missed a key
had the wrong combination of cards for the situation that was presented. So unfortunate, but that is sometimes the variance of card games. But as you mentioned, I think the highlight is huge props for very creative lineups, and making it all the way to top 4 is no easy feat. So huge props to Mike Check and Uchan Protein for a great showing in the seasonal. But of course, we have the finals still to go. We're going to take a not so short break. It'll be a bit longer in this case, preparing for the final rounds, giving the players a chance to maybe take a breather, go to the bathroom, get a snack, before the most important match of today for them and for us as well, and for the viewers at home, because we have the finals coming up very soon.
Okay, baby. The finals coming back right after this break. Don't go anywhere. Literally, just 20 minutes. Just glue yourself to the chair. If I see you get up, I won't know because, you know, you're probably very far away. Nonetheless, we'll see you guys soon. And hopefully you're excited for the finals. See you in a bit.
Come on, Tibbers. It's playtime.
What good's power if you're not gonna use it?
Come out, wherever you are.
Okay, that sounds like fun.
It's Mr. Kythero. Kai.
It's Kythera, Annie. Hey, Tibbers.
Oh, I want to play. This way. What's your favorite aminal? Look at this reality! Look how sparkly! I burned school down. Now I want to burn you. First the smoke, then the fire, then the timbers!
If they don't break, they'll burn.
It's almost time. Did you like that, Tibbers? Wasn't it fun? There's nothing a good giggle can't fix. Say night-night.
Fire is beautiful, billowing, beckoning.
Don't make me hurt you. They all fall down. Don't be scared, Tibbers. They won't hurt you. I want to play a game of hide and burn.
Stay in school, Annie. You'll make something of yourself yet.
You got a weird eye, Mr. Jin. Smells like burning. Yeah! Let's go make some more friends!
Trying hard to keeping up with the Joneses. Everything is kind of trouble and purpose. And you're lying in a bed of roses. I never dreamed of getting in the action. Life moves with all the surprises. I never tell the chemical reaction. It comes down to this thing. You're gonna be a tough act to follow. And you better believe it. Just think about it, see that it's gonna be too much to swallow. You better believe it. Yeah, I got one more trick, but you're gonna be a tough act to follow. To follow. You're gonna be a tough act to follow. To follow.
And we're back. That wasn't that long now, was it? Hopefully you guys listened to me and didn't actually lift from your seats. Not even for a second. Welcome
I
back.
stayed here, Mogwai. I promise.
I believe
Did not
it.
move. Did not go to the
Actually,
bathroom
no, I saw
3
you get
times.
up, but whatever.
Listen, I'm human, okay? I have my needs.
we got the sassy panda today. Welcome back, folks and Falks and everything. We are here with the seasonal, the Worldwalker seasonal for Legends of Runeterra. We are at the finals, ladies and gentlemen, and we got Kurashi versus Puk, the one and only, in a matchup that actually features some of the same decks, as both players have had run more standard lineups, probably very, if not the same as the ones that they used for the qualifier, and they were able to overcome two more unorthodox lineups with their Turkish opponents in the semifinals. It is Germany's Kurashi versus France's Puk, aka Poot.
And look at the narratives. Kurashi, a player that isn't maybe on like the top echelon of players that everyone knows, like maybe Salty Simon or Broken Ball or Thomas, but has been a champion with Germany in the Masters Europe tournament, has been in many seasons in the past, so definitely among the top players in EMEA, although maybe not that highest tier players that everyone knows simply because of their consistency throughout the last 2 years. Whereas Puk, player that we had not heard about until today, player from France, obviously a country that's always been very strong and has a very wide pool of top players, and Puk is looking to add his name to that hat. And in what a way, and in what is maybe his debut tournament in the, like, kind of the spotlight in the finals already, and with a chance to become a seasonal champion, as we've seen in the past, kind of these unknown names come up and actually prove they deserve to be among the best.
Like a Kurashi, I just realized Kurashi has Bird as the avatar. Like, Kurashi's a man of the meta. And so is Puk, as they have very similar lineups. They differ in one deck and obviously their own distributions and tech choices, but I believe they are both running the Gnar version of the paper craft dragon. I just realized I've been calling it the paper back dragon all this entire broadcast. I've been calling it the paperback dragon, and it's actually the paper craft dragon. To be fair, not one of the cards that I'm most familiar with because I tried to avoid it like the plague, but in a tournament setting, it's definitely a very optimal option to go for, and definitely has proven itself as a really, really scary deck to run into. We saw that last game of the series in which Kurashi was able to reverse sweep Mic Check concluded with a rune runner onto a paperback into a wall up, and a lot of times it's just literally all you need.
You just called it paperback.
Oh my god. Okay, well, just let's the paper dragon.
Let's all pretend Mogwai saying the right names, as we always do, my friends. This is
Thank you.
You guys all know the drill. We've done this before for the past 2.5 years. But looking at the deck list now, Mogwai for Puk, as you mentioned, a little bit of meta definitely showing up in both of these lineups. Nothing like we saw in the past round with Turkish players. We're gonna see the paper craft dragon deck here with the Akshang with the Gnar, one of the many variations we've seen throughout this tournament. and seemingly the strongest one if both of these players have this deck in their lineup and made it all the way to the finals. We have also the Bard Ahri deck, the evolution possibly of the initial Bard Zed that came out when the expansion first launched, and maybe a more kind of optimized and refined version. And then of course, no introduction needed. We've seen it pretty much every series today. Winding Lights alongside the discard package in PNZ, such an explosive deck with great burn potential as well.
Moonlight Afflictionless, I have to add here, but you know, we've seen that card has been perhaps the MVP of one-off techs today, but Puk Puk is not about it. It is running my favorite distribution for this kind of deck though that I mentioned with champions, 3 aphelios, 2 Viktor, and 1 Vi. I really do believe this is the way to go. We haven't seen enough of Ahri Bard considering how prevalent it has been in the ladder, at least in Masters rank. It's definitely been a very common deck. And we're gonna see why this close to mono Ionia approach is so powerful, right? Ionia has a lot of tools to disrupt and fly over blockers, and you know, Bard does, well, Bard things that can actually lead to some insane high rolls that we've all experienced in one way or another. And of course, the paper craft dragon. Gonna be you know, very strong choice here. Now what's gonna be interesting is the bans, but let's take a look at the German finalist in Kurashi and how his lineup differs. Like we mentioned, it's just one deck. Instead of that Ahri Ionia Bard approach, we're gonna be seeing Thralls from the German player, with the one-off of Buried in Ice, the one-off of Quicksand, a couple of copies of Red Negation right there, the full set of Draculorn Inquisitor, and the full set of Imagined Possibilities. That's kind of how the deck has evolved post-ban. As the other two decks, we do see the Moonlight Affliction there for Kurashi that we mentioned prior, and the Paper Craft Dragon list looks extremely similar, if not identical. Maybe there are some minor tweaks here and there, but that's going to be that. Regarding the bans, I think we may see a situation in which Papercraft takes priority for at least Puk Puk here.
I have a feeling Ahri Bard will be problematic for Kurashi, especially for the Winding Light list that is going to try and push damage to overwhelm through stats, and it's not going to be easy against a list like this Ahri list that, you know, remember Zed Bard in the past, just how it was able to flood the board with so many stats. So
yeah.
quickly.
But I think one of the issues that Ahri does have against a win condition like Winding Light is that Ionia is particularly efficient at answering one threat, like one big threat, right? But not so much at dealing with spread out board states. And I do think that the PNZ version, if they develop a strong Winding Light, it can definitely override even a fully, it depends on how fast they level up Bard, right? Mm-hmm. But that's gonna be the big key, because if Bard is leveled up and they're able to beef up the board, then they can definitely match that power.
And really how clogged up the board gets. I mean,
yeah,
games where all of a sudden you're looking at a board that you think, you know, my win condition is playing through the board and winning through overwhelm damage with some burn on top. If the board is clogged up, you can say goodbye to your win conditions. It's going to be very hard to actually push through. For
sure. And it's also like, it is important to note that the Ionia deck also has potential access to Tellstones and Homecoming. I'm not sure exactly how the list is, but that's also a bit of a threat towards a deck like Thralls. Yeah. Less now than before when they like, I believe that this version of Thralls, yeah, exactly. This new version of Thralls that spreads out is actually better against Ionia. Because Promising Future could be countered and it could be bounced, and now it's just it spreads out threats more. Cards like the Winding Times or the Sand Times, like the 6-mana card, Sand Times, yeah, like that's actually really strong against the Ionian Bard deck as well. So Ahri could definitely be a target for Puk Puk, but I do think Papercraft Dragon represents a bit of a threat as well. I'm not sure how the matchup goes against that's a pretty common matchup probably, but I'm not really exactly sure who's favored, because it is ultimately a race, right? The Winding Light versus Papercraft, and it's not like they have the best interaction on each other. So I definitely expect Papercraft to eat a ban here from either side, but maybe I'm completely wrong here.
It's going to be tricky, and of course, you know, reminder to the viewers at home, this is the finals, but this is still best of 3. This is still 2 games, you win with the 2 decks you have remaining after the ban, and that is the end of the tournament. There's no double elimination, there's no bracket reset, there's no best of 5 for the finals. It's just a best of 3 running, of course, with the tournament client. Everything's very automated, very clean. That also means that this finals is so cutthroat. I mean, everything is decided in these next 3 games. Obviously, the ban matters oh so much. Players, I'm sure, have put in maybe as much time looking at matchups and ban phases as they have practicing the matchups themselves. That's how important it is in terms of picking the right matchups and knowing exactly how to play certain games into certain other decks. And even you said it before, I think with Broken Ball, where he doesn't put all his credence into stats. And I think those discussions on Twitter throughout this past week as well with Mo saying that stats isn't everything. You have to also have your experience as a player and kind of know what matchups you can lean in a different direction if you have certain tech cards, if you play in a certain way, maybe different to the norm. So very interested to see what the ban ends up being, because it's the crucial part of the series.
Yeah, I hard agree. I think it's really going to dictate, especially like how these players are approaching a matchup, which they definitely have gone over through their head, right? Like a matchup in which 2 out of the 3 decks are close to identical, right? It's going to be very, very, very key to see. Because right now we see like the decks that really make this different is they're both very different. Like Ari Bard is very different from Thralls. They kind of like build up for these crazy board states, right? But they do so through very different means, and both are vulnerable to different things as well. I do feel like Thralls represents a bit of a threat for Pook guys. It can potentially deal with the Papercraft shenanigans.
Oh.
The Ari
has not been banned. It goes through, and it is played on game 1 for Pook.
I think Papercraft, man. I really think Papercraft is the target here.
After what we saw in the last series, maybe players are scared of facing. It's a deck that has, let's be honest, a lot of high roll potential. If you find the right combination of cards, your opponent doesn't have the right answers, you can just win a game on the spot on turn 6, as we saw in the last series, and that could be a blowout that players don't want to face, don't want to have the possibility of facing up against in this do or die final.
Here we go. Turn 1 passes by. Bard is drawn for Pook. Gonna lead off with an open attack. Interesting. Perhaps trying to play around something like a Poro Cannon. Because there was, there was no Esmus is really interesting right there. I wonder what they were playing around. Maybe because they didn't want, they didn't want that to be shut down by a Mystic Shot and wanted to preserve the recall. That makes sense.
You want to have the mana open just in case. Once the mana come down from the opponent when they develop, then you're free to develop your own.
Now, if they spend any more mana, they lose out on the ability of playing aphelios and chaining the moon weapon next round. That's very relevant. I think that warrants them just like keeping it as it is, but they do miss out on a bit of damage here.
Run forever.
So let's see if Pharaoh's Financer, it does go down. Yeah. Okay. Some really good options here, actually. I'm kind of a fan of the sputtering song spinner. I like to
be out
there. I like to dance a bit. I actually don't like to dance. I'm terrible at dancing, but I do like,
I'm not sure where that metaphor was going, but
well, because it's a song spinner, Panda. God damn it. Jeez, you're so slow today.
I see.
God.
Okay, I see. Wouldn't it be more listen than dance though?
Don't try to fix it.
It's a wide board. We're on turn 3, and there's a 5 wide board already for Karashi. The setup has been made, and the elusive's great at pushing damage and being aggressive, but I think Pook is going to be more on the defensive side of things, and maybe having the elusive keyword instead of just more stats is not ideal for this state of the game, having to trade off most of these units right away.
Gonna go for the Twin Discipline. I like the Discipline of Fortitude onto the Droplet to still enable that card draw. Still taking quite a bit of damage from that hit, man. That's 6 to the face, dropping down to 14. That is dangerous.
And still preserving a board. 5 wide now, still 3 wide. The bans come through.
Ooh,
it is going to be the PNZ Aphelios deck on the side of Pook, and it will be Thralls on the side of Karashi.
All right, I completely missed the ball on that one. Papercraft is going through for both players, and it's actually the Winding Light taking the hit and the Thralls. I mean, the Thralls makes more sense. Like, the Thralls had actually a lot of good matchups there. But I was expecting Papercraft to take the hit for Pook here, but no, it's gonna be a double attack fest, Panda. Hope you're ready.
See now how this board is looking. You have the sign in to refuel, which is a good sign considering the current hand here for Pook Pook. Desperately needs that refuel from that sign in. And on the side of Karashi, I mean, a lot to work with. Has the aphelios as well, has still the board, doesn't have the winding light. That's really the only thing he wants to try and cycle and look for in the next few turns until we get to turn 7. We'll have the turn 7 attack token, something important to note.
Yeah, dropping the Nightfall enabler right there. It's a pretty good indication that aphelios is going down after this attack. I like the buff onto Bard. You definitely don't want to be wasting your buff onto a unit that you're looking to recall potentially, especially considering the fact that in this matchup, the difference between 1 and 2 health is irrelevant because Mystic Shot is going to be the main target to use on something like that. So granted those buffs, there's a big difference between. It feels good when you go from a 2-5 to a 3-6. A 3-6, all of a sudden, it trades into fearsomes. It's got that nice Thresh stat line that is very resilient as a bird is drawn there for Pook Pook and Viktor for Karashi. Viktor feeling pretty neat on this turn, except for the fact that you can't really resort to that plus the moon weapon. You kind of want to get aphelios rolling, so I like this Calibrum lead.
The hand looks quite balanced for Karashi, still only really missing that winding light as that payoff for this massively wide board and just having the presence and also controlling the board on the side of Pook Pook, making sure there are going to be less blockers when the time finally comes.
I pick up the Gravitum, I assume. Right there, we could see a recall onto Esmis. Would net some value, but you do miss out on the draw potential with your droplet. Because you're still able to generate 2 bodies and block and carry over the spell mana onto a sign in next round. But the question is that good enough? Because you're looking at a very packed up board. Not very resilient, vulnerable to a lot of variants of AoE, but against Ionia, it feels good to be that wide. It's just great. There's no pings. None of that nature that you got to worry about.
Perfect mana to still flood the board here with 4 units. Have the payoff for the sign in next turn when the attack token is going to be there for Pook Pook and still have that 3 spell mana. So save it over for whatever cards are and end up being drawn by the sign in.
I don't think some Dredger is worth it here, considering a 3-2 has gone down. Interesting. They have to go for it anyways. Because it trades into the bird now, because you definitely want to be challenging the Bard with the Flame Chomper. But I mean, you have aphelios as well, so actually, never mind, because you still want to be trading. You want to be getting rid of aphelios, so this Some Dredger actually does make a lot of sense, because it applies a lot of pressure. Yeah, I take that back. Yeah, this is really good.
Damage being pushed. You have double get excited in hand. There isn't a way to really stop or heal passive right now for Pook Pook in hand. Sign-in won't be buffing much of anything next turn, it looks like, after these trades come through. You can recall the droplet, of course, and just kind of ghost block the 4-3.
You're losing a lot of your board, and this sign-in is losing a lot of value, but we definitely, okay, we are going to see the recall onto that. Going down to 8, very scary against the deck that has so much burn, especially since we do see double. So hasn't been able to get that board level up though.
You go down to 8, but the board is clear and winding light is not a problem, but it's not the case. Still 4 units on the board. You have the double kind of fork threat of winding light still being a possible development that can just really make things difficult for you, and also the fact that now you're in burn range. You know, this deck is a deck that has 3 copies of Very Excited, 3 copies of Mystic Shot.
Panda, look at that Moonlight Affliction. Oh my goodness. Removing 2 blockers alongside the burn and the Gravitum. The Gravitum just removes, like, you go for Gravitum, you remove a blocker. Like, all you need to do is just go for a preemptive Pale Cascade that doesn't draw your card, doesn't matter. You Pale Cascade into a Moonlight Affliction, having removed one of the blockers with Gravitum. And what's stopping this open attack? Just drop a Chomper. Or, even better, get excited, face, while dropping a Chomper.
We do have Concussive Palm for next turn, so there is going to be at least...
It's going to be an open attack. It's going to be an open attack, and they're gonna. I think they should definitely, they should let this attack hit completely, and then drop a flame, get excited face with the Flame Chomper, then Pale Cascade into Moonlight Affliction for an open attack, and you're good to go. That has to be the line of play here. Let this go through. Don't even bother removing one of the bodies. Like it does. It's just get as much extra damage as you can. You use this get excited face. There's no reach from Ionia. There's no direct burn damage. They completely. That's a weakness with this deck. Like as long as you're not dead, you guarantee have a turn to do something.
So now Karashi really thinking, because of course this, taking this damage or not, as you're mentioning, there's kind of the idea of using your life as a resource, taking damage now, knowing that there isn't enough reach for the opponent to really do it in the next turn while you're attacking. And it gives you the best chance of pushing through the most damage by not giving any value trades to Pook.
I love it. This is the way to go. It's like he took his time there. I mean, it's the finals. Like I would be milking that clock, I would just every second that I can to make sure that that's the correct way to go. But this is definitely the line of play. Like this is beautiful. Like you just go Pale
Another
Cascade,
Flame Chomper as well.
Pale Cascade into Moonlight Affliction, and you're good to go. Yep, Pale Cascade onto one of the weaker units. Moonlight Affliction, removing 2 blockers, drag the other one with the Flame Chompers, and that is all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. There's no stopping this.
Burst speed as well, so that top deck deny can't do anything to stop this spell from going through. 11 damage threatened onto the Nexus. 2 blockers available in this case, but they have the Moonlight Affliction debuff.
Kurashi takes game 1 against Pook with that Winding Light victory. 1 win away from becoming
Winding Light. Without Winding Light, Mogwai, still just Moonlight Affliction actually coming in so clutch, and just the pressure from a very strong early start. And we were mentioning, when you have elusives in play, you're sacrificing something for those units that have elusive, and usually comes at the cost of stats. The units are lowly statted. If you're the aggressor, great. You're pushing that damage, you're pushing that tempo. But in this case, the Bard deck was trying to defend from the onslaught, and the elusive start did not help with that.
Yep, exactly. And now we are 1 Papercraft Dragon victory away.
We saw what Kurashi is capable of doing in the last semifinals against Mike Check. The surprise win, maybe the unpopular win against a lineup that was very, very interesting for a lot of us with the Ezreal, Caitlyn, and the timelines. Able to take that win in the reverse sweep in that game 3. And now Kurashi has a chance to do it again. Bard Ahri for Pook trying to defend himself in this game 2. And Kurashi smelling blood, trying to become this Worldwalker seasonal champion. The first time for himself. And Mogwai, it would be the first time ever that a player is both a seasonal champion, reaching personal glory, and a Masters Europe champion, reaching national glory with Germany already in the past.
I was literally just about to say that, so I am a little bit resentful towards you right now. But yeah, I agree. That is actually what's at stake. Kurashi would be the first ever to become both a seasonal and the Europe Masters champion. And I believe how many German seasonal champions would that make at this point?
We've had Hipster Waldo at the very beginning, and I think that's it. Actually,
that's it, right? It will be
Hipster Waldo.
I wonder what Hipster Waldo's up to. I haven't seen him compete in a while. It'd be nice to see him back. Here we go. Turn 3, Chime pops up through Esmus. And now
Dragons are in hand. No rune just yet.
I'm gonna take at the beginning of the round. Down goes Merciless Hunter. I'm gonna trap that Esmus. I don't know why when I look at it, I just always, my brain always says Erasmus. I don't know. It's weird, but yeah. Ahri goes down. No more spell mana available for Kurashi, which gives Ahri a really nice attack here. Esmus giving her 3/3 stat line, and then she swaps spots with the droplet to draw a card and deal quite a bit of damage here. So good turn for Pook, even though the open attack and retaliation can be pretty menacing as well. You can open attack and then drop that Gnar to level up too. But you miss out on the Pokestick generation, but I think it's fine. Let's see. Will Kurashi try to jump a little bit here with this Chemist, or will we take the hit full on? He will take the hit full on, dropping down
the aggro playstyle. Knowing that you want to have all the tools in your arsenal to do as much damage, and we saw how much damage this deck can do with the right sequence of draws and cards being played.
And because of that bomb, even if he were to be somehow completely shut down on this attack, this Gnar would still have the leveled up enable, which really, it makes it very likely that we're going to be seeing Gnar going down here, even though you would like that Pokestick actually to cycle through your deck a little bit. Kurashi's hand is a bit stacked here. Like, it's not a coincidence that Puk ended up going with the Ionia deck. Like we mentioned prior, Ionia is not very good at dealing with spread out board states as a region, but it's very efficient at dealing with individual threats. And this deck is the epitome of individual threat.
Not with his current hand, though. His current hand does not have the right tools to answer, and we saw
a lot of draw. A lot of draw.
Yeah. It was a very similar case with Mike Check. He had the tools in his deck, but in the hand that he had at the time of the reckoning, he did not have the right answers, and he lost the match because of that. We talked about it. Even if you have the tools in your deck, you have to draw them as well.
Yeah, there is definitely a lot of card draw with, you know, being able to bounce those droplets, having that Shadow Assassin as well. But it is true. Like, if they don't find it, they don't find it. Now Gnar goes down. After Kurashi has seen him deplete his mana a little bit further. It was a bit of a bluff there by Kurashi. Definitely worked out. Now the Gnar will level up and will represent the overwhelm threat, but no spell shield onto Gnar, which means that Paperback Dragon is not as spooky, especially in a matchup that can just bounce him. And here we go. Gnar becomes Mega Gnar, goes up to 5/5 with the quick attack, and there's another draw, another recall. Again, they don't have it right now, but they definitely
they better find it quick, because Rune Runner has been top decked. We saw this movie before. We saw the ending. I don't want to spoil it, but we might get a part 2 real quick.
I didn't see that actually. Okay, yeah, all right. Oh, that's spooky.
And you're looking at not just the Rune Runner itself, but there's a big board here as well you have to deal with. There's a leveled up Gnar with Overwhelm and Quick Attack.
You're at 9 health.
Yeah,
you're at 9 health.
Even just the Pokesticks that come in after might be actually quite effective.
We could even see like there is the charm right there. There's a signature spell for Ahri that can allow Puk to try to drag something in. Unfortunately, Gnar is a bit too thick for it. And yeah, all of a sudden this is an issue. Like this attack in itself, Ahri is still far away from leveling up. Down goes the Rune Runner. Could pop the spell shield with the charm. Keep that in mind. And bluff. Like, just bluffing that you have a concussive palm or something after you pop the spell shield could deter Kurashi from going for the paperback play. Like, we could see some big mind games going on here.
And Kurashi has to think, you know, maybe I have to use my recalls on this turn. I have to have as many chances as possible to hit the card I need in case a Papergraph Dragon is developed next turn.
Yeah, the cool thing is that the charm itself will allow him to cycle through his deck and pop the spell shield. So that's a pretty good use of the ability there. We're gonna see, you know, an attack here. The Ahri representing 6 damage. Right now, this is not lethal. It's missing lethal on 1. So Kurashi could just completely ignore this attack.
It would definitely be in the spirit of the Papergraph Dragon strategy. Just hit skip block 2 times in a row. Play your combo.
My opponent is doing stuff. I don't care.
Pray they don't have it and win a seasonal tournament in the process. It looks like Kurashi has learned from the right people when it comes to piloting this deck. He learned the ways of the dragon. He knows exactly how it is you have to think about this deck and how, I mean, and to some extent, it is kind of this solitaire mode where you're just doing your own game plan.
Oh man, Puk is not popping the spell shield, really? I mean, he can do so now in response, because right now the double attack is not a thing. There's the palm! There is the palm, ladies and oh my god.
That's it. That's I mean, that's massive. And we're at a point now with so many elusives that if you don't win here, it's GG next turn, only 1 HP for Kurashi.
Ahri's signature spell coming in clutch here. Gonna bounce back, I would believe the droplet, right? Bounce back the droplet, bop the spell shield, and all of a sudden they can just play the palm immediately to set up that extra blocker. There's a homecoming on top of that. That's huge. Absolutely huge. Shut down. You know what, Panda? Like, I'm not a big Ionia fan, but this feels nice.
It's a good example of the two sides of the coin that is these OTK decks. In the semifinals, there was no answer in hand. All of a sudden, it's GG. 16 HP does not matter. You have your combo pieces, you're good to go. In this case, very close to being the same exact scenario, but in the end, you find the Concussive Palm, one of the many cards in this deck that are able to stop the combo, and all of a sudden this deck falls flat on its feet, where next turn, it's not ready to defend. It wasn't planning on this going badly. It kind of put all its eggs in one basket, and if that basket, falls off the building and cracks, it's game over.
That analogy was going good until you mentioned it, like a basket falling off a building. Like
you don't know. That's the second part.
You could have been more subtle about it. No. It fell off the table, or some water slipped on. No, it just fell off like the 9th
it's
floor.
It's the lesser known part of that phrase.
Manhattan building, and
that's
probably landed on somebody. And
you got it.
Like,
that's it. That's
like the tender choke all over again, man. Like I don't even know anymore.
I'm keeping you on your toes, Mongwai. I have to keep you ready.
Yeah, no, you're definitely doing that. Yeah.
Of the seasonal tournament, I want to make sure you're paying attention to what I'm saying, paying attention to what's happening on the board here, and paying attention to what could be a comeback here from Pook Pook with the stun on to.
Just getting rid of the unit, just get out of here.
You're useless. You had one job and you failed. To the Shadow Realm with you.
Bird just be like, get out of here. I'll handle this. Unfortunately, I don't believe he'll be enough though.
There isn't enough attackers to go wide. Still 9 HP on the Nexus. If the Nexus HP totals were flipped, possibly, obviously Pokestick would be an option, but it's not the case. And I think next game or next round, it has to be GG. It has to be game for Pook Pook.
Yeah, like it's what you said. Like when he let that attack go through, it was very clear. It's like I either finish the game next turn, or it's over. But I mean that's kind of like that is essentially this meta game. Like that's what it is. Like with a lot of these decks, right? Like they're just like very proactive. Kind of like I do my thing, you do yours, I'll do it faster, and I'll win. And that's what a lot of, especially a matchup like this, what it comes down to. But there's a lot of interaction within the Ionia build that allows them to disrupt this. And that's why Pook Pook has been leading off with this Ionia deck. He feels like he has a better chance getting the win with this. As that is Kurashi's final attack, and Black Shan level up, but it won't really be relevant. Too many elusive units on board, too much disruption, no sharp sights. Yeah, too little HP. And this game, this series, this finals is going to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what he picks up. A Wallop with Nar. That's relevant. It's Nopify food, but still relevant. Yep.
I still think there's going to be just too many elusive threats that can be developed, and again, too little HP. With one single attacker connecting, that's going to be it.
I definitely agree. Especially with a deny top deck, yeah, this is done. Well, double wallop, wow.
Ooh,
that deny. Well, I mean,
why?
What? I mean, it's Nopify and deny, so, but yeah.
Trying to make it exciting, Mongwai, okay? Please. Some viewers have been bamboozled, I'm sure.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I ruined it. Double wallop.
Kurashi
Double
thinks...
no. This is what Ionia loves to do. It's like, oh, you play cards. No, you don't. No.
The Shen emote comes through. Pook Pook is able to tie this series, and as I think is deserved. We're gonna go to a final game here. We're gonna see the final match between these two competitors, France versus Germany. Pook Pook versus Kurashi, the maybe unknown versus the champion already in a different modality in the Masters Europe tournament, but still someone that knows what it feels like to win, knows what it feels like to handle the pressure of being in a moment like this one. Do or die moment, a mirror match. How many times have these players practiced this exact mirror match, knowing that it will probably be very relevant coming to the seasonal, knowing that there are going to be some version of Paper Craft Dragons in almost every lineup, or at least it will be very popular. What are the intricate play patterns you have to watch out for, Mongwai, do you think, in this matchup?
In a Paper Craft Dragon mirror, I don't know. I haven't played this deck once, so I'm a little bit out of my element here. But I just hope that the entire crowd is pumped for a Paper Craft mirror, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Can we get some hypes in the chat? Let's do this. Turn one bird. I've never seen that before. Oh my god, here we go. All right, into Squire. And both have action on curve though. So right now, pretty similar openings.
As all action players do. I mean, have we seen an action not come down turn 2 with this deck? I don't think it's the case. It's pretty much almost always there. The trade
here we go.
being offered by Karashi, I think not going to be super relevant coming into the next few turns. So just happy to take it, happy to stay on even footing. Attack token will be in favor for Puk Puk on this next turn though, with the Akshan coming down.
There's the chime from Bert Hunt. Oh my god.
Oh, this has to feel bad.
This is the meta in a nutshell, baby. Yeah, these damn chimes.
Puk Puk is like, wait a minute, this is not how it's supposed to go. I had to turn to attack token.
That was so
oh no.
That feels rough. Honestly, like that's huge for Karashi. Karashi, you know, I think Karashi may have some, you know, some powers that go beyond, you know, our initial perception of reality. Like he has some sort of connection with the Lord of Variance right here, because he's had some strong draws and he's got some strong chimes.
I mean, Puk Puk did top deck the right answer in the last game, so I think there's some parity between these two players in that front.
Let's see what happens here. Karashi does have the mana advantage. He's got the stats advantage. He has a board disadvantage because he's like going like I don't understand people who like Puk Puk, like you change your guardian but you don't change your board. Like what's the point even? Wow, action going in on. Okay.
Seems to be happy to give it up. Doesn't want to drop, 6 damage on this turn. Doesn't want to take that full hit. Going to make the trade here. Going to commit it here. Action being taken down. The spear on the secondary action, allowing that to happen and allowing this action to attack here and mount the pressure for Puk Puk.
Karashi now debating between Gnar and Merciless Hunter. It's probably a bit late for Merciless Hunter onto action, considering that Warlord's Palace is down at 2. Just one spell targeting away from getting a level up, so it is a bit late for that. And even though we got that chime in for Karashi, it definitely right now it's looking pretty swell for Puk Puk here, just because he's going to be able to get that auction level up. That really does make a difference. Like Karashi needs to find another action now to get the Warlord's Horde, and that really sets him back. I wonder if 3 damage was worth that with double wall up in hand. I'm not so sure, Panda.
Yeah, because you can slow down really the tempo at which Puk Puk is able to really commit a lot of damage, having the failsafe of knowing, hey, I have 2 stuns here. I can spread these out the next few turns on those big kind of again, this is a deck that focuses on buffing 1 unit to absurd amounts to reach its OTK potential. So stuns are just extremely effective at kind of locking that out for a whole turn.
For sure. Quick attack here, going down onto action. Gonna try to return the favor. I think we definitely. It would be such a shame to miss out on the level up now. It definitely warrants an absolver, in my opinion. Could also just see a stun as well. Maybe an absolver onto Bird to trade into the Merciless Hunter. And then you can just let action go if you want. You got the Warlord's Horde.
A very important decision to be made here. This could really shape the rest of this mid to late game. It looks like it will be the stun being committed. You don't want to give so much value to this Gnar killing the Akshan for free thanks to the quick attack. Instead, going to stun it here, and really nothing you can do in response from Karashi. This also locks him out of his mana for this turn. He was hoping to, I think, have a way to play out, something to use up the 5 mana he has currently.
Yeah,
and he's unable to.
Yeah, very good point. Especially considering how much mana he has left. This is a bit of an awkward point to be in the curve. So very, very good call by Puk Puk stunning that.
Yeah.
Not gonna be playing the Gnar instead of wanting to carry over the spell mana. Especially because dropping the Gnar makes it vulnerable to the Mega Gnar, right? So good call right there. Akshan level up gonna happen here. Very important. You know, who needs chimes when you eventually get the level up anyways? Likely to see a predict here. Haven't dealt enough damage to try to push for lethal with the sandstone charger. Let's see what they pick up here. 3 options. Very quick pickup there by Pook Pook. It is a merciless hunter. Has a pretty damn good target there onto the Gnar.
We'll see if it'll be a similar play in response now. The Wallop coming down defensively once again to try and stop the free value coming in from the Akshan with 4 attack now onto the Gnar. You want to save. Of course, it always feels bad saving it with vulnerable because you know it's going to be kind of in that vulnerable state for the rest of its existence on the board.
See if he attacks the Merciless Hunter or keeps her in the back to try to trade into that. I like the offensive with the Merciless. Like you are ultimately in a race. You need to push some damage yourself. And if there is an answer for your action, then at least you get to push some damage or force the trade onto their own Merciless Hunter, which dealt 4 damage last round. Like the Merciless has been putting in the work with that Fearsome. I love the change that they made to this card. Like obviously it was super pushed as a 3-mana 4/3, but the fact that it sees play to this day as a 4/2. It's one of those nerfs like you mentioned earlier, right? That you know, like with the Pharaoh's Financer, like that needed to happen. Like with Draven as well, like the cards are still playable. That's why I think, you know, like
Rise to Protector as well.
Thing. You know, big shout outs to the devs because they do a great job like nerfing and buffing cards, because you know a lot of other card games they just completely erase them from existence. But not in lore. Cards get nerfed here and they still get played, and that's a good thing. Down goes the Wallop.
Yeah, going to be a mirror play to what we saw in the last round. Exactly the same situation, you know, a bit different, but it's going to be still the Wallop trying to stop the free value from quick attack, challenging essentially an important unit on the opponent's side. Mirror match, of course, you expect to see a lot of mirror plays, and we're definitely seeing it here in the last 2 rounds.
We could see a round negation sacking the bird, actually. The only the punishing play for this is a pokey stick, but do you really want to drop down a mana gem here? That could be a heavy price to pay. We'll see.
Right of negation, so really seeing the value, and Pook definitely playing for the current state of the board, not really thinking about the late game, not really saving, you know, the Wallops and the right negation for later on, saying, hey, I want to push my advantage right now. But in the end, the second Wallop comes through on the side of Kurashi, and the same result ends up being found.
And now he's 1 mana behind. That's huge, actually. 1 less mana to play with in a situation like this can mean a lot. Another chime happens from Bird here, hitting the Ruin Runner on the left. No, like this is the problem with losing action. Like now you get, I mean, you have the ability to draw into him, right? But
and we're in a place now where I think this action has to block, right? I mean, it's going to be a big attack coming in. You have the Absolver possibility as well, double Absolver. Action forced to block, and that really sets back the aggression from Pook on this next attack turn, if he can survive this one even.
Well, action is going to be forced to block because he has vulnerable more than anything.
Yeah.
And the Viktor Vagabond can come down here and provide a little bit of extra value. But right now, momentum is definitely for Kurashi. Even though he's lacking Papercraft Dragon, he's got a lot of stats going on, a lot of overwhelm as well. But I do like the Viktor Vagabond. I think it is still the play to go for. Going to be dragging those 2, pushing a lot of damage here. Is Kurashi
gonna force an Absolver defensively, it looks like, from Pook to even survive here with the Absolver boss that can come down on a spell shielded Rue Runner.
Yeah, I think it's definitely warranted. Removing her is important. Saving up a little bit of health as well. Because there's an Absolver there for Kurashi, but the difference between actually no, never mind. Mega Gnar is a thing. Never mind. I was gonna say that there wasn't a Mega Gnar confuses my brain because I just think about mega evolutions like we're like Pokemon all of a sudden or something.
There it is. Kurashi pushing for lethal, committing into the board, saying, hey, if you have it, you have it. And yeah, this is now even more explosive with the Sandstone Charger coming out.
That's huge. Okay, so if you block into the 5/2, and yeah, the Absolver actually saves him on 1. after no. Oh no, math, Miguel, math. Oh, I didn't see
The
this
Sandstone
line.
Charger changes everything.
Whoa, yeah, the +1 defense here as well. You go for that once, you go to 2, the Absolver goes down, and that's it. Unless Kurashi, I don't know, it's like daydreaming right now, and he just forgets very basic elementary level math. We are going to see Kurashi here taking it with an Absolver onto pretty much anything that's not the Sandstone Charger. What card could Pook have?
Another Wallop? But
another Wallop, that's it. But I mean, there's no world in which you don't commit this. You have no other play. Kurashi just really, I mean, it's the finals, right? You gotta make sure you make use of the timer and what you believe is going to be the last turn. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, the clock is getting nervous.
You make sure like all the options with 3 mana up. Time is ticking. Did Kurashi DC? I hope not. And what could be the last action of this tournament.
Wait, what? Okay, no, yeah, he gets that overwhelmed. Never mind.
It literally he could put on everything, Manga. The Shen emote comes through. Kurashi is our seasonal champion for the Worldwalker seasonal tournament. And Mogwai, the first ever player to win a seasonal tournament and also having already been a Masters Europe champion with Germany. Huge props, history in the making for Kurashi, a player that is now maybe the leading German player in the current scene, with other players like Gamebreaker and Lobster stepping back a bit into the limelight. Kurashi now maybe the reference point for all German players to aspire to.
Now, 100% agreed. Kurashi has been in the scene for a long time now, made a name for himself at the Europe Masters, and now becomes the Worldwalker EMEA champion. Big congrats to this German player who has executed his games really well and has also, showcased the power and why these decks are the so-and-so meta, right? We've seen Papercraft, a Papercraft mirror that was actually very exciting in the end, and the power of the Winding Light as well. With his own Thralls deck being banned this time around, but a very strong performance by Kurashi. Very rough side of the bracket that he was ultimately able to overcome. And massive congrats to one hell of a series to end things up with.
And this whole narrative reminds me of, Den, our first ever seasonal champion, going into the last Masters Europe that was held. I remember doing an interview with Den, and he mentioned, it was his goal to win that Masters Europe tournament, which Germany ended up winning, with Kurashi ended up winning, because he wanted to become the first player to win a seasonal tournament and then win the Masters Europe. In the end, it is Kurashi who's able to do it quite a bit later. It's not an easy feat, of course, especially when there aren't more Masters Europe tournaments being held right now. It's kind of impossible for other players. Other than the 9 victors that have already happened. But yeah, huge props to Kurashi. It is definitely history in the making. This is something that is not easy to do, to win in 2 very different formats. With seasonal tournament, you're playing by yourself, of course. It's kind of the traditional Runeterra, and then the team-based, nation-based tournament with 7 decks, 3 bans, this whole, teamwork mentality as well that Kurashi was able to succeed in with Teddy and with Kobachi so many months ago. So huge props to him. I think definitely, a seasonal that we will not forget anytime soon. And overall, I think very, very fun. We saw a lot of diversity, maybe a bit less coming into this finals, but every other round before that, a lot of different strategies that seem viable.
In the end, like I said, the meta won, but it barely did so. We saw there's a lot of stuff that we missed, unfortunately.
Azure
Aurelia, but specifically there were a few players running Ash Frostbite, and the one glimpse that we got from her was like a 2-second end of the game situation, in which I was just completely fixated on For Glory. I really like For Glory, okay? I know I freak out about the card a lot, but when I see it in a seasonal, I get really happy, and but it's always like in the worst scenarios. It was either spawned randomly by like a Pharaoh's Financer, or the player that's playing it just dies.
We do of course have the Americas tournament coming out after this, so there's maybe a chance we'll see some decks we missed here. We maybe see some of Azure Aurelia. We see, of course, I think the TF Nami deck we'll see a little bit of as well. Very popular in the Americas region. But
that's something that we haven't seen like that
at all.
I've been talking a lot about the meta, the Papercraft, and of course the Winding Light, but a deck that we haven't really witnessed at all is Nami Twist of Fate with Shadow Owls. Extremely prevalent on the ladder, very common on the qualifier as well. Did pretty damn good from what I saw. but maybe the Europe metagame and the environment just wasn't the right home for it. Maybe NA will change that up a little bit. But
and NETF as well, one of the highest play rate decks. We only saw it once, I believe, in this tournament in the earlier rounds, and it did end up winning. Actually, I don't recall, but still, not as much showing as you would expect. Not as much representation as other decks like Thralls, for example.
Yeah, we got some decks in the limelight, that maybe not everybody's a fan of, like Papercraft Dragon, and like I understand that. I also know Winding Light is a very powerful late game condition, and that deck is actually perhaps a bit overtuned. But overall, I think it's really important to highlight like the diversity of decks that we have seen today and of play styles in general. Like it's actually been a very exciting season in that sense. We've seen many different lineups. I loved Ultraman's lineup and his take on the Annie Twisted Fate deck, which I was just completely bad mouthing with you before starting this cast. So yeah, happy to be proved wrong in that sense. And overall, I love it when there's a lot of diversity, because you really do get to see kind of like a bit of the personalities of the players as well, like what archetypes and what strategies like they feel confident in, and their own read on this scenario, which is not an easy. This is a very difficult metagame to read, because there's nothing that's extremely dominant, and normally you would think that would lead to more specific sort of like less diverse situations in tournaments, but it's actually the other way around. Like when something is super prevalent but it's also counterable, then things can spice up a lot. But this one was a very difficult one to crack, and because of that, we saw all the different strategies going on, and it's more of a headache for the players, but it's definitely way fun for
more entertaining for us. Yeah. Coming into this week, I think just looking on social media, on Twitter, you could tell how so many players did not know what lineup to commit to, did not know what decision to make in terms of 2 months of prep, 2 months of grinding ladder, of playing so many different decks, and obviously some nerfs came through halfway through the season, and you have to consider what is the strongest thing. And there was, again, like you mentioned, a lot of confusion, a lot of don't trust the stats, think about your own experiences, discussions coming up as well. And I do think, there was definitely an air of kind of, not really having a very clear cut meta in terms of what the exact lineups would be. And then even, of course, through open rounds and this top cut with like the innovations that are still happening with like the version of any TF that Ultraman brought, when it comes to the most crucial moment of the season, that's when the top players are going to bring out, the biggest brain moves, the biggest brain tech cards, and are going to really push the meta even further in this last weekend. So it's great to see the results of this, and hopefully we'll see more of that in the Americas tournament as well. But we do have confirmation, my way. We have an interview lined up with our seasonal champion, Kurashi. We're setting it all up. We'll hopefully get to it very soon. I'm not sure we're going to throw to break first to allow time.
You baited me. I thought it was Panda. What are you doing?
I'm setting the stage, my way. I'm simply preparing for what is to come, and giving you time to think about what questions you'll be asking Kurashi, my way, because I know you need this time to get some good questions.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Don't steal mine, okay?
I'm sorry, I actually come up with good questions, so there's no stealing to be had there. We're gonna be looking into if we have a break, or if we have the interview set up here with Kurashi. Even though we saw Kurashi in action in the European Masters, I don't believe we had an interview with them back then, or
I don't think so, but it's possible. We definitely saw Teddy and Kwabatsu participating in the interviews, but I think it wasn't the case with Kurashi. I might be wrong, though. It was, a long time ago. But definitely not a player that I think we mentioned as being a player that has been in the spotlight. He's not really.
Now I'm actually quite intrigued as to why we didn't see any Twisted Fate Nami with Shadow House today. Like it's surprising, like especially how prevalent that deck was in the qualifiers. I wonder if we just have like missed all the matchups with that.
Let's take a look, at least not the decks, but at least what we saw today, Mongwei, because as always, from the very first round, so many top players eliminated. Shampo at the top there, we see players like Sir Donald, the only Spanish player, dropping to Uchan Protein, who had a great run all the way into the top 4. Aaron from Sweden, Thomas's prep partner and one of the top players in EMEA, also dropped very early on. Salty Simon in round 2 as well. So just a lot of upsets, but I think it's kind of already the usual for seasonals. This is how cutthroat this tournament is.
Very intense for sure. And this time it was the very first player of the bracket who took it all. Kurashi defeating Carnality in the first round, then defeating Pig Hunter 98 in the top 16, and then at least I got the C's which, you know, at least I guess he did. I don't know if he can get C's in Legends of Runeterra,
CS.
but hopefully CS. But hopefully he got that at least, you know. Like I said, a half full glass type of guy. And here we go. We're ready for the interview.
Nope.
No, we're not.
We're gonna go to a very short break.
I baited you like Panda. You know, that's our thing now.
We're gonna go to a very short break, and when we come back, we'll have the interview set up with Karashi, our seasonal champion, our Masters Europe champion, the championest of players in EMEA history. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere, because we have some great questions and I think hopefully a lot of insights to hear from Karashi and to hear from his experiences in the open rounds and in today's tournament as well. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
Are you the hunter or the prey? Here is where we make our stand. I know what they are. I know how to destroy them. Their every move just makes me stronger.
End of the frickin' world, huh? Let's go!
Novel way to fight, I'll give you that. We have something the void will never understand. Me. I'll show you how to fight. Gotta hit them hard. Come on! The void doesn't wait, neither should we.
Enthroned for an empress.
What is this?
I am the path she walks.
So long, void. See you next time.
We got the interview ready with the champ himself. The champ is here. Karashi, congratulations. Hopefully you could hear us.
Congrats. Congrats, Karashi, on
Congrats.
the great result, on becoming champion. I'm going to start off right away the interview and ask you the question that I have on my mind. You're the first player ever to win Masters Europe with Germany, and now to win it, personal glory as well, the seasonal tournament. This is something that I think maybe no one will ever do again. This is a very hard thing to accomplish. How do you feel about being the first player to do it?
I feel amazing. Like, especially after winning like a team tournament, and then also being able to prove as my on my own that I can win games is amazing. Yeah.
Big congrats, man. You had a great run, and I just wanted to pick your brain a little bit as to why you ended up choosing. Like, first of all, was your lineup the same that it was yesterday for the qualifier?
Yeah, it was.
It was, because there was like less time to just kind of like try to spice it up, right? And could you go a little bit over as to why you chose the decks that you chose and why you believe? Because that combination, I mean, in the end, the finals, two of the three decks that you guys played were the same, right? With some different tweaks here and there. So I would like to know, like, what do you feel those are? Do you feel they're the best decks, period, or do you consider some matchups or something?
Yeah, I think those are like the three best ladder decks, and that's also like the decks I played the most, especially Aphelios and I played Akshan Renekton more, but yeah, Kuwabachi convinced me to switch to Na, and it worked out.
Oh, Kuwabachi still, despite not being on your team now, still coming through and you know, helping you out in some ways as well. So great to see that friendship still being fostered.
Oh yeah, all of them did. Teddy as well.
That's awesome. That's awesome to hear. I want to ask you, Karashi, it's not very usual and it's not very common. It might be the first time it actually happens where the player with the first seed coming into the tournament, who did the best in the open rounds, also becomes a champion. Just complete dominance over 2 days in this case, with now the weekend being open rounds and a seasonal tournament. I mean, is there a more perfect seasonal tournament than this one for you? It can't be scripted better. 9-0 in the open rounds. You win the tournament. You're the first player to win Masters Europe and this tournament as well. How do you feel coming into the rest of this year? We have Worlds has been confirmed, of course. I guess that's the next tournament you're hoping to win.
Yeah.
Do you feel confident going into that? Like, what are your goals for the rest of this season, let's say?
Yeah, I feel pretty confident going into Worlds. Like, the next step is obviously winning the qualifiers, which might be quite hard as well. Like, you have 64 really strong players, and then only 4 of them, I think, make it. So, yeah, it's going to be tough.
So ultimately, what would you say was your toughest matchup? And we covered obviously your finals. I believe the other time that we covered you was like towards the end of a match and such. But was there like any specific player that had a lineup that matched up really well into yours? Because we saw a lot of diversity today in regards to like lineups, and I'm not sure if you also dealt with that through your own perspective. Like, you know, if you were running into like a lot of different decks, basically.
Oh yeah. Basically, I faced a lot of mirror matchups or lineups, at least most of the time. But a few of them were like either I played mirror where I felt really, really comfortable, or I played against counter lineups. And yeah, the most I played once against Ashley Blanc, which was kind of hard, and I still can't believe that I won against it with Akshan Na. Like, that matchup should be unplayable. And also going into the matchup with Mike Jack, he had like a full counter Akshan Na lineup.
It was a full counter lineup, right?
Yeah. Like, that lineup would be fine if I had renekton instead of Na, at least on stats. But yeah, I was not very comfortable going into Mike Jack, and yeah, the Zoe aphelios game was kind of sus as well. So
it was a really close one.
I made it.
Yeah, you made it by the skin of your tooth, but you ended up making it in the end, and obviously the finals was a bit more. I still think pretty close, to be honest, as well. But I guess one of the weaknesses of bringing the lineup you brought is that you have to be ready for mirror matches. It's kind of like, it's not the surprise lineup where you have the kind of hipster tech angle that you can kind of win through creativity or win through kind of having very different lineup. Instead, you went for the tried and tested, and I think it worked out. If you have, especially if you know the mirrors in and out, then I think you have an advantage over the rest of the players, and it seemed to be the case. 9-0 in open rounds and winning today, I think you proved it for sure. Are there any shout-outs, Karashi? You mentioned you prepared with Kuwabachi and Teddy. Are there any other shout-outs you want to give to people that maybe have helped you make it to this stage in your career?
Yeah, I want to just mention Teddy and Kuwabachi again. Like, Teddy, we scrimmed the Akshan Na mirror like 2 games, but I felt like that was enough, and it gave me a lot of confidence going into the finals as well. Like, I knew exactly what to do. Yeah, and also Kuwabachi, who was very supportive, and we talked a lot about Akshan Na, like what's the best version and whatever. Like, we talked all week. So yeah, big shout outs to those, and also like all the people that were like cheering for me. Like, I have a lot of family which were watching the stream and maybe annoying a few people in the chat, I don't know. But yeah, I hope everyone had fun watching the tournament, and it was really amazing for me.
Also, now the most important question of them all: the $10,000 US. What are you gonna do with them? Don't be boring. No boring is. No, actually saving it up or anything.
No, I can't save it, but it's really hard for me because I actually did not spend the EU Master money yet, which might be a disappointment for you. But yeah, we have a trip coming up with a few friends, and I feel like I go pretty big. So
suffering from success. The money's piling up. We got it, Karashi.
Yeah.
You got the money.
Yeah,
you got
just
the
waiting
fame.
for Worlds, then I'm gonna spend it. I promise.
All right.
That's fair. That's fair.
Again, huge congrats, Karashi, and really, I think it's great to hear that this core group from the Masters Europe win for Germany is still intact and still, helping each other all improve and get better at this game. And the results are here as well with your win today. So huge props. I think you played very cleanly all throughout the tournament. And again, the numbers and the results speak for themselves. So big props to you, and very much looking forward to seeing you try and continue this success with the Worlds as well. And we get another European winner, of course, coming in for
Yeah, that'd be nice. Big congrats, man. Hopefully you enjoy your victory tonight. You earned it.
Oh yeah, well, for sure.
Thank you, Karashi. That's you, Mongwa. You're the host.
Oh, we're back.
Oh my.
I don't know why I was waiting for it. All right, so there we go. That was today's seasonal champion for the EMEA region, Kurashi, a veteran of the game that finally has a title to really. You can definitely tell with his answers that he's very pleased that not only did he kind of like proved himself as like a like as an individual player, right? Because his glory was from a team sort of event, and now he's able to take the besides Worlds, the most prestigious Legends of Runeterra title, right? And very, very impressive. Like going 9-0, and then just like he went undefeated. Absolutely, 100%. I mean, everybody. No, not technically. You can drop games in the qualifier, but in this case, Kurashi just does not drop a single one, and was able to do so with the same lineup that he used for both the qualifiers and today. And overall, a very intense tournament, very diverse, a lot of counter strategies. But at the end of the day, the meta won, and that's gonna happen. That's just it's a
big props to everyone that made it even into this top 32. It's already a really hard thing to do. To make it past those open rounds is already a massive testament to the skill of these players. In this kind of format with single elimination, it's much more difficult to guarantee success despite how prepared you are, unfortunately. So still, I think congrats to every single one of the players here, and I think special congrats as well. I always like to give some favoritism to players that are able to be creative with their lineups, and I think Mike Check and Uchan Protein, both Turkish players, made it to semifinals with two very interesting lineups, a lot of very interesting decks, and just general matchup strategies as well, with a freljord for Uchan Protein, and the timelines and the Ezreal Caitlyn for Mike Check. So huge congrats to them as well. And Puk, a player that we didn't know much about, able to again have a very good tournament run, and now is a name that we will all remember and think about in the future.
I would never ever forget Puk.
Mogwai, your memory's not so great, so I'll ask you in a few tournaments.
This will go with me to my grave.
We'll see.
For life. And I'm going to throw in a couple of more names in there. Players that I'm always very excited to see in seasonals. Big shout outs to Broken Ball and Ultraman. Very cool unorthodox lineups as well. I'd love to hear the reasoning behind Broken Ball's specific nightfall tactic, right? Bringing back good old Nocturne. And Ultraman's take on Annie Twisted Fate, which looked really neat. Like I said, a lot of diversity, a lot of creativity this time around, which was kind of like forced upon these competitors because of the uncertainty of the meta. And ultimately, a great showcase of what it means to be a very high-level Legends of Runeterra player. Like, if you want to improve as a competitive player and to climb ladder, then watching these events is the best thing you could do. Besides obviously playing yourself. That's always important. So yeah.
And if you want to watch Mogwai, some slightly lesser high level players in Runeterra.
Thank you for joining me on this DNA. I kind of feel like I appreciate it.
Definitely looking forward to see, especially the variety in terms of the different metas and what the players in Americas were able to reach in terms of their lineups coming to this top 32. We do, I think, expect to see some differences in terms of what we've seen top players, talking about and really discussing on social media and on their streams and stuff. So very excited to see that. Definitely will tune in and catch a few of those games for sure. And we hope the viewers are able to enjoy. Competitive Runeterra continues today. It's almost, not 24 hours, but close to it. And again, a great tournament here in the EMEA. I think a great narrative as well for Kurashi. Mogwai, any last words you want to add before we close the stream?
Hope you guys enjoyed the games. Hope you guys are excited for some, less competitive, but still.
All right, that's enough. That's enough. Don't take it too far.
Yeah, maybe. I hope you guys appreciated the games and the meta and all that good stuff. Hope you guys are excited for the upcoming expansion. We're just 3 days away, and everything is gonna be spiced up like crazy. And I can't wait. Really excited for the resurgence of Ashe, considering that she's already a strong presence in these tournaments that we just didn't get to see today, unfortunately. She's gonna be even stronger soon, so that's exciting. And yeah, for us who love watching this game being played at the highest level, today was a great event, and I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as I and Panda. I'm not a psychic, but hopefully you enjoyed it as well.
I did. Can't confirm.
And yeah, love ya. Thank you for sticking around. See you in the next one.